Hello everyone, and welcome to another video on Paranormal M. If you enjoy the stories, please leave a like. And if you've had any strange or unexplained experiences of your own, you can always send them to me. The first story comes from someone who says automatic sensors seem to ignore them completely. Doors stay closed, hand dryers don't turn on, and outdoor lights react to almost anything except them. It even caused a strange problem with a robot they programmed at school. Whether there's a normal explanation or not, it's definitely unusual. Now, settle in. And I hope you sleep well tonight. Okay, this is going to sound a little strange. I never thought much about it until recently, when I read a story about someone who couldn't be detected by machines. In the story, even hospital equipment failed to register him after an accident. It was clearly meant as a metaphor for feeling invisible and being overlooked. But while everyone in the comments was debating whether it was realistic, I had a very different reaction. I thought, wait, this actually happens to me. Automatic doors almost never open when I approach them. I can stand directly in front of the sensor, wave both arms, step back, move forward, even do a little awkward dance, and nothing happens. Most of the time, I have to wait for another person to come along and follow them inside. Once, I was walking into a shop with a friend. I was a few steps ahead and assumed the doors would open. They didn't. I walked straight into the glass hard enough to make everyone nearby turn and stare. My friend approached a second later, and the doors opened immediately. Hand dryers are just as bad. I stopped trying to use them years ago because I got tired of standing there, moving my hands around underneath them, while the person beside me dried theirs without any trouble. Automatic faucets sometimes notice me, but only barely. I have to press my hands almost directly against the sensor. Then the water runs for maybe 2 or 3 seconds before shutting off again, as though the faucet has reconsidered and decided I'm not actually there. Motion-activated lights ignore me too. I live outside the city, where we have security lights around the property. They switch on for stray cats, tree branches, insects, and sometimes what appears to be absolutely nothing. Our dogs can wander past them quietly and light up the whole yard. But when I walk by, the darkness remains completely undisturbed. The strangest incident happened when I was around 16. I had received a scholarship for a beginner robotics and programming course. One of our assignments involved programming a small robot to stop when it sensed a person, turn, and continue along a marked route. My robot refused to stop for me. I checked the code again and again. My instructors checked it too. Everyone looked correct. They gave me another robot, but the exact same thing happened. It rolled straight toward me, as though there was nothing in its path. I kept telling them, half joking and half serious, that the problem was probably me. Eventually, one of the instructors stood in front of the robot while my code was running. The robot detected him instantly, stopped, turned, and continued exactly as it was supposed to. Nobody had an explanation. In the end, another student had to stand in front of my robot so the instructors could grade the assignment. And before anyone asks, normal technology works perfectly well for me. My phone responds to touch. Fingerprint scanners recognize me. Facial recognition works. My smartwatch can read my heart rate and track my health without any problem. It seems to be limited to motion detectors, infrared sensors, and proximity sensors. Those devices don't malfunction around me. They simply behave as though I'm not there. I started having nightmares when I was around 9 years old, and honestly, I had so many of them that normal dreams almost felt rare. The first one I can clearly remember began with me walking toward the living room, Before I could get there, these tall, faceless men started drifting out of the bathroom. They were wearing long coats and wide-brimmed hats, and they moved in this strange, unnatural way. They surrounded me, forced me to the floor, and held me there. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Actually, there was no sound at all. It felt like the whole dream had been muted. A couple of years later, my nightmares changed. They weren't as violent anymore, but somehow they became more unsettling. Around that time, I was also beginning to struggle with depression, so I've always wondered whether my mental state had something to do with what I was seeing. There was one dream that repeated several times. My friend Evan and I were exploring an abandoned house hidden deep in the woods. The place looked like it had been empty for decades. The windows were broken, the wood was rotting, and weeds covered most of the path leading up to it. Evan went inside first. Before following him, I turned around and looked down the long dirt road behind us. That was when I saw him. A man in a long black coat and a dark hat was standing at the far end of the road, completely still. He wasn't waving or walking toward me. He was just staring. I had the same dream again a while later. Everything happened exactly the same way, except when I turned around, the man was closer. Then I had the dream one final time. Evan entered the house. I looked back down the road, expecting to see the man again. But he was gone. For some reason, that frightened me more than seeing him. When I was in 7th grade, something happened that I still can't fully explain. Even now, I'm not sure whether it was a dream, a memory, or something in between. I had just gotten home from school, and I was alone in the house. I sat near the end of the couch and started working on an assignment. From where I was sitting, I could see straight through the house and into the short hallway between my bedroom and my younger brother's room. At some point, I looked up. The same man from my dreams walked slowly out of my bedroom, crossed the hallway, and disappeared into my brother's room. I don't remember running away or calling anyone. I only remember sitting there, staring at the hallway, trying to understand what I had just seen. About a year later, during quarantine, I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard my brother's closet door creaking open. Our bedrooms were directly across from each other, and we usually slept with both doors open. My brother was still pretty young, so he kept a small light on inside his closet. As the closet door opened, a strip of pale light spread across his bedroom floor. At first, I assumed it was our cat, but when I looked over, she was curled up asleep in the chair beside my bed. Then I heard a few quiet footsteps, just 3 or 4 of them. And then, nothing. I was shaken, so I texted a couple of friends, hoping someone would still be awake. Nobody answered. Eventually, I turned on my bedside lamp and somehow managed to fall asleep again. About a month later, the strangest thing of all happened. Because we were still in quarantine, I spent most of my time at my computer, either doing schoolwork or playing games. One evening, I started thinking about the nightmares, the footsteps, and the man I thought I had seen in the hallway. So I began searching online. I typed things like, "dream about a man wearing a hat," and "shadow figure in a long coat." Eventually, I found a link discussing people who dreamed about a mysterious figure in a hat. The moment I moved my cursor over the link and clicked it, every light in my room went out. My computer stayed on for a second, but the page wouldn't load. I closed the tab, refreshed the browser, and suddenly the electricity came back. I went into the kitchen and asked my mom whether the power had just gone out. She looked confused and told me everything had been working normally where she was. I went back to my room and clicked the link again. This time, it opened. As I read through the page, I learned that many people claim to have seen a similar figure, often called the Hat Man, during dreams or episodes of sleep paralysis. Sometime around that period, I also experienced sleep paralysis myself. I remember being awake, but unable to move. I kept my eyes closed the entire time because I was terrified of what I might see if I opened them. But here's the strange part. After the night the power went out, I never saw the man again. Not in the hallway, not during sleep paralysis, not in my dreams. He simply disappeared. And even though I'm relieved he's gone, part of me still wonders why he stopped appearing the moment I finally discovered that other people had seen him too. I was about 11 when my mom started dropping me off at my cousin's house almost every day. Her name was Cassie, and we were only a few months apart in age. We grew up more like sisters than cousins. Then, one afternoon, I had a fever and stayed home. That was the day Cassie's house caught fire. No one inside survived. For a long time afterward, I kept wondering why I had been spared. I felt guilty for being alive, even though I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. About a year later, strange things began happening. One night, I was lying in bed with the radio playing softly while I flipped through a comic book. Suddenly, the mattress dipped beside me, like someone had sat down. I assumed it was my dad, and that I just hadn't heard him come into the room. But when I turned around, no one was there. A few nights later, I had what I thought was a dream. Cassie was standing beside my bed, leaning toward me and calling my name. "Daniel, Daniel, wake up." When I opened my eyes, I heard it one more time. "Daniel." It sounded so clear, like someone was standing right beside me. After that, I started noticing movement around the house. A shadow slipping past a doorway, a figure disappearing around a corner. It was never something I could look at directly. I would only catch it from the edge of my vision. That winter, my parents replaced the old windows with thick, reinforced ones. They were the kind that opened outward from the center, and they felt nearly impossible to break. Months later, I spent a night completely alone in the house for the first time. I woke up coughing. The room looked hazy, and at first I thought I was still half asleep. Then I wondered whether someone had burned food downstairs. But the air kept getting heavier, and I couldn't hear a smoke alarm. That was when I realized the house was on fire. I jumped out of bed and ran toward the stairs. The heat felt sharp against my face, and the smoke was so thick that I could barely see my own hands. It didn't drift through the hallway. It poured through it, dark and forceful, filling every space around me. I reached the railing and tried to move toward the stairs, but flames kept surging upward whenever I got close. There was no way down. I ran back into my bedroom and started pounding on the window. I hit it with my hands, my elbows, anything I could use. It wouldn't break. Eventually, I stopped trying. I sat beneath the window with my back against the wall, coughing and struggling to breathe. I remember feeling terrified, but underneath that fear, something strangely peaceful came over me. I thought I was going to die. Then one of the drawers in my dresser slid open by itself. It fell onto the floor in front of me. I still can't explain what happened next. It felt like someone was urging me to pick it up, like someone had placed the answer right there in my hands. I grabbed the drawer and swung it against the window. This time, the glass shattered. I climbed through the opening and pulled myself onto the roof just as the firefighters arrived. They brought me down safely and rushed me to the hospital. I needed 11 stitches in my right arm. After the wound healed, the scar formed a shape that was almost too perfect to ignore. It looked like the letter C. It appeared in the exact spot where Cassie used to joke that she would give me my first tattoo someday. I've carried that scar ever since. And maybe there's a reasonable explanation for everything that happened that night. But in my heart, I've always believed Cassie was there. I believe she came back to make sure the fire didn't take me too. This happened not too long ago, and honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. My friend, I'll call her Mila, lives in a different city from me. We don't see each other very often, but we talk regularly. One night, without knowing anything about the other person's dream, we both dreamed about the same friend who had passed away. His name was Nikolai. He was my brother's closest friend, and he was also someone Mila and I cared about deeply. He died nearly 3 years ago after an accident at the industrial plant where he worked. It happened so suddenly that none of us had time to process it properly. His death left this enormous silence behind. In my dream, I was walking through my old middle school. It was the same school my brother Nikolai and I had attended years ago. The hallways were completely empty. Everything looked familiar, but the building felt colder and much darker than I remembered. Eventually, I reached the computer lab. Inside, there were 2 powerful gaming computers sitting beside each other. One belonged to my brother, and the other belonged to Nikolai. My brother's screen was locked. There was a password box in the center, blinking and waiting for someone to type. Then I looked at Nikolai's computer. His screen was already open. A few programs were running, and the chair had been pulled away from the desk slightly, almost as though someone had just stood up and left the room moments before. I remember feeling this sudden pressure in my chest. I didn't want to stay there anymore, so I turned toward the door. That was when I nearly walked into a young boy. At first, I didn't recognize him. Then he looked up at me, and I realized he looked exactly like Nikolai when he was about 11 or 12 years old. Before I could speak to him, everything changed. I was suddenly standing near the place where the accident had happened. Mila was there, waiting beside a small group of people wearing dark coats and wide-brimmed hats. None of them spoke or looked directly at me. I asked Mila what she was doing there. She stared toward the ruined building and said, "They came back to find something." Then I woke up. I immediately reached for my phone. Mila had already sent me several messages during the night. She told me she had dreamed about Nikolai too. In her dream, she, my brother, and a few other people had gone to an old countryside house that once belonged to Nikolai's grandparents. They believed the house had been empty for years, so they found a way inside. While exploring, Mila entered a small bedroom and saw Nikolai's old computer on a desk. It was switched on. His Discord account was open, and someone using his profile was speaking to 2 men in a voice call. One of the men turned on his camera and said something like, "Look who's here." A man appeared on the screen. He looked almost exactly like Nikolai, but not quite. His hair was long and messy, his face was covered with stubble, and he looked exhausted, as though he had been hiding somewhere for a long time. Mila called my brother over and told him to listen. She asked the men whether they knew Nikolai had died. My brother barely reacted. He just told her they should keep searching the house. As they moved from room to room, Mila became convinced that Nikolai had somehow survived the accident and had been living in secret. Eventually, they returned to the computer. Mila spoke into the microphone and said, "Hello, who am I talking to?" The men asked who she was. She told them her name, then asked, "Do you know whose account this is?" They said it belonged to Nikolai. She asked them how they could be speaking to him when everyone knew he was dead. The men calmly answered that they already knew. Mila said they explained something after that, but when she woke up, she couldn't remember the exact words. In the dream, she began crying and ran outside. That was when Nikolai appeared in front of the house. This time, he looked exactly as she remembered him. His hair was neat, his face was clean-shaven, and even his voice sounded completely normal. She asked him, "Why did you disappear? How are you alive? What is going on?" He looked at her and said, "I couldn't stay there waiting for somebody to come back for me." Even in the dream, she didn't understand what he meant. She tried to move closer, but he stepped back into the house and pulled down a heavy metal shutter between them. Mila stood outside crying Just before the shutter closed completely, she saw that Nikolai was crying too. Then she woke up. When we compared our dreams, we were both stunned. We had dreamed about the same person on the same night. In both dreams, Nikolai's computer was still active, almost as though he had never really left. Neither of us had recently spoken about his computer, his old house, or the accident. There's one more thing that still unsettles me. The night before the accident, Nikolai stayed at my family's apartment. It was the last place he slept before going to work the following morning. Since his death, my mother and I have occasionally heard strange sounds in the apartment. Sometimes it's a quiet whistle coming from the hallway. Sometimes we hear a man's voice saying, "Hey," or "Ciao." A few times, I've even heard someone call out to me when I knew I was completely alone. Maybe grief has a way of connecting memories. Maybe Mila and I had both been thinking about him without realizing it, and our minds built similar dreams from the same loss. I really don't know. But two separate dreams in two different cities, both showing our dead friend beside an active computer? I still can't explain that. I still think about this night sometimes, even though I've never been able to explain what actually happened. I was asleep in my bedroom, which was on the highest floor of our house, when a creaking sound woke me up. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. You know how old wooden floors sometimes make sleeves on their own? But then it happened again. And again. The sound seemed to be coming from downstairs, slowly moving closer, almost as though someone was climbing the staircase toward my room. That immediately felt wrong. My parents slept on the floor below me, and they had their own bathroom nearby. There was no normal reason for either of them to come upstairs in the middle of the night. I reached beneath my pillow, found my phone, and checked the screen. It was 3:17 in the morning. By then, I was completely awake. The creaking continued, one stair at a time, until it reached the landing outside my bedroom. Then it stopped. I sat upright in bed, staring at the door and holding my breath. What frightened me most was what I couldn't hear. Usually, when someone came upstairs, I could hear the stairs creaking along with the soft thud of their footsteps. That night, there were no footsteps, only the creaking. For a moment, I convinced myself that someone had broken into the house and was standing outside my room, deliberately moving as quietly as possible. The thought made my whole body go cold. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, keeping the beam pointed toward the door. Then, just for a second, I looked away. That was when the large canvas bag in the corner of my room suddenly began shaking. It was filled with clothes because I didn't have a proper laundry basket at the time. The whole bag started vibrating so violently that the fabric rattled against the floor. It lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Then it stopped completely. I didn't pause to investigate. I didn't even think. I threw back the covers, ran across the room, pulled open the door, and sprinted downstairs as fast as I could. The landing was empty. There was nobody outside my room, nobody on the stairs, and nothing hiding nearby. I ran straight into my parents' bedroom. They woke up because I was crying so hard that I could barely breathe. My hands were trembling, and when they asked me what was wrong, I couldn't answer them at first. It was as though fear had taken away my voice. After a little while, I finally managed to tell them about the creaking stairs and the bag shaking in my room. I stayed between them for the rest of the night. There are a few explanations I've considered over the years, but none of them seem to fit. It couldn't have been a draft. My window was shut, and my bedroom door had been closed until I ran out. Besides, the bag didn't gently sway. It shook with so much force that it looked as though something inside it was trying to get out. I also wondered whether it had been our cat climbing the stairs. But when I reached my parents' room, the cat was curled up at the foot of their bed, completely asleep. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary explanation that I've never considered. But even now, whenever I hear wooden stairs creak late at night, I remember sitting in that dark room, staring at the door, knowing that something had stopped directly outside it. And I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't looked away. So for a little background, I'm a bit of a watch enthusiast. I keep most of my collection in the top drawer of my desk, and opening it feels like looking into a tiny clockmaker's workshop. There are several Casio digitals, a few G-Shocks, some mechanical watches, and a handful of quartz pieces I've collected over the years. I try to keep them all synchronized. Unless I haven't adjusted one recently, they're usually within a minute or two of each other. On the day this happened, I decided to wear one of my automatic watches, a Seiko 5. Around lunchtime, I wound it, set the date to the previous day, and moved the hands forward until the day and date clicked over at midnight. Then I continued advancing the hands until they reached noon. I've done this hundreds of times, so I'm certain it was set correctly. When the hands reached 12, the day and date stayed where they were, which confirmed that I was at noon rather than midnight. I wore the watch for the rest of the day. At around 11:20 that night, I checked it against my phone. The times matched. A little later, I took the dogs outside and let them wander around the yard for a while. When I came back inside, it was nearly midnight, and I could see the watch's day and date indicators beginning to shift. Everything still seemed completely normal. I went into the bedroom, sat down, and watched a few videos on my phone. Eventually, I noticed that it was about 3:30 in the morning. I checked the Seiko, and it showed the same time. Around 20 minutes later, I got up to take a shower. Before showering, I usually remove whatever watch I'm wearing and choose another one from the drawer afterward. I opened the drawer, glanced at the other watches, and suddenly noticed something strange. The Seiko was showing 2:50. At first, I thought I must have read it incorrectly. The dial uses simple baton markers instead of numerals, and I've occasionally mistaken the hour before. Maybe I had somehow said it wrong earlier. But I knew that couldn't be right. Only minutes before, I had seen it showing 3:30. I had even compared it with my phone. My next thought was that the movement had developed a problem. Maybe it had started running irregularly or had somehow lost time. I decided I would leave it alone and inspect it later. I put on another watch and started walking toward the bathroom. Then, for some reason, I felt compelled to go back and reset the Seiko. That was when I noticed the part that truly unsettled me. The watch wasn't simply 40 minutes or an hour behind. The day and date displayed the following day. In other words, it wasn't behind at all. It was 23 hours ahead. Every other watch in the drawer still showed the correct time. Only the Seiko, the watch I had been wearing all night, had changed. I reset it to match the others and left it inside the drawer. I wanted to see whether it would drift again, suddenly advance, or show any other sign that the movement was damaged. The following morning, I checked it. It was keeping perfect time. The date and day were correct. The watch still had plenty of power. The seconds hand was moving smoothly, and the movement sounded completely normal. Over the next few days, I tested it in different positions. I left it face up, face down, resting on either side, and even standing upright. It ran properly every single time. I started wearing it again and watched it closely. Nothing unusual happened. It's still working perfectly now. There was no impact that night. I didn't drop it or knock it against anything. The crown was never pulled out while I was wearing it, and I never fell asleep with it on. I hadn't consumed alcohol or anything else that might have affected my memory. And I know the watch had originally been set to noon. If I had accidentally set it 12 hours ahead, the day and date would have changed during the afternoon instead of changing normally at midnight. But they did change at midnight. Then, sometime afterward, they advanced almost an entire additional day. That's the part I can't explain. For this to happen manually, the crown would need to be pulled into the time-setting position and turned far enough to move the hands forward exactly 23 hours. The crown on this watch is small and recessed. Doing that accidentally while the watch was on my wrist would be nearly impossible. And if the movement had suffered a mechanical failure, why did it happen only once? Why was the jump so precise? Why has the watch kept perfect time ever since? I'm relieved that the watch isn't broken, but I'm still left with this strange feeling that something happened during those 20 minutes. Something I can't account for. One moment, the watch agreed with every clock around me. The next, it had already lived through tomorrow. I must have been around 6 years old when this happened. It was before my father left, back when my whole family was still living together in a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in Burbank. My parents, my little brother, and I all slept in the same room. My older half-sister Elena was nearly 13 and had the other bedroom to herself. She had moved from Mexico a few years earlier and kept a collection of old-fashioned dolls lined up around her room. Elena and I had different fathers, and there was always some tension between her and the rest of us. She could be especially cruel to my brother and me. At that age, I didn't know how to deal with it, so whenever she upset me, I found my own childish way of getting even. I messed with her dolls. One evening, while Elena was taking a shower, I slipped into her room and picked out one of her favorite dolls. I sat it in front of me, opened her makeup bag, and covered the doll's face with bright lipstick, powder, and thick black lines around its eyes. I thought it was hilarious. My mother caught me before I could clean anything up. She grabbed me by the arm, pulled me to my feet, and started scolding me as she led me out of the room. "Put the doll back," she said. So I tossed it behind me. It landed upside down near the foot of Elena's bed, with its dress bunched around its waist and its painted face pressed against the carpet. As my mother dragged me into the hallway, I glanced back, already imagining how furious Elena would be when she saw my masterpiece. But the doll wasn't lying on the floor anymore. It was sitting upright. Its back was against the bed, its legs stretched out in front of it, and its smeared face was turned directly toward me. Only a few seconds had passed. I remember staring at it and suddenly feeling ashamed. All the satisfaction drained out of me. I didn't feel clever anymore. I felt as though I had done something much worse than ruin a toy. I don't remember how Elena reacted when she found the doll, but I remember what happened later that night. I woke up desperately thirsty. Everyone else was asleep, so I quietly climbed out of bed and walked to the kitchen without turning on any lights. I filled a plastic cup with water and sat down on the living room couch. The apartment was almost completely dark, and my eyes were still adjusting while I drank. Then I felt something touch the small of my back. It felt like tiny fingers reaching through the gap between the couch cushions. I jumped up so fast that I slammed my knee into the coffee table. The pain was sharp, but I barely noticed it. I was too focused on the couch, trying to understand what had touched me. I told myself it was probably a spring or a loose piece of fabric. I finished my water as quickly as I could and turned toward the bedroom. That was when I saw it. The doll was standing in front of me. It still had the makeup all over its face, the crooked lipstick, the dark circles around its eyes. Everything I had done to it was still there. It was standing perfectly upright in the middle of the living room, staring at me. I couldn't move. Then it rushed forward. I felt two small hands strike my chest, and I fell backward onto the couch. My knee hit the coffee table again, and the cup slipped from my hand, spilling water across the floor. I didn't scream. Honestly, I don't think I could have. The noise woke my mother. She came into the living room and demanded to know what I was doing out there. I tried to answer, but no words came out. The doll was gone. My mother pointed toward our bedroom and told me to go back to bed. As I started walking down the hallway, I noticed Elena standing in her doorway. She had heard everything. She looked at me for a moment, then smiled. "I told you," she said. "They didn't like what you did." Then she closed her door. After that night, I never entered Elena's room again. Even when her door was wide open, I refused to look inside. On June 11th, 2026, I got off work much earlier than expected. I didn't have any plans, so I decided to stop by a neighborhood bar and grill I visit from time to time. I figured I'd order something warm to eat, have a beer or two, and enjoy a quiet evening. For the first half hour, I talked with an older couple sitting beside me at the bar. The husband had served in the military for more than 3 decades, and since I've been serving for over 15 years myself, we had plenty to talk about. His wife told me how much she missed their daughter, who was also in the military and stationed several states away. That struck a chord with me because I'm stationed far from my own family. Before they left, we exchanged contact information. I told them I'd reach out and maybe come by one weekend to help with their yard, fix a few things around the house, or simply spend some time with them. Not long after they walked out, a man sat down directly to my right. The bar was mostly empty, so I remember wondering why he chose the seat beside me when there were so many others available. Still, I didn't think much of it. He was tall and lean, probably in his early 40s. He wore a St. Louis Cardinals cap, had a neatly trimmed mustache, and carried himself in a way that made me assume he might be military. That wasn't unusual for the area, though. There are several bases nearby. I'm a huge baseball fan, so I nodded toward his cap and asked whether he'd been following the Cardinals that season. He smiled and introduced himself as Skipper. He told me he watched whenever he could, and casually mentioned that he had played a few seasons in the minor leagues. From that moment on, talking to him felt strangely easy. We discussed teams, old stadiums, players we remembered, and the kind of baseball memories that seem to stay with you forever. At some point, I mentioned that I keep my grandfather's identification tags in my wallet. He had served during World War II, and carrying them has always felt like a way of keeping him close. My grandfather's service was one of the biggest reasons I joined the military, so whenever a conversation drifts in that direction, I usually bring him up. That was when Skipper changed. His expression became serious, and the warmth in his voice disappeared. He looked at me and said, "Honestly, I don't think you need luck." I gave a nervous laugh, but he didn't. Then he said, "We didn't meet tonight by accident. I think part of you already understands that." I asked him what he meant. He leaned slightly closer and said, "Your grandfather was a remarkable man. He gave more to this world than most people will ever know, and what he started is still continuing through you." That stopped me cold. I hadn't told him anything about my grandfather beyond the fact that he had served during World War II. My grandfather really had lived an extraordinary life. He was born in the early 1920s and served in both the Army Air Forces and the Navy. He worked as an electrical specialist aboard a destroyer in the Pacific. Later, he spent more than 30 years working at national research laboratories, helping oversee projects involving nuclear technology, solar power, and other emerging energy systems. Some of that work involved weapons development, which was a complicated part of his legacy. but he also helped bring energy infrastructure and technical knowledge to countries around the world. My grandmother often traveled with him as an interpreter, and she used to hint that a few of those trips involved more than official energy business. I had not shared any of this with Skipper, yet he began speaking about my grandfather's work in alternative energy. He talked about the countries he had visited and the influence his projects had on people he would never meet. I stared at him and asked, "How could you possibly know any of that?" That was when I noticed the rest of the room. The bartender wasn't moving. Neither were the servers. They were standing in place, completely still, their faces blank, as though someone had paused the entire bar. No glasses clinked. No one spoke. Even the background music seemed impossibly distant. Fear hit me all at once. I asked Skipper what was happening. I asked whether I was in trouble. He calmly told me I wasn't. He said there were people who loved me, people who cared about what happened to me, and people who had been making sure I was all right for much longer than I realized. Then he said something that broke me open. He said, "Sometimes we wish we could go back to being that little kid on a bicycle, when the whole world became still. But sooner or later, we have to keep moving." I couldn't breathe. There was a moment from my childhood that I had told almost no one about. I don't remember much from before I was 11. Some of my childhood memories are fragmented, and others returned years later under painful circumstances. But one memory has always remained perfectly clear. I was riding my bicycle home from a neighbor's house. As I turned onto my street, the entire world seemed to stop. There was no sound, no wind. Nothing moved except me. A sprinkler was running in someone's front yard, but the droplets of water were suspended in the air. I remember riding past them and turning my head to stare because they looked like tiny glass beads hanging above the grass. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds. Then everything started again. I raced home and told my mother. More than 30 years later, she still remembers how frightened I was when I came through the door. I have spent most of my life wondering what happened that day. I never told people because I was afraid they would think I was losing my mind. There was no possible way for Skipper to know. When he mentioned that bicycle ride, I started crying. I asked whether I had died that day. I don't know why that question came out of me. I had never seriously considered it before. Then I raised my voice and demanded, "What does it mean?" I didn't care that I was sitting in a public place. At that moment, the bar, the people, and everything around us felt impossibly far away. Skipper watched me patiently. Finally, he said, "I'm not allowed to explain it, but you should know that you have been watched over for a very long time." I sat there crying while he waited without judging me or trying to rush me. When I was finally able to speak again, I asked what he wanted from me. I asked what I was supposed to do next. He told me to stay on the path I was already walking. He said to remain curious, to keep asking questions, to be careful with my life, to take care of my little ones, which is what I call my dogs. He even told me I should contact the older couple who had been sitting beside me earlier and follow through on my promise to visit them. Then he reminded me that I was loved, even during the moments when I felt completely alone. Before leaving, he gave me one final instruction. "Remember July 3rd, he said. "That date matters." I asked what would happen on July 3rd. He replied, "I can't tell you, but when the time is right, you'll recognize it." He also told me that someone would contact me again one day, and that I should be ready when it happened. Then he stood. I shook his hand, and for reasons I still can't fully explain, we hugged. I thanked him, though I wasn't even sure what I was thanking him for. He walked toward the entrance and disappeared through the door. The moment he left, the room came back to life. The bartender moved again. Someone laughed behind me. Glasses touched the counter. The music became clear. It was as though nothing unusual had happened. The encounter lasted close to an hour, and I have replayed it in my mind hundreds of times. At first, I was terrified. I barely slept for the next 2 nights. I considered every explanation I could think of. Maybe someone had researched me. Maybe I had experienced some kind of psychological episode. Maybe the whole thing had been an elaborate trick. But none of those explanations account for what he knew. Over time, the fear began to fade because I realized that everything Skipper told me was kind. He didn't threaten me. He didn't ask for money, information, or anything else. He simply told me to keep living, stay curious, care for those around me, and remember that I was loved. Nothing obvious happened on July 3rd. I was disappointed because I hoped it would bring an answer, or at least some kind of sign. But he never mentioned a year. So now, every July 3rd, I'll be watching. I've never considered myself religious. I attended a religious school when I was younger, but that experience left me with more questions than faith. Even so, what happened that night changed something in me. I still don't know who Skipper was. I don't know how he knew about my grandfather. I don't know how he knew about the daytime seemed to stop while I was riding my bicycle. All I know is that he looked at me as though he had known me for years, told me I wasn't alone, and walked away just as the world began moving again. Hey, I want to share with you a story that's been on my mind lately, about a family who moved back to West Virginia, to a quiet, almost forgotten corner of the woods in a place called Slanesville. It's not just any story. It's one filled with eerie moments that make you question what's just around the corner when the forest grows still. So there was this guy, Brian Kendall, not Kendall, but Kendall, a carpenter by trade from Baltimore. He and his wife, Belinda, along with their 2 young kids, were city folks, but felt a strong pull back to where their roots were, back to West Virginia, where both of them grew up. The hustle and bustle of Baltimore just didn't feel right for their little family. After a good bit of searching, Brian found this house, a single story, kind of tucked away in the middle of thick woods. It was isolated, quiet, exactly what they wanted. They moved in around 1991, craving that peace and solitude. To keep the house safe and add a little warmth, Brian got a black Labrador retriever, Coco. She was this lovable, friendly dog, but also fiercely protective of the kids, which instantly made her part of the family. Now, soon after they settled in, Belinda wanted to do something special. She decided to throw a surprise birthday party for her niece, Jordan, who was just a few days past her 3rd birthday. So Belinda's brother and his family came over, and the party got underway. The kids were all playing in the living room, while the adults gathered in the kitchen, sipping coffee and chatting. And then, something unusual happened. Right there, in front of everyone's eyes, a helium balloon started descending from the ceiling. It wasn't just drifting down, it seemed like it was being pulled, but no one was holding the string. The thread was stiff, taut, like it was attached to an invisible hand. The balloon slowly floated across the room, and its string finally reached Jordan. She stopped playing, turned around, and said, almost softly but clearly, "Thank you," to empty space. Then she reached out to grab the balloon. Just as her fingers brushed against it, the balloon floated right back up to the ceiling. Jordan grabbed the string and started playing again like nothing had just happened. The adults were stunned. They asked her, "Who did you think?" And the little girl just pointed to a corner and said, "It was him." Now I imagine that moment. The room quiet except for the kids' laughter. The adults exchanging nervous glances, trying to explain it away. Maybe it was just a trick of the air, a leak in the balloon. Or maybe Jordan's imaginary friend was just a child's way of making sense of things. But the look on everyone's face told a different story. Deep down, they all felt it. Something unexplainable was there with them. A few days later, Brian's daughter Blair asked him to take a walk with her in the forest behind their house. You can picture it, a father and daughter wandering through thick trees, the sounds of leaves crunching underfoot, the distant calls of birds, and maybe a sudden chill in the air. After a short walk, they stumbled upon something unsettling, a burnt vehicle sitting dead center in the woods. It looked like someone had set it on fire, leaving the charred remains of the van blackened and eerie. Brian told Blair to stay back while he approached, and as he got closer, he noticed something even more disturbing inside. Burnt kids' toys and a half-burnt spring mattress. The whole scene gave off an uncanny, almost sinister vibe. Brian looked around for a road or path, trying to figure out how the vehicle got there, but found nothing. The silence of the forest felt heavier somehow, pressing in on them. Brian decided they needed to leave quickly. When he got home, he told Belinda about it, hoping for some logical explanation, but she was just as baffled as he was. Now, Brian's work situation was tough. He still had to travel to Maryland every day, spending hours on the road. It wore him down, and after about 2 months, he decided to stay at his mother's place during the week to get some rest and avoid the exhausting commute. So, from Monday to Friday, Brian was away, and Belinda was alone in the house with the kids, and without a car. Belinda was used to being by herself in the woods, so it wasn't a big deal for her, but the kids struggled. Blair, in particular, was anxious and kept asking to spend a night in their RV camper parked nearby. Belinda finally agreed, thinking it might help Blair adjust to their new life. That night, Belinda sent Blair and Coco to the camper, locked the door, and told her not to open it until morning. The camper had 2 windows, a large one on Blair's right with curtains, and a small one on the door on her left. Blair sat quietly for a while, watching the forest shadows through the big window before turning off her lantern and trying to sleep. But her sleep was short-lived. A few hours later, Coco started barking, low, tense, and focused on the small window by the door. Blair, half asleep, peeked through it and thought she saw a figure pass by. She assumed it was her mom checking in, but Coco's barking didn't stop. Then Coco shifted her attention to the larger window and started barking again, more urgently. Blair got up and stepped outside the camper, but there was no one there. The house lights were off, and the forest was silent except for the rustling of leaves. Realization hit her. The figure wasn't her mother. She hurried back inside, locking the door behind her. Just as Coco settled back down, she suddenly stiffened again, staring at the curtained window. Blair, heart pounding, crept over and pulled the curtains aside. Right there, on the glass, was the silhouette of a man, standing still and looking right at her. The shadow was dark, unmoving, and terrifying. Blair screamed, then jumped back onto the bed, pulling the covers over her head, trembling. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and she drifted into a restless sleep. Meanwhile, back in the house, Belinda was putting their youngest, Sean, to bed. Sean was only 3, and usually he slept through the night without waking. But that night, he came into Belinda's room, scared and whispering about a monster staring at him through his bedroom window. Belinda figured it was probably a wild animal or shadows playing tricks, so she comforted him and sent him back to bed. But Sean kept returning, scared and insistent that this monster was real. Belinda didn't know yet that what was haunting her children wasn't from this world. It was something far more unsettling. And that was just the beginning. The house in the woods, the burnt van in the forest, the mysterious balloon, and the shadowy figure at the window. They were all whispers of a presence lingering close, watching, waiting. It's a story that's still unfolding, and I can't help but wonder What's next for the Kendall family in the quiet, dark woods of Slanesville? Hey, I want to share a story with you, one that's been weighing on my mind lately. It's about my friend Belinda, or, well, let's call her Melina, because sometimes a little change makes the tale feel more like a story being passed on around a campfire. So, Melina had been feeling a little overwhelmed at home. You know, the kind of feeling where the walls start to feel a bit too solid, and the routine just seems to press down on you. That was her. Her sister noticed and offered to come over, just to give Melina a little breather, some space to breathe and recharge. So her sister arrives, and Melina, relieved to have some help with the kids, decides to take a walk into the forest behind her house. It was late afternoon, the kind of light where the sun filters softly through the leaves, making everything glow a golden hue. As she wandered, the peaceful sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls surrounded her. But then, just a few steps in, her foot caught on something uneven. Looking down, she found herself in front of a small burial site. 4 tiny headstones, standing silently among the ferns and wildflowers. They had no names or dates, just simple stones. Their size and the way they were spaced suggested they were for children. Melina felt a chill run down her spine. The forest had suddenly grown quiet, like it was holding its breath. She couldn't shake the feeling that those small stones were staring right back at her. With her heart pounding, she turned and hurried back to the house, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing in the stillness. A couple of nights later, Melina's daughter, Blair, woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. It was one of those silent, heavy moments when the world feels suspended. She noticed the curtains on her window were pulled over, even though she was sure she had closed them herself. Ever since that unsettling experience in the camper, Blair had been uneasy about leaving her windows uncovered. She couldn't understand how the curtain had moved. But before she could dwell on it, she caught sight of something, or someone, outside. A shadowy figure stood just at the edge of the woods, near the tree line. It was dark and indistinct, but Blair knew what she saw. She froze, staring as the figure slowly began to move closer. Then, suddenly broke into a run toward the house. Fear rooted her in place until she finally scrambled away from the window and crawled under her cupboard, her breath quick and shallow. Meanwhile, downstairs, their dog Coco was acting strange, barking and pacing nervously. Melina tried to soothe her, but nothing worked, so she decided to take Coco outside for a walk. The moment she opened the door, Coco darted to Blair's room and calmed down immediately. Melina followed, finding her daughter trembling under the cupboard. When she asked what scared her so much, Blair told her about the figure by the window. Melina, trying to comfort her, suggested it could have been a wild animal, hoping to ease her daughter's mind before tucking her back into bed. Later, as Melina lay in bed with Coco curled beside her, she felt something tap gently on the back of her head. Without opening her eyes, she thought one of the kids was trying to get her attention and whispered for them to go back to sleep. The tapping stopped, but moments later, it began again. This time, Coco stood up and barked toward the window. Melina's eyes snapped open, but she saw nothing. No one was there. She checked on her children, all sound asleep, and realized her mind was playing tricks on her. Or was it? Melina decided she needed to get away for a bit. The next day, she called her mom to borrow her car, the family's only other vehicle since her husband had taken their usual one to work. After locking Coco in her outdoor cage, Melina left with the kids to run some errands. On the way, the gas gauge dipped low, so she stopped at a small, quiet station nestled at the edge of town. There, a friendly local woman struck up a conversation, and Melina found herself sharing where she lived. The woman's face grew serious. She told Melina about the history of the land, how years ago, a family had tragically perished in a fire right on her property. Melina felt a pang of sorrow for them, imagining the lives lost in such a terrible way. Yet, she wasn't frightened. She told herself that if there were spirits around, they meant no harm. But when Melina and the kids returned home later that day, something was wrong. Coco's cage was empty. The lock had been secure, and only Melina had the key. No sign of the dog anywhere. It was as if Coco had vanished into thin air. They searched everywhere, called her name until their voices were hoarse, but Coco was gone. And they never found her again. It's a story that sticks with me. The quiet burial site hidden beneath the trees, the shadow that moves just beyond the window, and the loyal dog who disappeared without a trace. Sometimes, I wonder what lingers in the spaces we think are safe, and how the past never quite lets go. Thanks for listening. You know, sometimes life throws us stories so strange, so chilling, that they stick with us. A haunting melody you can't quite forget. I want to share one such story with you, about two brothers, Damodar and Kishan, and the dark, invisible shadows that crept into their lives nearly a century ago. Incredibly bright and warm-hearted boy, just about 10 years old when his new life began. You see, he was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Ketkar shortly after his 4th birthday back in May of 1923. From the moment he joined the family, it was like he belonged there. He blended right in, blossoming in the love and care surrounding him. It was the kind of childhood many orphans dream about, full of hope and kindness. But then, something changed one summer day in 1927, when Kishan, Damodar's biological older brother, came into the picture. Kishan was 15 then, and when Dr. Ketkar found him, it was heart-wrenching. The boy was frail, starved, and living in terrible conditions. He'd been working in a tea shop, exploited and overburdened beyond his years. Dr. Ketkar, being the compassionate man he was, arranged for Kishan to be cared for by a clerk who also helped him attend school. For a whole year, things seemed to be okay. But then, on the very first day of his second school year, something utterly strange happened. Kishan was walking down a corridor, clutching a shovel in his hand. Yes, a shovel. When, suddenly, everything went black. One moment he was there, and the next, he found himself standing somewhere else entirely, the shovel nowhere to be seen. Imagine his confusion. He was disoriented, bewildered, not knowing what to make of it all. Naturally, he sought help from the clerk looking after him. At first, the clerk thought Kishan was joking. Kids do that sometimes, right? But Kishan kept insisting, telling him about these sudden disappearances and reappearances, about how he was being pulled through space like some kind of ghost. Slowly, the clerk's skepticism faded, replaced by concern. Eventually, he went to Dr. Ketkar, urging him to take Kishan under his own care. The clerk was convinced something beyond understanding was happening around the boy. So, Dr. Ketkar brought Kishan home. Their household was modest but loving. There was Dr. Ketkar himself, his wife, his sister-in-law named Cora, and of course, Damodar. The family welcomed Kishan, and Cora and Mrs. Ketkar began caring for him with a strict routine, hoping it would soothe whatever was troubling him. They thought his odd behavior was just sleepwalking, a harmless quirk. But soon, they realized it was far more than that. One humid August night in 1927, Cora was watching over Kishan as he slept. She was sitting quietly in his room when, out of nowhere, a mirror about 16 inches long detached itself from the wall above his bed. But here's the eerie part. It didn't crash down like you'd expect. Instead, it floated down gently, as if an invisible hand was carefully placing it on the floor. Cora's heart pounded as she rushed over, half expecting the thread holding the mirror to be frayed or the nail loose. But no, the thread was perfectly intact and the nail still firm. Only Cora and Kishan were in the room, but Kishan was fast asleep the whole time. It was bewildering. A few nights later, Cora witnessed something else. A heavy paperweight slowly drifting down through the air, landing softly on a glass table without a single sound. Again, Kishan was sound asleep, oblivious to the strange occurrences around him. Then came the night that shook the entire family. They were jolted awake by a deafening bang, loud enough to make their hearts leap into their throats. The noise came from Kishan's room. Rushing in, they found him unconscious on the floor. The heavy wooden table he'd been sleeping on twisted about 45 degrees toward him. Books, clothes, furniture, they were all scattered chaotically, as if some force had gone through a violent storm inside that room. When Kishan finally came to, he told them a chilling tale. Something had thrown him off his bed, and the impact had knocked him out cold. It was the beginning of a nightmare none of them could escape. Word of these eerie happenings spread quickly through their neighborhood. Neighbors who once doubted began inviting Kishan to stay with them overnight, hoping to protect him or disprove the rumors. But the strange events were relentless. No one lasted more than a couple of nights. The atmosphere was too heavy, too dark. Objects vanished in broad daylight, only to reappear in impossible places. Coins would mysteriously fall from the air, clinking softly on the floor. The house seemed alive with unseen forces. And then, in early 1928, the shadows shifted their attention to Damodar, the younger brother. One morning, as Cora was enjoying breakfast at the dining table, Damodar's ball suddenly rolled down the dark hallway at an alarming speed and struck her ankle hard enough to bruise. Just days later, his closet exploded open, and one of his toys hurtled through the air toward both Cora and Damodar, as if some angry spirit was trying to harm them. Things escalated rapidly. The very next day, every time Damodar tried to eat or drink, invisible hands snatched the food and drink away with violent force. No matter how tightly he gripped his spoon or glass, they would be wrenched from his grasp. For over a week, poor Damodar was left dehydrated, weak, and exhausted. It was heartbreaking to watch this vibrant boy grow pale and drained, chased by unseen forces throwing his own toys at him, as if the darkness was intent on breaking him. Desperate for answers, Dr. Ketkar delved into the family's history. What he discovered was chilling. The brother's mother had suffered from terrifying visions and paranormal disturbances long before. She had been haunted by phantoms, driven into deep despair. Tragically, she took her own life by setting herself on fire. Not long after, the eldest brother, Damodar and Kishan's older sibling, began seeing the same ghosts. But despite his pleas for help, no one believed him. Overwhelmed by fear and isolation, he too ended his life at just 9 years old. It seemed the family was cursed, their roots entwined with darkness passed down like a shadowy inheritance. Kishan bore the brunt of it first, his teleportation and strange occurrences marking the beginning. But with Kishan still alive, the malevolent force turned its gaze toward Damodar, tormenting him relentlessly. Then, on a night etched forever in their memories, August 12, 1928, Mrs. Ketkar herself witnessed the entities haunting her sons. Awakened by soft, eerie whispers, she opened her eyes to see two towering, shadowy figures standing silently over her, their faces empty and emotionless. They vanished after murmuring unintelligible words, leaving an icy chill in the room. From that day, Damodar was never alone. These figures trailed him from the moment he awoke until he fell asleep, whispering terrible things that filled his young mind with terror. He began feeling harsh pushes near the staircase, so strong he had to drop down to avoid falling. Over time, the pushes turned into full-blown levitations and throws. The poor boy's spirit was breaking. His cheeks lost their color, and shadows gathered beneath his eyes. Depression crept in like a slow poison, mirroring the tragedy of his mother. His health suffered too. Once, his pulse nearly vanished, prompting the family to call a doctor in panic. Yet, despite thorough examinations, no physical or mental illness could explain his condition. They tried exorcisms, hoping to rid him of the darkness, but it only seemed to fuel the malevolence. By April 1929, the torment escalated to physical violence. Damodar's body bore thick bite marks oozing with saliva, and long, bloody scratches covered his arms and legs. His baby sister, recently adopted as well, suffered too. She was strangled nearly to death by her own hair, controlled by the cruel entity. Her tiny thumb was repeatedly struck and cut, and Damodar's clothes tore audibly while he wore them. Rusty blades flew across rooms, narrowly missing the children but clearly meant to harm. The Ketkar home had become a battleground, a place where unseen demons waged war on innocent souls. But through it all, the family held on, their hearts heavy but unbroken, searching desperately for hope in the darkness. That's the story of the Ketkar brothers, a tale of love, loss, and the terrifying unknown that haunted their family roots. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest battles are the ones we can't see, fought in silence within the shadows of our own homes. Hey there, I want to share a story that's been weighing on my mind lately. It's about my friend Bill Vale. Yeah, just a slight tweak from the old name. And some truly bizarre experiences he went through after a major life change. You see, after dedicating 15 years as a robotics engineer at NASA, Bill decided to quit in 2002. It wasn't an easy decision, especially since it came right after his divorce. He moved back to Arlington, Texas, to be closer to his brother and started fresh by joining his brother's water purification company. So picture this. Bill's just settled into this new chapter, trying to keep his head down and make a good impression at work. Just a few weeks in, he's asked to take a Saturday house call. Now, this wasn't just any call. The dispatcher told him the customer insisted he arrive at exactly 5 p.m. Not a minute early, not a minute late. I mean, doesn't that sound strange? Bill thought so too, but he agreed anyway. After all, he wanted to make a good impression. Now, imagine Bill pulling up to the customer's house right on the dot at 5 p.m. The moment he steps up to the doorstep, he's hit with these loud, terrifying screams. But that's not all. Over the screams, there's this woman chanting things that make no sense at all. Words swirl in the air, eerie and nonsensical. But every so often she repeats, "Go away," with this chilling insistence. Bill's a skeptic through and through, but even he couldn't shake the unease creeping into his bones. He's curious and cautious, so he peeks through a slightly cracked door. Inside, he sees 3 men kneeling on the floor, forming a circle. A woman is pacing around them, clutching a book, chanting. The atmosphere is thick, heavy with something otherworldly. Bill's mind races. Is this some kind of ritual? Is it dangerous? Then, suddenly, the woman's eyes lock onto his through the door, and she points a finger directly at him. Bill feels a cold wave of fear wash over him, as if she's trying to cast something, some kind of harm. Without thinking twice, he bolts away from the house, heart pounding. Once he's a safe distance, he pulls out his phone and calls the dispatcher, explaining what just happened and firmly asking not to be sent there again. Later that evening, Bill's trying to wind down. He cooks himself a simple dinner and settles in front of the TV. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he catches a flash of movement darting across the room. He figures it's probably a rat or some kind of rodent that sneaked in. He searches the entire house, but it's like it vanished into thin air. Feeling a little unsettled but tired, he decides to deal with it tomorrow and goes to bed. But the night doesn't go as peacefully as he hoped. Suddenly, Bill wakes up with a jolt. He feels something small, running over his foot. His heart races. Could it be that rodent? He grabs a flashlight and scans the room thoroughly. Nothing. No sign of any creature. Bill tells himself it's his imagination running wild. He tries to calm down and drift back to sleep. But not long after, he's awakened again, this time by his bed shaking beneath him. His eyes snap open, but as soon as he looks, the shaking stops. He wonders if it's an earthquake, but everything else in the room remains still. No pictures fallen, no objects moved. Being the rational guy he is, Bill searches online for any reports of seismic activity nearby, but the internet suddenly cuts out. Frustrated, he calls his service provider. As he's talking to the representative, the line crackles with static. And then, out of nowhere, a demonic-sounding voice breaks through the call, speaking in strange gibberish. Bill's blood runs cold. He quickly ends the call, heart pounding harder than ever. Moments later, the phone rings again. It's the service provider, saying the connection is fixed. Bill asks if the rep heard the strange noises too. The rep confirms he did and apologizes for the fault. Bill sits there, stunned, trying to make sense of it all, but his mind draws a blank. Eventually, he gives up searching for explanations and heads back to bed. Just as he's about to sleep, he hears something moving beneath the bed. Soft, deliberate sounds. His breath catches. Then, out of the darkness, a hand slowly creeps up the side of the bed, inches away from his leg. Instinctively, Bill pulls his leg up tight to his chest. The hand retreats as quietly as it appeared. Terrified, Bill curls into a fetal position and stays that way for the rest of the night, too scared to move. The next day, Bill's determined to keep these experiences to himself. He's worried people will think he's crazy. He stays late at work, hoping to avoid going home too early. When he finally returns, he leaves all the lights on, trying to chase away the shadows. But as he settles in to watch TV, the lights suddenly flicker and then shut off on their own. Frozen with fear, Bill rushes to the closet to grab a flashlight. As he squeezes inside, he hears boxes on the highest shelf banging violently. The noise grows louder and more aggressive with every second he stays put. It's like the closet itself is alive and angry, warning him to leave. And that's where the story pauses, leaving us with the chilling question. What is this presence that's haunting Bill? What dark secret lies in that house, and why has it chosen him? I wish I could tell you more, but for now, we just have to wonder alongside Bill, hoping he finds peace soon. I was 16 the first time I truly believed someone was trying to get into my house. This was around 2001, back when most people still had landlines, bulky televisions, and shelves full of videotapes. My parents had gone out to celebrate their anniversary. They hardly ever went anywhere without us, but my younger sister was staying with an aunt that night, so for the first time, I had the entire house to myself. And honestly, I had begged them to let me stay. I kept saying, "I'm old enough. I'll lock everything. The neighbors are right across the street." At the time, being home alone felt like the greatest kind of freedom. I had frozen pizza, 2 movies from the rental shop, and the cordless phone sitting beside me on the couch. Still, the house felt different without my family in it. Larger somehow. At first, I enjoyed it. I turned the television up far louder than I was normally allowed to, ate chips straight from the bag, and kept the hallway and living room lights on. I told myself it was because I liked the house bright. Really, I just didn't want to admit that the dark made me nervous. Sometime after 9:30, the first movie ended. The moment the credits stopped, the house became painfully quiet. I could hear the old refrigerator buzzing in the kitchen. I could hear the wall clock clicking above the fireplace. Every now and then, the wind pressed against the windows and made the glass creak. You know that kind of silence where every little sound suddenly feels important? That was what it felt like. I got up to take the tape out and put another movie in. And that was when I heard it. A faint metallic scraping sound. It was coming from the front door. I stopped with the tape still in my hand. There it was again. Scrape. A pause. Then another scrape. It sounded exactly like someone was sliding a key into the lock, realizing it didn't fit, and trying another one. My first thought was that my parents had come back because they'd forgotten something. I actually felt relieved. I started walking toward the door, but after 2 or 3 steps, I stopped. My parents had keys that worked. They wouldn't need to keep trying, and they would have called my name. Whoever was standing outside wasn't knocking. They weren't ringing the bell. They weren't saying anything. They were just quietly working at the lock. I stayed completely still, almost as though the person outside might not realize I was home if I didn't move. Then the scraping stopped. That silence was worse. I remember staring at the front door and trying to explain it away. Maybe a branch had brushed against something. Maybe the wind had shifted the welcome sign. Maybe I was letting the movie get into my head. Then the doorknob moved. Not much. Just a small turn followed by a soft click. But there was no mistaking it. Someone had tested the handle. My throat went dry. I backed away 1 step at a time, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. The cordless phone was on the couch behind me. It was only a few feet away, but reaching it felt like crossing the entire house. The knob turned again. This time, whoever was holding it kept pressure on it for several seconds. The latch made a quiet rattling sound inside the frame. They weren't panicking. They weren't trying to force their way in. They were checking whether the door would open. I grabbed the phone so quickly that it slipped between my hands. I caught it against my chest, but I couldn't decide who to call. I thought about calling emergency services, but then that embarrassed little voice in my head started arguing with me. What if it was nothing? What if it really was my parents? What if the police came and everyone realized I had frightened myself over an old door and a noisy lock? I wish I could say I immediately trusted my instincts. I didn't. For some reason, I was more afraid of looking foolish than I was of the possibility that someone was trying to enter the house. Everything went quiet again. I decided to look through the front window. The curtains were heavy, and I knew no one should have been able to see me from outside, but I still moved as carefully as I could. I reached the window and slid 1 finger between the curtains. The porch light was on. I could clearly see the steps, the flower pot beside the railing, and the welcome mat in front of the door. But the porch was empty. There was no car in the driveway, no person near the door, no movement in the yard. Nothing. I stood there looking outside for several seconds, feeling my heartbeat begin to slow. I remember thinking, "See, you scared yourself. That's all this is." Then the doorknob turned again. It happened directly in front of me. I saw the brass handle rotate. I heard the latch scrape against the metal plate. But there was nobody on the other side of the door. No hand. No arm. Not even a shadow. I screamed and fell backward, knocking into the side table. The phone flew out of my hand and landed on the carpet. The handle immediately stopped moving. I don't clearly remember picking up the phone again. I don't remember dialing for help, and I barely remember speaking to the dispatcher. What I do remember is sitting on the living room floor with every light in the house switched on, staring at the front door and waiting for someone to come. 2 police officers arrived first. My parents came rushing home a few minutes later. They searched everywhere. They checked the porch, the driveway, the bushes, the garage, and both sides of the house. They found nothing. There were no footprints near the door, no scratches around the lock, no damage to the frame. One officer stood outside while the other tested the doorknob from inside. Afterward, the officer on the porch said, "There's no way that handle could move without someone standing right here. You would at least see part of them through the window." I wanted to tell him that was exactly why I was so frightened. I had been standing beside the window. I had watched the handle move, and the porch had been completely empty. After that night, everyone tried to help me find a reasonable explanation. They said I had probably misunderstood what I saw. Maybe the lock was loose. Maybe fear had made the movement seem more dramatic than it really was. Eventually, I tried to accept that. For a long time, I almost did. Several years later, my parents sold the house to a couple named Mara and Daniel. They didn't stay long. About 5 months after they moved in, my mother happened to run into Mara at a pharmacy. They made polite conversation, and my mother asked how they were enjoying the house. Mara gave a nervous little laugh and said they were already preparing to move. My mother asked whether something was wrong with the property. Mara hesitated before saying, "It sounds ridiculous, but someone keeps trying to unlock the front door at night." My mother told me later that she felt cold all over. Mara described a scraping noise inside the lock. Then the doorknob would turn. Sometimes it moved slowly. Other times, it shook hard enough to rattle the latch. My mother asked whether they had ever caught anyone doing it. Mara shook her head. She said, "That's the strangest part. Every time we look outside, the porch is empty." My mother didn't tell her about what had happened to me. She just stood there listening while Mara described the same sounds, the same moving handle, and the same empty porch I had seen years earlier. I still don't know what was at that door. Maybe something was trying to get inside. Or maybe something already inside the house was pretending it wanted to come in. I don't have an explanation. I only know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know, with absolute certainty, that nobody was standing on that porch. You know, sometimes our homes hold secrets we never expect. And what I'm about to share with you is one of those chilling tales that really gets under your skin. It all started when my cousin, let's call him Will, was jolted awake by a sudden, loud slam coming from his bedroom closet. Imagine the kind of slam that echoes through the quiet of the night, making your heart pound like a drum. Will didn't hesitate. His fear propelled him to burst out of the closet, his breath shallow and rapid. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed his phone and called his brother Ben, asking him to come over immediately. When Ben arrived, Will was visibly anxious, his eyes darting towards the closet as if expecting it to spring open again. Without saying a word, Will urged Ben to check the closet for himself. Now, Ben was hesitant. Who wouldn't be? The whole situation felt eerie, almost surreal. But after some coaxing, he agreed. Ben stepped into the small, cramped closet, the air stuffy and thick with darkness. He flipped off the light, plunging himself into blackness so complete it felt like the walls were closing in. Then, without warning, Ben felt sharp, forceful strikes against his head and legs. His heart raced. Instinctively, he fumbled for the light switch and snapped it back on. The closet was empty. Nothing. Not a hint of what had just assaulted him. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by his own ragged breathing. Shaken, Ben hurried out of the closet. But when Will asked him what he'd experienced, Ben softened the truth, telling him it was perfectly fine inside, hoping to spare him further distress. Will felt a pang of guilt, wishing he'd prepared Ben better, reflecting on how he might have conveyed the strange happenings more clearly. Later that evening, still rattled, Will called his close friend Michael. Now Michael's a sound engineer, and Will needed someone to hear him out, someone who might make sense of the bizarre events unfolding around him. As Will recounted the strange occurrences, his voice trembled with a mix of fear and frustration. Suddenly, over the phone, Will heard that same unsettling static he'd heard earlier, the kind that crawls under your skin and whispers of something sinister. Panicked, Will shouted into the receiver, begging Michael to ignore the static, warning him it was evil. Michael, ever the professional, began recording the call. When the static finally ceased, he played back the recording to Will. To their astonishment, the tape only captured Will's frantic shouts. The eerie static was completely absent. Michael was stunned. How could something so clear over the phone vanish from the recording? After a tense moment, Michael urged Will to stay safe and ended the call. The next day, Will, feeling too frightened to be alone, invited Ben and his wife over for dinner. They gathered around the TV, the room filled with the comforting glow of the screen and the soft murmur of their voices. Will sat in his usual chair, eyes occasionally flicking to the corners of the room. Then, from the edge of his vision, he saw it. Something darted swiftly across the room like a shadow fleeing the light. Startled, Will jumped up and chased after the fleeting shape. Ben and his wife looked on, bewildered by his sudden movement. When Will returned, they asked what had happened. Without a word, Will asked Ben to take his seat and focus on his peripheral vision. As Ben complied, his face drained of color, and he sprang up, visibly shaken. When Will pressed him, Ben admitted he saw a creature, about 5 feet tall, walking on 2 legs, moving quickly across the room. To confirm, Will asked Ben's wife to try the same. She did, and nodded solemnly, confirming the creature's presence. The room grew heavy with unease. Ben and his wife suggested Will stay with them for a few days, but Will shook his head. He wasn't ready to abandon his home, no matter how unsettling the experience had become. Despite the terror, there was a small comfort in knowing he wasn't alone, that others saw the shadows lurking in his house too. And so, the house holds its secrets, whispering through the closet door and dancing just beyond the corner of the eye, waiting and watching. Sometimes, the scariest thing isn't what you see, but the silence that follows. The unknown pressing in from the dark. Hey, I want to share a story with you, a chilling one about a man named Bill and the unsettling events that unfolded in his home. Picture this: a group of friends gathered in a dimly lit room, the air thick with unease. They were watching some footage they'd recorded earlier, and as they played it back, a strange, almost ethereal mist began to form right there in the room. The friends started teasing each other, trying to brush off the eerie feeling, but none of them claimed to see anything unusual. It was like the mist was there, but invisible to their eyes. Now here's the creepy part. When they turned up the volume on the footage, a voice, a demonic one, cut through the silence. It whispered, "Put it back." And then, "He is coming." Those words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They felt they had enough proof that something was truly wrong in that house. So they hurriedly packed their things, eager to leave. But just before they stepped out, Bill's friend Brian pulled him aside, looking worried. He pleaded with Bill not to stay in that house any longer, sensing a malevolent presence had taken hold there. That night, Bill tried his best to keep the darkness at bay. He left every single light on, filled the rooms with lively music, and curled up in his bed, hoping the upbeat tunes would drown out the fear creeping in. But then, out of nowhere, a loud crash shattered the quiet, a sound like a truck slamming into the side of his house. Bill sprang out of bed, heart pounding, and rushed outside to check for damage. To his bafflement, everything was perfectly intact. No truck, no dents, nothing. Feeling a mix of confusion and dread, he stepped back inside. But then, the same crashing noise echoed again, this time from the dining room. And this was the very spot where he'd glimpsed a strange creature darting moments before. Gathering his courage, Bill bolted into the dining room, searching for the source of the noise. But everything was just as it should be, neat and undisturbed. Before he could catch his breath, a car alarm blared outside, slicing through the stillness. It was then that Bill realized this thing in his house wasn't just a passive presence. It was playing with him, toying with his mind. Summoning every ounce of bravery, Bill shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding the creature show itself. Suddenly, the crashing sounds erupted again, this time from his bedroom. He dashed in, ready to confront whatever was haunting him. But once more, the room was empty, everything in place. Unlike before, the crashing didn't stop when he entered. It grew louder, more violent. The deafening noise overwhelmed him, and he dropped to his knees, clutching his ears, desperate for relief. Finally, the noise ceased. Exhausted and shaken, Bill climbed back into bed, hoping for some peace. But as he lay there, staring into the darkness, a towering figure, about 6 feet tall, emerged from the foot of his bed. It stood silently, its presence heavy in the room. Minutes passed, the tension thick. Then, inch by inch, it crawled onto the bed, closing the distance until its face hovered mere inches from his own. Their eyes locked, and without a word, the figure opened its mouth, revealing enormous, jagged teeth. It let out a guttural grunt, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of some nightmare, before vanishing into thin air. The next morning, Bill awoke to find deep scratches across his chest and back, injuries that hadn't been there before. This was just the beginning. The creature's violence escalated. Waking up with fresh scratch marks became a terrifying routine. Bill even ended up hospitalized a few times because of the injuries. On top of that, objects would mysteriously fly through the air, thrown by an unseen force. Bill lived in constant fear, feeling as though he was never truly alone. Shadowy figures flickered at the edges of his vision, apparitions darting just out of reach. He tried everything, multiple exorcisms on himself and his home, but nothing seemed to make a difference. When people asked him why he didn't just sell the house and leave all this horror behind, Bill's answer was simple and heartbreaking. He didn't want anyone else to suffer what he had endured. It's a haunting story, isn't it? One that reminds us how sometimes the most terrifying battles are the ones fought in the shadows of our own homes. I've never really told this whole story publicly before. The few people I've opened up to either didn't believe me or assumed there had to be something wrong with me. Even my psychiatrist considered whether I might be experiencing symptoms of a mental illness, but after evaluating me, she confirmed that I wasn't. So I'm sharing these experiences with you now, exactly as I remember them. Maybe they were coincidences. Maybe my imagination filled in the gaps. Or maybe I've encountered things that simply don't have an ordinary explanation. It started when I was about 6 years old. I would hear sounds when no one else was around. Sometimes I caught movement from the corner of my eye, only to turn and find an empty room. Certain people and places gave me an immediate feeling of dread, almost like a stone dropping into my stomach. Maybe I was simply an anxious child, but part of me has always wondered whether I was noticing something other people couldn't. Then the visions began. They weren't dramatic. Most were brief flashes that I forgot almost immediately. But when something later happened exactly as I had seen it, the memory would return with an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. One vision has stayed with me more clearly than the others. When I was around 11, I had a favorite bowl that my aunt had made by hand. It was wide and shallow, more like a pasta bowl, and she had painted tiny rose-colored cats around the rim. On the bottom, she had written the year she made it, 2003. One Saturday, I was sweeping the kitchen as part of my weekly chores. We lived in an old, converted farmhouse with a fairly open layout. I was standing near the sink, holding the broom and looking through the window, when my attention drifted toward the counter beneath the microwave. Suddenly, I saw the bowl lying on the floor. It was broken into several pieces. The image lasted only a moment, and then everything was normal again. The bowl was still sitting safely in its usual place. A few weeks later, I was standing in that exact spot. It was around the same time of day. My mother was preparing dinner, and my sister was nearby. Then the bowl fell. It landed in the precise place I had seen in the vision, and shattered into what looked like the exact same number of pieces. I remember standing there, frozen. Everyone else saw an unfortunate accident. For me, it felt like I had already lived through it. A few years later, after my grandfather passed away, something else happened. I was around 15 and sitting at a small vanity in my bedroom, practicing eyeliner. It was nighttime, and the only light came from the bulbs surrounding the mirror. While trying to correct a very uneven line, I noticed a shadow behind me. At first, I assumed it was a trick of the light. I ignored it and continued working. But when I looked again, the shadow had taken the shape of a person. I turned around. No one was there. I faced the mirror again and tried to convince myself that I was imagining things. But the feeling of being watched became stronger. When I looked into the glass, the figure was back, standing closer than before. I turned around a second time. Still nothing. When I looked into the mirror again, the figure was directly behind me. This time, I could see his face. It was my grandfather. I closed my eyes for a moment, thinking grief was making me see him. But when I opened them, he was still there. He didn't frighten me. The room suddenly felt peaceful, almost protected. Then, as quietly as he had appeared, he vanished. Over the next few years, I occasionally saw him again, or heard his voice when no one else was nearby. Every time, I felt calm rather than afraid. Eventually, the visits stopped. When I told my sister about it years later, she went quiet. Then she admitted that she had seen him too. When I was about 20, I had a friend named Eli who loved exploring places rumored to be abandoned or haunted. We had visited old trails and forgotten structures during the daytime, but one summer evening, I suggested that we go out after dark. We chose a wooded reservoir area only a few minutes from my home. There were stories about strange things happening there. An abandoned cottage stood somewhere beyond one of the trails, and when we were children, my father used to call it the witch house, just to scare us. Eli and I arrived around dusk with only our phones and 2 flashlights. At first, nothing unusual happened. We followed several trails for about 15 minutes each, taking turns walking in front. We kept our flashlights dim because, for reasons that made perfect sense to us at the time, we wanted the woods to feel frightening. Once night fully settled in, the trees seemed to swallow nearly all the light. I was walking ahead when I noticed something pale in the distance. At first, it looked like a white blur. As we moved closer, it began to resemble an animal. I thought it might be a coyote, but it was much larger and unusually light in color. Then I heard it growl. I stopped. 2 yellow eyes were staring directly at me. The animal lowered its body as though preparing to charge. I began stepping backward, reaching behind me until my hand caught Eli's sleeve. "Run," I whispered. "Now." We turned and sprinted. I could hear footsteps striking the ground behind us, growing faster and louder. When I glanced back, the pale animal was following. But the moment we reached the edge of the trees, it stopped. It stood at the boundary of the forest, as though something prevented it from coming any farther. Eli never looked back, so he didn't see it. For some reason, we didn't leave immediately. We stayed near the paved road, telling ourselves that we would be safer there. A little later, Eli walked several steps ahead of me. As I reached a bend in the road, I heard a scream coming from the woods. It sounded like a woman being attacked. Eli heard it too. He came back toward me, and the sound grew louder. Then I saw her. A woman in a long, pale dress emerged from a section of the woods where there was no trail. The ground was covered in rocks, thorny bushes, and fallen branches, yet she moved down the slope effortlessly. She appeared only a few feet in front of us. Then she turned away and began moving along the road. Her steps were so smooth that she almost seemed to glide. I raised my hand and pointed. "You see her too, right?" My voice was shaking. Eli stared in the direction I was pointing, but he couldn't see anyone. A moment later, the woman disappeared. The most intense experience happened the following autumn, when my sister, several friends, and I explored an abandoned psychiatric hospital. The complex had been closed for decades. It stretched across hundreds of acres and contained old brick buildings connected by underground tunnels. Stories circulated about overcrowding, neglect, isolation, and people dying inside. Whether every story was true or not, the place had a terrible reputation. Naturally, a group of bored young adults near Halloween decided it was an excellent destination. Several of the others treated the night like a party. A few had been drinking, and one friend named Mason brought an old decorative sword because he claimed it would protect us. Almost no one genuinely believed the place was haunted. My sister and I did. The moment I stepped into the central building, I felt an enormous heaviness. The air itself seemed saturated with grief. Every hallway felt wrong, although I couldn't explain why. At one point, a scream echoed through the building. Everyone jumped, but it turned out to be Mason hiding around a corner, waving his ridiculous sword and trying to frighten us. After that, another group who had arrived with us decided they had experienced enough and left. We continued toward a smaller building nearby. The closer we came, the worse I felt. There was no clear entrance, but we heard voices inside. 2 other explorers were conducting some kind of seance. They initially thought we were police because the property was restricted. They showed us a way in through thick bushes and across the remains of a collapsed staircase. Everything in me was telling me not to enter. But my sister was going, and I didn't want her inside without me. The building appeared to have once contained living quarters, although it was difficult to tell through the decay. Pieces of the ceiling had fallen. Doors hung crookedly from their frames. The floor was covered with plaster, broken furniture, and damp debris. Everyone else joked as we walked through the rooms. I felt terrified. The pressure around me was stronger than anything I had experienced before. It felt as though an invisible weight had settled across my shoulders and chest. Then I saw a body lying on the floor. I screamed. My sister and the others rushed toward me. "There," I said, pointing. "There's someone on the ground." They looked at the empty floor and began laughing. They assumed I was trying to scare them. One of them even walked directly through the place where the body appeared to be. But I could still see it. It was a dark silhouette stretched across the floor. Near it, I heard a low voice whispering words I couldn't understand. Then another figure appeared in the doorway. It stood perfectly still, facing me. I couldn't see its features, but I knew it was looking directly at me. The sensation was so intense that it felt as though its eyes were burning straight through me. Every instinct in my body told me that we were in danger. I begged everyone to leave. Most of them dismissed me, but my sister believed that I was genuinely frightened and insisted that they listen. Eventually, they agreed, although some complained that I was ruining the night. As soon as we reached the car, the weight lifted. The despair, the pressure, and the panic disappeared almost instantly. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me for the rest of the night. I've never returned. Part of me is still fascinated by the paranormal. I still watch investigations and listen to other people's stories. But after what happened in that building, I'm much happier observing from the safety of my own home. So that's my story. I still don't know what any of it means. Maybe the broken bowl was coincidence. Maybe grief caused me to see my grandfather. Maybe darkness, fear, and expectation shaped what I saw in the woods and inside that hospital. Those explanations are possible, but they don't fully explain how real those moments felt, or why my sister experienced some of the same things. Maybe there are ordinary answers that I simply haven't found yet. Or maybe, every once in a while, the world opens a door that most people never notice. Hi, I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was little. And even now, every time I say it out loud, I get chills. I was around 7 years old at the time. I'm not completely sure of my exact age, but I know I was still very young, definitely under 10. Back then, I slept in the same bed as my mom and my older sister. My mom would sleep on the outside edge, and I would be tucked in the middle. If I woke up at night needing to use the bathroom, I always asked my mom to go with me. The bathroom wasn't far at all, just down the hall from our bedroom, but it was something I was used to doing. I also can't remember clearly whether this happened before or after my grandfather passed away. I only mention that because, for years, part of me wondered if one of the figures I saw could have been him. But honestly, that never fully made sense because the figure was much taller than he ever was. That night started normally. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. It was dark outside, and I remember hearing dogs barking somewhere nearby. I needed to pee, so I tried to wake my mom. Usually, she woke up right away. But this time, she didn't move. She was in this deep, heavy sleep. I tried waking my sister too, but she didn't wake up either. The strange thing is, I don't remember feeling scared yet. I wasn't really afraid of the dark. I just wanted someone to walk with me because that was my habit. So I started climbing down from the bed by myself. And I want you to picture this clearly. I was a little girl, sort of scooting backward off the mattress, facing the bed while my feet searched for the floor. That's when I saw her. Between my mom's legs, near the edge of the bed, there was a woman's head. Just a head. It was upside down, and she was smiling at me. Her hair was incredibly long. It stretched across the floor, all the way toward the bedroom door. When I think back now, the whole room feels strange in my memory, almost hazy, like the air had gone thick and quiet. And what bothers me most is that I still don't remember being afraid. Not the way I should have been. I just looked at her hair on the floor as I moved toward the door. When I opened it, I could see straight into the living room. There were a few steps leading down into it, and standing there was a tall, black figure. It was so tall its head nearly touched the ceiling. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't see clothes. I couldn't even tell where it was looking exactly. It was just completely dark, like a human-shaped shadow with an outline. But I knew it was facing me. Something in me stopped. I don't know if it was instinct or fear finally catching up, but I didn't go any farther. I held my pee that night. I think I just turned around, got back into bed, and somehow went back to sleep. And that's all I remember. But even now, I keep wondering what would have happened if I had walked toward it. What if I had been curious instead of cautious? What if I hadn't listened to that feeling telling me not to go into the living room? And I still don't understand the woman's head. Why was she there? Why was she smiling? And why wasn't I scared? Before I get into what happened, I feel like I should say this first. Strange things have happened around me before. Nothing dramatic, nothing movie level, but enough that I've learned not to immediately brush things off. When I was younger, in the house I grew up in, we'd sometimes hear footsteps when nobody was walking around. At my aunt's place, I heard someone call my name from the hallway when I was completely alone. That happened more than once. And there was this one thing I still think about, this weird scraping sound under my bed, almost like something was scratching at the carpet from underneath. We checked for mice, rats, anything like that, and there was nothing. Even now, I tell myself maybe it was a possum in the walls or something, because that feels easier to accept. My aunt has had her own strange experiences too, so I know I'm not the only one in the family who's noticed things like this. Anyway, this happened on a Sunday morning. My dad usually works really early, so most days he leaves around 5:30 or 6 in the morning, and he's always quiet about it. I normally don't wake up until around 8 or 9 if I'm not working. But that morning, he left a bit later, around 7:30, because he was heading out with a couple of his friends for the day. So by about 8, it was just me and my cat, Tobin, at home. I got up, fed him, and then went back to bed for a little while before properly starting my day. You know those mornings where you're awake, but you're not exactly ready to be a functioning person yet? That was me. I was lying there scrolling on my phone, and Tobin was beside me, curled up and half asleep, completely unbothered. The house was quiet. My bedroom is at the back of the house, at the end of this slightly awkward hallway. I usually leave my door cracked open so Tobin can come and go, because honestly, I do not have the patience to keep getting up every time he changes his mind. And when you're home alone, you hear everything. Every creak, every little shift, every normal house noise. Nothing felt unusual. Then, around 8:30, I heard one of the kitchen stools drag across the tiles. It wasn't a tiny sound either. It was that very specific scraping noise a stool makes when someone pulls it out or pushes it sideways. And these stools aren't flimsy. My dad brought them home from his work a while ago. They're older, but they're sturdy, not wobbly, and definitely not light enough to just slide around by themselves. The second it happened, Tobin shot up. He went completely still, ears forward, body tense, staring toward the hallway like he'd heard exactly what I heard. And I know cats can be strange. He stares at corners sometimes, or reacts to noises I can't hear, and usually I just tell myself that's normal cat behavior. But this felt different. He wasn't curious. He looked defensive. I do believe animals and little kids can pick up on things adults don't always notice. I also believe ghosts are real, although I don't think they show up the way movies make it seem. So, because apparently I have the survival instincts of someone in the first 10 minutes of a horror film, I got up and went to check. And the stool was moved. It was sitting in the walkway between the kitchen and the living area. That was not where it had been earlier when I fed Tobin. I knew it wasn't. It had been tucked in like usual, and now it was out in the open, like someone had pulled it across the floor and just left it there. At first, I felt unsettled. Then I started trying to explain it away, because that's what you do, right? You look for the normal answer first. But I couldn't find one. The front door was locked. The handle lock was locked, and the deadbolt was locked too. I would have heard it if someone came in. The back door was locked as well. My dad uses the garage key when he comes and goes, and there was no sign that anyone had entered. The windows don't open in a way someone could climb through. There were no drafts. Nothing had fallen against it. There were no signs of an intruder, no footsteps, no voices, no movement. Just that sound, And then the stool, sitting somewhere it absolutely had not been. I even took photos from a video I sent my aunt because I needed someone else to see what I was looking at. There was a bag on one of the chairs too, my dad's lunch bag from the night before, and that hadn't moved at all. Only the stool. I still don't know what happened. I keep trying to make it make sense, but I can't. All I know is that I heard it move. My cat reacted instantly, and when I went out there, it was sitting right in the walkway, like someone, or something, had dragged it there. I want to share something personal with you, and honestly, I'm not even sure what I'm expecting. Maybe I just want to hear from people who have felt something similar, because this has stayed with me for years. A few years ago, I had moved to a new city, and I was still trying to settle into that life. Around that time, someone I knew was admitted to a psychiatric care facility, so I went to visit him for a few days. His family was also going through something very painful, and one of his relatives had recently tried to take their own life. Being around so much emotional suffering affected me more than I expected. Every time I came back to my rented room, I felt heavy inside. It was like I had carried the sadness back with me, even though I didn't fully understand it. During that same period, I was attending energy healing sessions. In one session, the healer suddenly stopped and asked me, "Do you feel someone standing there?" I opened my eyes and looked around, but I didn't see anything. I told her no. Then she said she had seen what looked like a male shadow standing near me, very still, almost as if it was facing me. She said she could even see its outline against the wall behind me. I didn't see anything myself, but hearing that frightened me deeply. I couldn't stay calmly in that room after that. I left the place for a couple of days because I felt too unsettled. When I came back, I brought pictures of God and kept them in my room. I started chanting mantras regularly, mostly because I wanted to feel protected and grounded. Since then, I've had experiences that I don't really know how to interpret. I sometimes dream about family members who have passed away, pets I've lost, and even gods or goddesses. I'm not saying every dream is a sign, but some of them feel different. They stay with me after I wake up. Whenever people talk about spirits, energy, or the unseen world, I feel instantly curious. It's not only fear. Sometimes it feels like a pull, like some part of me wants to understand something deeper. Over the years, I've explored different spiritual practices. I learned tarot for a while, though I never used it professionally or tried to make money from it. I studied numerology, manifestation, and a few other spiritual subjects. I read a lot about these things, and I'm naturally drawn to shows and movies with spiritual themes. But the strange part is, my regular life is completely different. I work in tech. That's my career, and that's how I support myself. Still, deep down, I sometimes feel like my life is not supposed to be only about work, deadlines, and screens. I've even stayed at spiritual places a couple of times for a few days, just to see what that kind of life feels like. And every time I do something like that, I feel peaceful, but also confused. The biggest problem is consistency. I'll start learning one spiritual path and become very interested in it. For a few months, I'll feel completely connected to it. Then slowly, I lose that focus and get attracted to something else. Tarot, numerology, meditation, healing, manifestation, dreams, signs. It keeps changing. It feels like spirituality keeps calling me, but I don't know what exactly it wants from me. I'm not claiming I've seen ghosts. I'm not saying I've had some clear supernatural experience. I genuinely don't know what to believe. I don't know whether the shadow the healer saw was real, whether my dreams have meaning, or whether I'm simply sensitive to these subjects because of what I went through emotionally. But I do feel that something inside me keeps searching. So I'm asking honestly, Has anyone else experienced this kind of pull toward spirituality without knowing where it leads? How did you find your path without getting lost in too many practices? And how do you understand the difference between a real spiritual calling and your own mind trying to make sense of difficult experiences? Okay, so I'm a mom of 3. I have 2 girls and 1 little boy, ages 6, 4, and 1. And before all of this started happening with me and the kids, my husband had already grown up around strange things. His whole family has, honestly. They just kind of treat it like background noise now. Radios turning on by themselves, toys making sounds in the middle of the night, his little brother waking up because something told him to go downstairs and play, rocks from the river somehow making a little path toward the door. One time my mother-in-law heard voices answer, "We're fine," when she asked if her baby was okay. So, the normal family stuff apparently. But when my husband moved in with me, it slowed down. Not completely, but it became less and less. The first place we lived together was this little pale yellow house. I was pregnant there, and after I had my first daughter, I started waking up in the middle of the night to something running across the ceiling. And I mean running. Back and forth, fast, like heavy feet. My dogs outside would go wild, barking and running under the same spot. So of course we checked the roof, thinking maybe it was a cat or a raccoon or something. But there were no footprints, no signs of anything. And the house was one of those poorly built prefab homes, so there was no way a person could have been up there without coming through the ceiling. After I delivered my daughter, I also started seeing this fog in the room. Not like smoke exactly, more like a little cloud that would drift in and disappear. That happened for a while, then slowly faded. Before my oldest turned 1, we moved into another house. It had 2 floors, and that place felt different right away. When you were downstairs, it sounded like someone was upstairs. When you were upstairs, it felt like someone was watching from outside. Once my daughter started sleeping in her own room, she would wake up and tell us there was someone under her bed. She said they woke her up, and she would tell them, "I need to sleep. Leave me alone." But she said they would tell her no. That house, she called the red house. And in the red house, whatever it was started bothering her more and more. Eventually, we had to move her back into our room. I would catch her talking to someone, but when I asked who she was talking to, she would deny it immediately. It was almost like someone had told her not to say anything. Later, we moved again, this time into an apartment with my 2 girls. My in-laws had lived there before us, and even before we moved in, my oldest would say there was a man there. She described him as very tall, almost up to the ceiling, all black like a shadow, and old. She said he stayed in the corner and watched people. She would point right at the spot and say, "He's there." She also said he lived, or hid, inside her grandparents' closet. There was also this smell in the apartment. Tobacco, but not cigarettes. More like old cigar smoke, thick and stale. It would come out of nowhere, then disappear. When we moved in, I cleaned the apartment physically and spiritually. And for a while, it felt good. No smell, no strange sounds, nothing. Then after some time, the smell came back a little. Then the noises started again. So I cleaned again, and everything calmed down. But now, recently, my second daughter Lily, who's 4, has started waking up at night. She comes crying into my room saying she's scared, then falls back asleep. I have a camera in the living room, one of those that turns toward movement. So I checked the footage to see what was going on. She usually wakes up between midnight and 3:30 in the morning. At first, it looks like she's just going to the bathroom. But when I really watched the videos, it seemed like something was waking her up. Every time, it's almost the same. She opens her bedroom door, sticks her head out, and looks around like she's searching for someone. Then she goes to the bathroom and closes the door. When she comes out, she looks around again, like she's checking if someone is there. She doesn't turn off the bathroom light, even though it's right across from her room. Then she goes back to bed, leaves her door open, and tries to sleep. Sometimes she does this more than once. I've asked her, "Lily, what's going on? Why do you keep waking up?" And she always says little things like, "I'm scared," or "It's the monster." She says, "The corner is scary. The monster is there." And "It's big." That's what gets me, because it sounds so much like what my oldest used to say. Lily doesn't explain as much, but when I connect the pieces, it's the same thing. Tall, scary, in the corner. My youngest is different. He doesn't scare as easily. Whatever this is doesn't seem to wake him up. It calls him. He'll point at the ceiling and try to get us to look, but there's nothing there. My husband tells him, "Tell it to go away. Fight it." So he does. He'll throw toys up in the air and say, "No, no, no," and then squat down like he's arguing with someone we can't see. Honestly, nobody bothers him much anymore. There was one night close to Christmas that really stayed with me. I woke up around 3 in the morning, facing the bedroom door, and I saw blue light coming from the living room. At first I thought, great, we left the TV on. I was about to get up and turn it off, but then this fear came over me. Not normal fear, not, "It's dark and I'm sleepy" fear. It was deep, cold fear. Like something in the living room did not want me there. So I did what any brave adult would do. I got back into bed and stared at the door. The TV lights kept changing, like someone was scrolling through something or watching something. The next morning, I still couldn't believe how scared I had been, so I checked the camera. At 3 a.m., the TV turned on by itself. At 3:10, it started playing a movie. At 3:30, it switched to pictures of us. At 3:40, it turned off. I was shocked. Whatever this thing is, it watches TV and doesn't even help with the bills. At least fold some laundry while you're haunting the place. But then I looked at the video frame by frame, and that's when I saw it. There were 2 orbs moving really fast across the room. Not dust, they moved with purpose. Then there was this pale shadow, almost white, rising up between the TV and the Christmas tree. Then it vanished, and the TV turned off. That was the moment I felt sick, because it wasn't just weird anymore. It was in the same home where my kids were scared. I honestly don't know what else to do. I cleanse the house. I pray. I cover the mirrors in my girls' room at night. I try to protect them in every way I know how. But something still keeps waking Lily up, and I can feel it. I don't know if it's a person, a presence, or something else, but I feel that something is there. And the part that worries me most is that it's bothering my children. I keep thinking that if I don't stop it, or at least protect them better, it's going to become stronger, more noticeable, maybe even dangerous. So that's where I am right now. I'm trying to stay calm. I'm trying to be brave for them. But deep down, I feel like my protection isn't enough, and I need to figure out what to do before this goes any further. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something that happened to me about 20 years ago that really shook me, even though I'm usually the most skeptical person around. I don't have any blurry video or proof, and honestly, I'm not someone who easily believes in paranormal stuff. But this experience was so real, so vivid, it left a mark on me that I can't just brush off. Back then, I was living in rural Wales, in this tiny little village. One of those places so small you might only recognize it if you'd seen the detective show Hinterland, because they shot the hotel from the first episode right near there. My best mate, let's call him Mark, lived in the next village over. There were 2 ways to get between our houses. The long road, which was about an hour-and-a-half walk, and this shortcut through the forest that took maybe half an hour if you knew the way. The shortcut went over this old place called Miner's Bridge. The bridge itself had a story. It was built over a ravine carved out by a fast-moving stream, and it stood where an even older bridge had been, one that miners used to cross when they were heading to collect their weekly wages. The path down to the bridge was this narrow gravel switchback, winding steeply down the ravine's side, with thick trees crowding in so tight that sunlight barely touched the forest floor, especially as dusk crept in. I used to take that path a lot after hanging with Mark. It saved me an hour of walking, and even though it was dark and sometimes downright scary, sometimes I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face when the moon was thin, I'd rather stumble through the woods than trudge the long road. One summer night, Mark and I were hanging out, drinking tea that was way too sweet and smoking thin roll-ups, wishing we had money for booze or weed, which we didn't. It was pushing 2 a.m. when I decided it was time to head home. The summer was fading, but the air was still warm, and the moon was nearly full, so I thought, okay, I probably won't get lost tonight. I started down the gravel path, feeling the loose stones crunch beneath my boots, hearing the soft shifting of the earth as I carefully made my way. The world was bathed in pale moonlight, the trees casting long shadows, and the only other sound was the water rushing far below in the ravine, chuckling and gurgling as it tumbled over rocks. It was a peaceful, almost hypnotic noise, but that night it felt different. When I got halfway across Miner's Bridge, the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood up. Everything around me seemed to shift in the most unsettling way. The quiet was too quiet. The water was still there, but the atmosphere had changed. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat, and slowly turned to look back toward the path I'd come. And there it was. Standing at the far end of the bridge, where the path met the forest, was something not quite human. It was huge, at least 3 feet taller than I am, standing perfectly still. I swear it was staring right at me. I want to tell you I could make out its face, but I couldn't. It was just this dark, towering figure, its form blotting out the moonlight behind it. The gravel path was narrow and noisy underfoot, but this thing hadn't made a sound. It was like it was gliding. Or maybe it was just incredibly heavy-footed but somehow silent. What really unnerved me was the sense it gave off. A hatred so intense it felt almost like a physical force pressing down on me. I could see its limbs, twisted and bent in ways that looked wrong, as if they'd been broken and reset incorrectly, giving it this grotesque, unnatural posture. My heart pounded so loud I thought it might burst out of my chest. I stood there frozen, caught between fear and disbelief for what felt like an eternity, but was probably just 30 seconds. Then, the fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and I ran. I ran faster than I ever have, leaving the bridge and that thing behind me, the sound of my feet pounding the path and the rush of the stream below the only noises in the night. After that night, I didn't go anywhere near Miner's Bridge again. I even slept with the light on for a full week, just to shake off the feeling of being watched. I still don't know what I saw. I'm skeptical, sure, but there's no rational explanation for that figure or the way it made me feel. Since then, I haven't dismissed everything so quickly. Sometimes, there are things out there that don't fit into neat little boxes. Have you ever experienced something like that? Something that shook you to your core, even if you didn't quite understand it. Because honestly, that night changed the way I see the world. Hey, I want to share a story with you. Something that happened to me a while back, and honestly, it still gives me chills to think about it. So, picture this. I was 26 years old, living in a neighborhood just outside Las Vegas with my then-husband Mark and our little boy, who was about 4 years old at the time. Life was pretty routine for us. Mark had a demanding job and left the house early every morning around 5:30 a.m., getting back around 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. I was a stay-at-home mom, so my days revolved around our son and the little routines we carved out. One thing we did almost every evening was after Mark got home, I'd take our son Jame and head over to the grocery store to grab dinner ingredients. It was a small trip, really, but it gave Mark some time to unwind alone. The grocery store we used was Smith's, and it was literally just a 2-minute drive from our house. It was one of those grocery stores with gas pumps right in the parking lot, which was super convenient. Usually, once a week, I'd fill up the car while Jame napped in the back seat. So, on one of those typical evenings, I pulled into the gas station, started pumping gas, and noticed a truck pull up at the pump right across from me. The guy was quick about whatever he was doing, filling up, maybe grabbing something from the store, and then he pulled away. But just as I was finishing pumping and walking around to close my car, that same truck pulled up alongside me. The driver rolled down his window and said something that made my skin crawl. He said, "I just needed to tell you the only reason I pulled up here was to get closer to you. I saw you and just had to tell you how beautiful you are." Now, this guy looked, well, like Ted Bundy on some kind of crazy drug. There was something off about him, the way he looked at me, like he was possessed by some dark obsession. I tried to be polite, you know? I smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'm happily married and have a son." I hoped that would be enough to send him on his way. But then, his expression twisted, and he said, "I know. I just had to let you know how I felt." He started to pull away but then stopped, backed up a little, rolled down his window again, and hissed, "By the way, if you tell your husband what I said, I'll kill him." And with that, he sped off into the night. I was stunned. My heart was pounding so hard I thought Mark would hear it through the phone when I called him immediately after getting into the car. I told him everything. The truck, the threat, how scared I was. He told me not to drive home, just in case the guy was following me. Instead, he said, I should drive to the nearest police station, run the first red light I hit, and if I got pulled over, explain the situation to the officer. So that's exactly what I did. I was shaking the whole way, but when the officer pulled me over, he was incredibly understanding. He even drove me and Jame home himself, while Mark went to pick up the car the next day. I thought maybe that was the end of it, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Later, I told Mark how unnerving it was that the guy seemed so sure of himself when he threatened us. The way he said, "I know," when I told him I was married. Did that mean he already knew where we lived? Had he been watching me for days, maybe weeks, before approaching me that night? A few nights later, Mark realized we were out of cigarettes, so he decided to run to the store real quick. It was late, and Jame was sound asleep in his bed. I was sitting at the computer, just scrolling through some emails, when I heard the laundry room door open and close quietly. I thought it was Mark coming back for something. I called out, "Honey, what did you forget?" But there was no answer. I heard footsteps and some shuffling noises, but no response. My stomach twisted into knots. "Honey, is that you? You're freaking me out," I called again, my voice trembling now. Still, nothing. I realized I was completely alone and unarmed. Mark, being a Marine and a federal employee, had all sorts of guns in the house, but they were locked away in our bedroom closet on the top shelf. To get to them, I'd have to pass through the laundry room, right where this intruder was. I felt frozen, helpless. My heart was pounding in my throat, and my breath came in short gasps as I waited for whoever it was to come around the corner. Jame was just down the hall, sleeping peacefully, and I knew I'd do anything to keep him safe. I imagined this man controlling me, threatening my family, and I felt utterly vulnerable. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the deep, menacing growl of our two pit bulls, Ruby and Darlene, coming from my bedroom. Before I could even think, both dogs burst into the laundry room, barking fiercely. At the same moment, the garage door slammed open and shut loudly, and a man screamed. I jumped up from the computer, phone in hand, and rushed to Jame's room. I locked the door, sat down against it, and called Mark frantically. "Please tell me you're home and messing with the dogs," I begged. But in the background, I could hear the cashier at the store ringing up the cigarettes. Mark wasn't home. The man in the house was definitely not him. "Someone's in the house," I told Mark, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear. "Get home right now, please be careful. I don't know where he is, but I think he's in the garage. I'm hiding in Jame's room with the door locked." Mark told me to stay put and wait for him. Those moments waiting in the dark, listening to every creak and whisper, felt like an eternity. When Mark finally arrived, I was so relieved I could hardly speak. After that night, Mark never left us alone after dark. The fear lingered in the air like a thick fog. About a year later, we moved to a new home, trying to leave that nightmare behind. I often think about what would have happened if Ruby and Darlene hadn't come to my rescue that night. I don't know what the man had planned, but it certainly wasn't good. Jame would have been used to control me, and Mark would have been an obstacle to get rid of. I have no doubt that our dog saved all our lives. Now, even though Ruby and Darlene have passed on from old age, and Mark and I are no longer together, Jame and I still sleep with dogs in our rooms. That night changed us forever, and their fierce protection is something I'll never forget. Hey there. I want to share a really strange experience that happened to my husband. Well, I was there too, but mostly I was just a witness. I'll do my best to tell his part of the story the way he described it to me. But first, let me set the scene from my perspective. So, back in 2018, we were living in this cozy little one-bedroom apartment in Tucson, Arizona. It was just the two of us, our 12-year-old pit bull named Bruno, and our Siamese kitten, Simon. Our bedroom was right across the hall from the bathroom, with the bedroom door facing the bathroom door directly. When I was lying in bed watching TV at night, if the bedroom door was open, I could see right into the bathroom door. One night, I was just lying there, flipping through channels, when I started hearing Simon meowing and yowling like crazy right outside the bathroom door. He was clawing frantically at the door, like he was desperate to get in. I was getting a little annoyed because it was pretty late, so I yelled at him to settle down. A few moments later, my husband came out of the bathroom looking pale as a ghost. He was holding his bath towel, but it was burnt, like seriously charred. What was really weird is that even though our apartment walls are paper thin, I usually hear the water running in the bathroom from bed. But that night, it was eerily silent. And that didn't add up with what he told me. He said he didn't hear Simon or me yelling at him at all. Instead, he said the only thing he heard was this strange noise. It was like a train barreling toward him, mixed with an old woman moaning. It was so bizarre and unsettling. Then he said he pulled back the shower curtain to check what was making the noise, and to his horror, the towel hanging on the rack was suddenly on fire. Can you imagine? A towel just bursting into flames in a steamy, damp bathroom. He was terrified and panicked, jumping out of the shower and frantically slapping at the towel to put out the fire. But here's the really weird part. As he tried to smother the flames from top to bottom, the fire seemed to move down the towel. When he put out the bottom, the top would flare back up again, and vice versa. The flames weren't the usual orange and red. They were mostly blue, and strangely, they didn't feel hot at all. It was like the fire had a mind of its own. Finally, after what felt like forever, he managed to fully extinguish the flames. Then he grabbed the towel and came out to show me. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have questioned his sanity. But I saw the towel, I touched it, and I even smelled it. It was this thick, oversized, dark gray towel. Right down the center, there were two burn marks shaped kind of like hockey sticks. There's really no better way to describe them. But here's the kicker. Even though the towel had obvious burn marks, that part of it didn't feel burnt at all, and it didn't even smell like smoke or fire. I took a picture of the towel because I knew no one would believe us. But we didn't keep the towel around. We got rid of it as soon as we could. I wish I still had that photo, but last year I lost my phone with all the pictures on it, and I haven't been able to find a copy anywhere. Since then, we've had a bunch of other weird paranormal experiences, but nothing quite as unsettling as the self-burning towel. It still freaks us out when we think about it. I keep asking myself, what on earth happened that night? Was it spontaneous combustion? Some kind of paranormal activity? We don't have any answers, but it's a story that stayed with us, a reminder that sometimes the unexplained can walk right into your home, even in the most ordinary moments. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something that's been on my mind ever since that trip to the woods with my girlfriend, Lila. We've been together for about 2 years now. She's a city girl, through and through. But when I told her I wanted to go up to the camp this year, she was actually excited to come along. We missed going last year, so this trip meant a lot to both of us. So, we packed up my old truck with clothes, food, and all the little necessities. The drive is about 4 hours total. The first hour and a half is mostly highway until you hit Shawhegan, or as some folks jokingly call it, Scalvegas. After that, you're driving through these tiny towns that feel like they're stuck in time, falling apart a little with every mile you pass. The further you get from the paper mill, the worse these towns look. But strangely, the air smells better. Because honestly, near that paper mill, it smells like a wet skug fart. Not the best welcome. Eventually, you climb up into the mountains, and the views are breathtaking. Sometimes a slow driver will let you admire the scenery while you're stuck behind them on the narrow roads. Then you reach a place called the Forks. It's a tiny spot with Barry's General Store, a few whitewater rafting companies, and not much else. We got there just as twilight was slipping away, so everything was quiet and empty. The kind of quiet that feels both peaceful and a little eerie. From the Forks, you turn right, drive down to the dam at the far end of the lake, and then take a left onto the logging roads. These roads are rough and narrow, so you have to go slow. I remember one year, almost kissing a young moose that jumped right beside my truck, its nose almost poking through my open window. Those woods are dense, so thick you can barely see past the first row of trees, especially at night. I've had some strange experiences out there over the years. Once I heard a blood-curdling scream in the dead of night, like a girl getting murdered. The next morning, I found a half-eaten rabbit floating in the lake. That was reassuring in a weird way because a rabbit's scream can sound eerily like a small child's. I've also heard singing in the woods, beautiful and mournful, in a language I couldn't understand. But that's a story for another time. Back to this trip. We were driving down those logging roads, night wrapping around us like a thick blanket. I was quietly laughing to myself because Lila was gripping my arm tightly, her eyes wide with that mix of fear and excitement. Every now and then she'd punch my leg softly when I didn't stifle my laughter. I can't blame her. She'd never been in woods like these before. Then again, she was the reason we started so late, so it was kind of her fault we were driving in the dark. As we got closer to the lake, the trails narrowed and grew more overgrown. Birch trees, bent low from years of snow and wind, scraped their branches over the truck, sometimes blocking my view entirely. There's always some maintenance to do on these roads. I'm used to my eyes playing tricks on me, so when I saw shadows darting around us, I told myself it was just the light bouncing off the bumps in the road. But Lila? She wasn't so sure. She'd gasp and whisper, "What the hell is that?" as those shadows danced around us. Eventually, I had her rest her head in my lap. I played with her hair, trying to soothe her as I drove. constantly reminding myself that those shapes were just trees and shadows. I'd been down these roads before in the dark. I knew what to expect. We got to camp okay. I let Lila lift her head and pulled her close, wrapping my arms around her to comfort her before we stepped out. I told her, nothing weird ever happens up here. It was a lie, but I needed her to feel safe enough to get out of the truck. I grabbed my flashlight, opened her door, and helped her with her bag as we walked to the camp. I started the generator, turned on the lights, and sat her down in the comfy chair, handing her a book while I unloaded the rest of the stuff. We settled in, and I cooked dinner while she read. Inside the camp, she was calmer, though she insisted I close the blinds on the big sliding doors at the front. During the day, the view of the lake is stunning, but at night, there's this lingering fear that if you look out, you might see something standing on the porch, watching in. I was going to close the blinds anyway. We ate, enjoyed our privacy, and went to bed. We stayed for a few days. There was nothing urgent to do. We read, swam, kayaked to the islands, and, well, enjoyed each other's company. I tried to convince Lila to be naked since we were alone, but no luck. I brought a tent because I wanted to spend a night out in the woods. It was a hard sell at first, but after a couple of calm, firelit nights without anything strange happening, she agreed, on one condition. I bring my shotgun. Fair enough. I've never encountered bears or wolves up there, and we didn't hear any howling, but I wasn't going unarmed. On our third or fourth night, we ventured out. Not far, just staying in sight of the big tree by camp. We couldn't see the camp or hear the lake, but we found a nice flat spot in a small clearing where I pitched the tent. You can guess how we spent the rest of the night. Hot dogs, s'mores by the fire, then out like lights. Lila fell asleep quickly, but I didn't. I was in and out of sleep, caught between worlds. At one point, I felt her get up. I saw a muted light from her hand holding a flashlight, but I couldn't react. Maybe I dreamed it. She went outside and came back quietly, light off, then lay down again. Still, I wasn't sure if it was real. Then I woke fully to her voice outside the tent, whispering, desperate and terrified. "You need to get out of there. That's not me. Get out. We need to get back inside the camp." My blood ran cold. I sat up, reaching for my shotgun, but she wrapped her hands around me, pulling me back down, whispering, "Where are you going?" I froze. I let her pull me down as my mind spun. My thoughts were shattered, tumbling like broken glass in a dryer. I said nothing, just lay there, listening. Lila's hands rested lightly on my chest, and soon she seemed to fall asleep again. I strained to hear anything beyond her breathing. Nothing. I had to convince myself it was a dream, but before I could sleep, I tried to get up again. She pulled me down again, then kissed me, fiercely. That night, she didn't wear pajamas, she usually did, but now she was dressed in some light blue pajama pants and one of my shirts. But those are gone now. I normally sleep naked, so it was easy for her to get what she wanted. She rarely initiates, so this was maybe the third time in 2 years. She was on top, aggressive. Not that I'm complaining. Finding that kind of passion is like spotting a unicorn. Afterward, she got up and left the tent without a light. I thought she had to pee, but she never just gets up and leaves like that. She left the flap open, so I figured she'd be back soon. I noticed the silence around us. No rustling, no sounds at all. Then I heard footsteps returning. She slipped back in, dressed again. I was about to ask why she left her clothes outside, but she was already asleep, her head resting on my chest. I kissed her forehead, zipped the tent, and finally crashed, listening to the absolute stillness of the woods. Morning came with pancakes and bacon over the fire. I mentioned last night's strange events, but she looked at me like I was crazy. She only remembered waking up to pee, taking the flashlight, then going back to sleep. Not superstitious, she blamed the alcohol and was glad I was happy, and that was that. I started breaking down camp and packed some things for her. I watched her walk into the woods, naked again in broad daylight, giggling at my reaction. She knelt on the rolled-up tent for a while, then walked back toward camp. I was struggling to keep up, but happy she was comfortable. Back at camp, I napped in the sunlit chair. I woke to her being touchy again. Afterward, I passed out hard. Later, a storm rolled in, wind and rain hitting the camp. Lila was on the couch, reading in just her underwear. I wasn't sure what prompted the change, but I didn't mind. While packing the next morning, I noticed her blue pajama pants and my shirt were missing. She said they were already packed. I went outside to pee, feeling the rain on me. I thought I heard her calling, but when I checked, she wasn't. Maybe just my imagination. That night, she kept me awake before I finally crashed. Early morning, I woke with a headache and had to pee again. I turned on my flashlight, covering it to keep the light soft. Lila sat up, her eyes white and cloudy in the dim light. Then she blinked, and they were normal again. She cursed me for shining the light in her face, and I apologized. She wanted me to hurry back. The storm had passed. I went outside and shined my light near the tree line while I relieved myself. The beam caught a patch of disturbed earth, scratched and dug up, with blood everywhere. No tracks, just signs of a struggle. No carcass either. It was close to camp, which made me uneasy. If whatever it was dragged the body off, I wasn't keen on going after it. The next morning, we packed up and headed home. We talked about the weekend, but Lila's memory was fuzzy. She wasn't that drunk, so I didn't know what to think. She entertained me during the drive, something new for her. Her personality felt different, especially regarding sex, but otherwise normal. When I asked why she was less inhibited, she just shrugged and smiled, saying, "I got over it." Months have passed, and her appetite hasn't slowed. Honestly, I'm struggling to keep up. I'm more tired, noticing white hairs and feeling older. I want to talk to a doctor, but can't afford it. I tell her I'm tired. She just brings out more energy from me, and then I crash. I don't know how long I can keep this up. I even struggled to write this down in peace. If you have any idea what's going on, please, I'm all ears. Hey, I want to share something that's been on my mind lately. These nightmares I've been having ever since my boyfriend, let's call him Adrian, and I moved in together. It's been unsettling, and honestly, I think talking about it might help. So, picture this. It's late at night, and I hear a voice calling my name, softly. "Adrian?" I whisper into the dim room, the shadows curling around the corners like silent watchers. "Is that you?" And there he is, Adrian, standing just inside the doorway. He answers, "Of course, who else would it be?" His voice is familiar, warm, but as I look closer, my heart starts to pound. Something feels off. The more I stare into his face, the more my chest tightens with an unease I can't shake. His eyes, they seem different, wider apart than I remember. I'm sure they used to be closer together, weren't they? And his smile, something about it makes my skin crawl. I think of the dimple on his right cheek, the one I've kissed 100 times. But this version, this imposter has a dimple on the left. Or am I just losing my mind in the dark? I take a step back, the room suddenly colder. Adrian steps forward, but it's not the gentle man I know. He grabs my forearm roughly, something he would never do. He's pulling me in, his grin stretching wider, more menacing. I scream, but then I'm awake, thrashing in our bedroom. Real Adrian is there, rubbing my arm gently, whispering, "It's okay, you're safe now." The next morning, I tell him about the nightmare. We're still getting used to this new rhythm of waking up together, this shared space. He asks, "What was in the dream?" I try to explain, my voice shaky. "It's like you were there, but not really. You looked like you, but something was twisted, wrong, like you were an imposter. And the more I looked, the scarier you became. I woke up just as you were about to do something terrible." He listens closely, his face softening. "That is creepy," he says. I nod, and then I tell him about my childhood nightmares, how they started when my mom was sick, how I'd dream she looked healthy at first, but then her image would warp, her hair falling out, her skin paling until she became a monster with a cruel grin. I tell him how those dreams filled me with panic because I couldn't stop what was happening. He squeezes my hand gently. "I'm sorry, that sounds so hard." I explain how my therapist once told me those dreams were my brain's way of expressing fears I couldn't control. And now, as an adult, big changes like moving in with someone can trigger that same dread. Adrian nods, understanding. I reflect that I never had a mom to talk to about these things. She passed before meeting Adrian. My dad was distant, and after Mom died, I stayed with my stepdad, Steve, who was like family. I call Steve to share the dream, and we have one of those honest, comforting talks. He says, "It's probably just the new environment unsettling you. I wouldn't worry unless it becomes a pattern." I confess I'm not seeing my therapist right now, insurance changes and all, but I feel okay. I'm proud of the progress I've made managing anxiety on my own. Then, about a week later, the nightmare returns. This time, I come home and see Adrian sitting at the kitchen table, but something's terribly wrong. His head tilts unnaturally to the side, like a broken doll. His voice is low, distorted. "What do you mean? My head always looks like this," he says with a grin that reveals sharp, pointed teeth. I want to scream, but only manage a terrified silence as his laugh echoes. "What are you so afraid of?" I wake, tears streaming, Adrian rubbing my back, whispering reassuring words. But even as he says it, I catch a glimmering of his teeth, sharp, glinting in the dim light, and I shake my head to dispel the nightmare's residue. After the second nightmare, Adrian becomes more attentive, offering to help me feel more at home or to see my therapist again. I tell him I'm fine, but in a call with Steve, I admit it still feels like I'm not settled. Steve reminds me that it's okay to feel this way. "PTSD isn't a reflection of your strength," he says gently. I think about my attachment issues, how losing my mom made me scared to rely on anyone. Adrian's consistency has been a balm. If he says he'll be there, he is. We moved in together after 15 months, excited but cautious. Our apartment is beautiful. The black-trimmed windows, the tree brushing the bedroom window in the morning light, the quiet that feels like safety. Yet, I can't shake the unease. One afternoon, Adrian surprises me. "I have to run an errand tonight," he says, "but I've got a surprise for you." Later, when he comes home, a bark fills the air, and a furry blur crashes into me. "Did you?" I ask, stunned. He grins. "Yep, I thought a dog might help make this place feel more like home." Tears come as I wipe the goo from my face and meet Milo, the Australian shepherd with a speckled snout and cream belly. We rename him from Snickers to Milo, and suddenly the apartment feels alive. Milo brings joy, walks, and occasional messes, and I send Steve pictures, grateful for his support. But then, another dream, this one with Milo. In it, his bark sounds strange, like it's coming from a machine. His eyes widen unnaturally, taking over his face until all I see are eyes and a gaping mouth. I scream as he prepares to pounce. I wake alone, morning light spilling in, my body aching with fever. I message my manager I won't be in, feeling weak and afraid. Adrian and Milo come home. I try to smile despite the chills. Adrian checks my forehead, gentle and concerned, promising soup and care. Later, I call Steve. I'm not doing so great, I admit. Feverish and drained. He listens, his voice steady. Rest up, you're strong. We'll get through this. And I realize, amidst the shadows and fears, I'm not alone. Adrian, Milo, Steve, they're my anchors. And though the nightmares visit, the light of their presence reminds me there's safety beyond the darkness. You know, I grew up in Madras, which most people know now as Chennai, down in South India. And not too far from our house, maybe a little over a kilometer away, there was this old neighborhood called Diamante Colony. Everyone in that part of the city knew about it. It had a reputation. Not the fun, harmless kind either. People whispered about old houses, strange incidents, families that had fallen apart in terrible ways, and that heavy feeling some places seem to carry for no clear reason. The kind of place where even the air feels like it is holding its breath. This was years before the movie came out and made the place even more famous. Back then, it was just one of those local stories everyone knew, but nobody really wanted to test too closely. About 15 or 16 years ago, my oldest cousin on my mother's side was getting married. A lot of our relatives flew in from New Zealand, where they had settled, and they brought a few friends along for the wedding as well. So the house was packed. Some people stayed with my grandparents, and a few others stayed at a small guest house nearby. One evening, all of us decided to go out for dinner at a Chinese restaurant that used to be very popular in the area. The funny thing was, the restaurant was on the other side of Diamante Colony from where we lived. There were around 16 or 17 of us, including some older relatives, so we went in 2 cars and 1 auto rickshaw. Dinner was lovely. Loud, warm, chaotic, the usual family wedding kind of evening. Everyone was full and happy by the time we came out. Now, this was before Uber and Ola were everywhere, so getting everyone back home was a bit of a small operation. My father and my brother decided to take the elderly relatives and a few guests first, drop them home, and then come right back for the rest of us. It was barely a kilometer, so they said, "Just start walking along this road. We'll come around and pick you up in 5 minutes." There weren't many routes anyway, so it seemed simple enough. So we started walking. It was my mother, a couple of her brothers, a few cousins, and me. And as we got closer to Diamante Colony, my mother and uncles began talking about the old stories again. Not in a dramatic way. More like people remembering something they had lived near all their lives. They talked about certain houses that had always seemed wrong, about how people avoided walking that stretch after dark, about the strange silence there, and how even stray dogs didn't seem to linger. Naturally, we were all trying to act brave, but I remember that little nervous excitement in the group. We were spooked, yes, but curious too. That dangerous little combination. We walked right through the Colony Road, the whole stretch. And the odd thing was, we didn't see either car. Not once. At first we joked about it. Maybe my dad had taken a wrong turn. Maybe my brother had stopped somewhere. But then 5 minutes became 10. The road was not long. My father knew those streets very well. He had been driving through that area since the days he was courting my mother, so it was not as if he could get lost there. Still, no car came. The neighborhood felt emptier than it should have. The houses were dark. The road was quiet in a way that didn't feel peaceful. It felt watched. Eventually, we reached the main road on the other side, and there they were. Both cars were parked just beyond the entrance to the Colony Road, hazard lights blinking in the dark. We walked up laughing at first, asking my father what had taken him so long. But he did not laugh. He looked genuinely worried. He said, "Where were you all? I drove through that road twice. Your brother did too. We even checked the other side in case you had taken a different turn. We couldn't find you." That shut us up very quickly, because we had not taken a different road. We had walked straight through Demonte Colony, exactly where we were supposed to be. My father said he had even tried calling, but the calls would not connect. And there we were, a group of 6 or 7 people walking together on a narrow road at night. Not exactly easy to miss, but somehow they did not see us, and somehow we did not see them. Later, when the film came out, people started talking about Demonte Colony all over again. Some began climbing walls and sneaking into the old houses, pretending to be ghost hunters. The properties were said to belong to an old Englishman, Jonathan Demont, or perhaps his descendants, but because of legal issues, the houses stayed abandoned for years. The whole place sat there quietly, right near what used to be one of the city's well-known hotels, changing names over time before eventually being demolished and redeveloped. But for me, none of that really matters. I don't need a movie, or a legend, or a ghost story to make that place feel wrong. I remember walking through it. I remember the silence, and I remember coming out the other side to find 2 cars waiting for us, with 2 drivers who swore they had passed through the same road and never seen us at all. Even now, I avoid that stretch whenever I can, day or night. Some places you just don't argue with. I want to start by saying I've had strange things happen around me for most of my life, but most of them were small enough that I could brush them off. This one, though, has stayed with me. I grew up in Massachusetts, but during my last year of high school, I moved down to Florida to live with my grandparents. They were the ones who really raised me. My mother had always been very spiritual and believed strongly in paranormal things, but she wasn't around much when I was growing up. She left when my siblings and I were young, so my grandparents became home for me. At the time this happened, I was the only one of my siblings living with them. One night, I woke up suddenly because I heard someone screaming my name. And when I say it sounded real, I mean it sounded exactly like my grandfather. It was loud, angry, and almost strained, like his voice was mixed with this deep humming or moaning sound. It sounded like he was calling me to come over, like I had done something wrong. I sat straight up in bed, half asleep and confused, and I remember saying, "What? What did I do?" I genuinely thought I was in trouble. The next morning, I asked my grandparents why they had been yelling for me in the middle of the night. They both just stared at me like they had no idea what I was talking about. My grandfather said he hadn't called me. My grandmother said they had both slept through the whole night. I argued with them because I knew what I heard. It wasn't a dream to me. It was clear. It was close. It was their voice. But they never changed their answer. After that, I messaged my mom, even though we barely talk and getting hold of her is usually difficult. I told her what happened, and her response honestly gave me chills. She said there was something she called a mimic that had followed my grandmother for years. According to her, when she was growing up, she would hear voices that sounded exactly like family members, even when those people weren't there. I don't know much about mimics or whether I fully believe in all of that, but hearing her say it made my stomach drop, because it fit too well. And looking back, there were other things connected to my grandmother that I never really understood. When my siblings and I were younger and still living in Massachusetts, there were times we would open our bedroom door and find my Nan just standing there, silently in the hallway. She wouldn't knock. She wouldn't speak. She would just stand outside the door. Then she would turn and walk back to her room. Later, if we asked her about it, she wouldn't remember doing it at all. At the time, we thought it was strange, but we didn't know what to make of it, so we let it go. A few months after the voice incident, I left for college in Georgia. Nothing huge happened there, but I still had little uneasy moments now and then. The kind of things you tell yourself are nothing because you don't want to think too hard about them. Then, recently, something happened that brought all of it back. I was back in Massachusetts for the summer, staying at my boyfriend's house. His house has always felt a little off to me, but I had never actually seen anything there myself. That night, I decided to sleep on the couch in his room instead of in bed with him. It wasn't anything serious. I was just being dramatic and wanted a little extra attention. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up and saw what I thought was my boyfriend standing near the corner of the room, close to his bed. At first, I wasn't scared at all. It looked like him. The shape was right. The height was right. The way it moved seemed familiar. The only thing that was different was that it was completely dark, almost like a shadow. I couldn't see his face or any color, but I thought maybe the room was just too dim. I honestly believed he had gotten up and was coming over to get me from the couch. I even started reaching my hand out to him because we have this little routine where I pretend I'm about to fall off the couch, and he comes over, picks me up, kisses me, and brings me back to bed. But this figure didn't come toward me. It just stood there for a moment. Then it started moving strangely. The best way I can describe it is almost like dancing, but not in a normal way. The movements were unnatural, slow, and odd, like they didn't belong to a real person. I was staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then something in my head clicked, and I looked over at the bed. My actual boyfriend was still asleep, so whatever was standing there was not him. I froze. I started whispering his name over and over until he woke up. When he realized how scared I was, he got scared too. He pulled me into bed with him, and I remember telling him to stay quiet because, for some reason, I didn't want whatever I had seen to know that I was afraid. I still don't know what to think. Maybe there's a normal explanation. Maybe there isn't. But between the voice that sounded like my grandfather and the shadow that looked like my boyfriend, I can't shake the feeling that something has been copying people around me. And I'm wondering if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. You know, it started so innocently. Just one strand of hair on my pillowcase. It was long, black, and so striking against my soft beige sheets. I caught sight of it one morning, and I couldn't help but smile. It was hers, unmistakably. Her name was Lila, and her hair always fell just past her shoulders, glossy and straight, like a ribbon of midnight silk. No matter how many times she used a curling iron, it always smoothed back into that sleek, perfect style. Those first few nights we spent together, I started noticing her hair everywhere in my little apartment. On my sweaters, tangled in the cuffs, little clusters scattered across the bathroom floor, like dark petals fallen in a breeze. Once my friend Matt was messing with my blonde curls and suddenly held up a long black strand between his fingers. "How'd that get here?" he asked, laughing. I laughed too, feeling a strange warmth at these small reminders of her, scattered so randomly, weaving through my days like silent whispers. One evening, we were lounging on my couch, feet propped up, smoking together. The air was thick, heavy with the relentless heat of a Los Angeles summer, the little swirls of smoke drifting lazily, almost hypnotic. Lila brushed her hair back from her face, and I noticed the sweat glistening at the nape of her neck. I leaned over, kissed her gently, and whispered, "Leave your hair down a little longer, please." But then, the heat lifted, and with it came something else, something ominous. I was at a bar celebrating a friend's birthday when a stranger tapped my shoulder. Her eyes were a cold, piercing gray, and she was unnervingly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch on forever. I had to tilt my head back just to meet her gaze. "I'm sorry," she said softly, "but I had to meet you. I think you're stunning." Her hair was buzzed close to her scalp, stark and sharp against her pale skin. When I told her that Lila and I were over, Her lips trembled. "But I love you," she said, her voice fragile. As she spoke, I couldn't help but notice her fingers restlessly twirling the uneven ends of her hair. I reached out, took her hands gently, and pressed them to my lips. "You're going to be okay," I promised, though my heart clenched tight. That first night she stayed over, we watched a movie together. There was this moment, quiet and tender, when the protagonist asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" His simple, heartfelt yes brought a smile to both their faces. Lila turned to me then, her eyes searching. "Do you think I'm pretty?" she asked softly. I hesitated, the words caught in my throat. Then, with a half smile, half whisper, I said, "You could be worse." She laughed, playful and light, and tossed a pillow at me. But as our eyes dropped to where the pillow had just been, something caught us off guard. There was hair. Long, dark hair. "Oh," she murmured, cheeks flushed bright with embarrassment. I felt my own face heat up. "I'm sorry," I stammered, grabbing the strands and jumping out of bed. "My ex, she had this thick, long hair. It always got everywhere. I guess I missed a spot." Lila smiled, though her tone was tight. "Well," she said, "there's nothing a good wash can't fix." But the hair kept appearing. On my kitchen table, in my car, tucked inside my purse. Week after week, month after month, it was there, like some haunting echo. One evening, Lila's voice broke through my mounting anxiety, sharp and angry. "We need to talk." "I swear," I insisted, throwing my hands up, "I haven't seen her since we started dating. Check my phone, my social media. I haven't spoken to her in months." "Then how do you explain all this hair?" she demanded. I felt a rising panic and decided to confront my ex. I used GPS to find her apartment, something that should have been second nature, yet suddenly felt alien. I knocked frantically. "Hey, open up. I know you're in there." A muffled, choked voice called my name. "Yeah, it's me. Please, we need to talk." The door creaked open just a crack. "Please, just let me in." "No," she whispered, tears thick in her voice. "Look," I said, trying to steady myself. "I don't know how you're doing this or why, but I'm asking you to stay away. Don't come near me or my home. Just stop messing with my life." Silence. "What are you talking about?" "The hair," I shouted. "It's everywhere. It's creepy and it has to stop." More silence. "Did you get my messages?" I asked, cheeks burning with embarrassment. I had blocked her number after the breakup. "No," she replied, and then sighed deeply. Slowly, the door opened wider, revealing her. Thin, pale, with sunken skin and dark circles that told stories of endless nights. She looked as if time had aged her 10 years in just 6 months. "Cancer," she said quietly. I stared, the word hitting me like a thunderclap. "I tried texting, calling," she explained, voice breaking. "But you never answered. Is this some sick joke? You heard the news and came here to mock me? To play a prank?" No," I stammered, overwhelmed. "I didn't know. I had no idea." "I haven't been near your place," she insisted. "I don't know what you're talking about." As she spoke, I noticed her hair, once thick and shining, had thinned to fragile wisps. She caught me staring and slammed the door shut. As I walked away, I heard her scream through the door. "You're going to be okay, I promise." After that, the hair came in waves. It clogged my pipes, first the shower, then the kitchen sink. When the plumber came, he glanced at me oddly, asked if I had a dog, and hurried out without explanation. I found hair in my dryer, in the carpet, even in the dishwasher. I stopped having people over after Lila left me. "You're sick," she spat one day, storming out after finding clumps of hair in her gym bag. I thought, I'm not the sick one, but I kept my silence. A month later, I took a bite of a sandwich and felt something strange. I pulled out a tangled ball of hair from my mouth, disgusted, spitting it onto my plate. "Stop it!" I screamed at those dark strands. "Just make it stop." But deep down, a chilling truth gnawed at me. The hair stopping would mean something far worse. And that thought? That terrified me more than anything else. Hey, I want to share with you this story that happened to me when I was just a kid, but it's stuck with me ever since. It still gives me and my dad the chills whenever we think about it. I never got a clear answer about what really happened, and honestly, my dad didn't push it either after he saw what happened himself. So, here goes. I'm from the south of Minas Gerais, Brazil. My uncle owns a spare parts store, and he needed to make a trip to Sao Paulo to pick up some supplies. Since he wasn't familiar with the city, my dad went with him to help out, and I tagged along too. My dad knew Sao Paulo well, so it made sense. After a long, exhausting day wandering through one of the busiest streets in Sao Paulo, 25 de Março, a place packed with shops and people, we stopped at this Arabic restaurant. I was probably around 8 or 10 years old, though I'm 26 now, so it's a bit fuzzy. Anyway, I really needed to use the restroom and grab a bite, so we went inside. My dad waited outside while I went in. Now, here's where things get really strange. When I came out of the restroom, I wasn't where I expected to be at all. Instead of the restaurant, I found myself in this old, tall building's lobby. It was quiet, kind of cold, and everything looked worn down, like something from a different time. I remember thinking, what on earth? One moment I was in this lively restaurant, and the next, I was somewhere completely different. I tried to go back inside the restroom, hoping to just walk back out and be where I was supposed to be. But every time I opened that door and stepped through, I was back in the same old lobby. I did this about 3 times, desperately trying to find my way back. It was creeping me out, and I had no idea what to do. There's something else I can't quite shake from my memory. A man. I think he was a receptionist, sitting on a chair in the lobby. I tried to talk to him, to explain what was happening, but he didn't respond. And honestly, whether because I was scared or confused, I just ignored him and moved on. Finally, I decided to try to find the restaurant from the outside. I was tempted to cross the street. I honestly think if I had, things might have ended differently. But I stayed on the same sidewalk and turned left. After walking a bit more, I found the restaurant again. Some of the details in my mind are blurry, like how long I'd been in that lobby or exactly how I got back. It all feels like a dream that I'm trying hard to remember. My dad told me later that maybe I had just come out into a different hallway and gotten turned around. But the restroom door was right there, and he saw me come out. It doesn't add up. The restaurant's restroom entrance was pretty straightforward, nothing complicated or hidden. I even looked up the place. Raful, it's called, on 25 de Março. I checked Google Maps, hoping to spot the building or recognize that lobby, but nothing matched what I saw. Sometimes I wonder if I slipped into some kind of alternate reality, like a glitch in the Matrix, or maybe a place from a Brazilian urban legend, like the 7-Alem. Now, on a different note, something else spooky happened to me recently. It was Sunday night, October 9th. My dogs were really on edge, staring out the windows like they saw something I couldn't. So I let them outside. My house has this setup where you go through one set of doors from the main house into 2 additional rooms, then another set of doors to the backyard. When I let the dogs out, the door was open, but locked in place with the lock keeping it from closing. I was sure I was the last person to touch the door, and I definitely closed it properly. So, why was it locked open? It made me nervous, but I brushed it off and went about my night. Around midnight, I went to sleep, but at 2 a.m., my dog started barking wildly at something in my room. I looked, half asleep, and saw a tall figure standing there. I didn't know what it was. It didn't register clearly, just this looming presence. I was so scared that I hid under my blankets and started crying like a kid. For the rest of the night, I barely slept because I was so anxious. I told my mom and sister about it. They said it was probably nothing, just my imagination. Some friends suggested it might have been sleep paralysis. I tried to believe them and went on with my day, but I was still uneasy. The next night, I was so anxious that I slept with the lights and TV on. Thankfully, I slept okay, and nothing strange woke me or my dogs. But when I woke up for work that morning, something else freaked me out. One of my evil eye bracelets had fallen off. Now, it wasn't broken or slid off. It was fully intact. The only way it could have come off was if it was unclasped. But I don't remember unclasping it. And here's the weird part. I toss and turn a lot in bed, but I found the bracelet neatly underneath me on the bed, not on the floor. It felt like it had been placed there. I don't know if these things are connected or if it's just my mind playing tricks on me. But between the strange restroom incident from my childhood and the eerie things happening now, I can't help but wonder if I'm being haunted somehow. Honestly, it's unsettling. But sharing it with you here makes me feel a little less alone in all this. So, I was around 15 when all of this happened, and honestly, I still think about that house more than I want to. My mom and I have always been pretty sensitive to things we can't explain. She would notice energy shifts before anyone said a word, and I had already been practicing witchcraft for a couple of years by then. So when we moved during COVID from the home I grew up in to a house closer to my stepdad's father, I could tell something was off immediately. The first time I walked inside, I felt sick to my stomach. Not nervous, not just uncomfortable. Sick. It felt like something in that house noticed me the second I stepped through the door. I remember thinking, nope, I don't like it here. My brother was the only one who slept upstairs. It was kind of like a loft area with his bedroom, a bathroom, and a second little living room. At night, we would hear water running up there, cabinets opening and closing, footsteps sometimes too, but nobody would be upstairs, or my brother would be asleep. My mom would text him in the middle of the night asking him to please be quiet because she's a nurse and a light sleeper, and he'd be confused, telling her he wasn't doing anything. Sometimes even he would hear the noises from his room, knowing no one else was up there. His closet bothered me the most. When we first moved in, we found old baby pictures that belonged to the previous owner's son tucked away in that room, which was already strange enough. But whenever I was upstairs alone, I felt like something was watching me from inside that closet. I hated being in his room unless he was there, or unless I was on FaceTime with someone while playing Minecraft just to feel less alone. Then I had sleep paralysis in that house. Twice. I had never had it before that house, and I haven't had it since. The first time, I saw a woman standing in my room. She had long, dark hair and a long, pale dress. She didn't come toward me or do anything aggressive. She just watched me. It didn't feel kind exactly, but it didn't feel evil either. It almost felt like she was checking on me, or studying me. About a week later, it happened again, but this time the feeling was completely different. The room felt heavy, dark, like dread had crawled into the air. I couldn't move, and then I saw a figure above the door. It looked like a man, but completely shadowed out, almost black. He was wearing a hat, and he was crawling across the ceiling toward me. I panicked so hard inside my own body. I started praying in my head, even though I couldn't really speak. I kept repeating that I was surrounded by light and love, that I was protected, that nothing dark could touch me. I was grabbing onto anything I could think of just to break out of it. Eventually, he was gone. I don't know exactly when he left, but I know I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up, I cleansed my room. Later on, I found out that a few blocks away from that house, years before, a man had committed a double homicide and then taken his own life. That alone made my stomach drop. But then it got even stranger. I told a friend of mine about the woman I saw, and he lived right across the street from that house with his grandparents. He told me his grandma had once seen a woman in the driveway who matched what I described. She had also seen other figures with her, and she said they looked like they didn't belong. That part still gives me chills. The house itself was newer than a lot of the homes nearby, so I don't know if it was the house, the land, or something that followed someone there. The family who sold it to us moved because the husband had ALS and needed to be closer to treatment. We only stayed there for about 2 years. Things with my stepdad got worse. My mom eventually divorced him, and we moved out. The people after us only stayed around 2 years too, and they also ended up divorcing. Maybe that's a coincidence. Maybe not. A lot of people in my town believe there are old indigenous burial sites somewhere in the area because the land belonged to indigenous people long before it became what it is now. People here have always said strange things happen on this land. I also grew up hearing that our town had one of the earliest school shootings and that bombs were built here during World War II. I don't know how much of that is fact and how much is local rumor, but I do know how that house felt. And that house did not feel empty. I'm a mother of 3. I have 2 little girls and 1 little boy. My girls are 6 and 4, and my youngest is still just a toddler. And I want to say this from the beginning. I'm not sharing this because I think it's fun, or because I want attention. I'm sharing it because I honestly don't know what else to do anymore. Before we had children, my husband had already experienced a lot of strange things. Not just once or twice either. His whole family had stories. Radios turning on by themselves. Toys making noise in the middle of the night. His younger brother waking up because something had called him or gotten his attention. Rocks being moved outside in a way that almost looked arranged. Even his mother once hearing a voice answer her when she asked if the baby was okay. And the strange thing is, his family never really reacted the way I would have expected. Their attitude was almost, just ignore it and it'll stop. But when my husband and I started living together, those things didn't completely disappear. They just became quieter for a while. The first place we lived together was this old yellow house. It had originally been a mobile home, but over time people had added rooms and walls and little extensions until it looked more like a regular house. One part of it had this long hallway that led toward the back, where the washer and dryer were. At night, that hallway felt wrong. I don't know how else to explain it. During the day, it was just a hallway, but once it got dark, it felt heavy. It felt like something was sitting down there, waiting. One of my dogs would stand at the entrance and stare all the way down it. She would whine and refuse to walk through it. And honestly, I didn't blame her. I didn't like going down there either. After I had my first baby, things got worse. I started waking up at night to the sound of something running across the ceiling. And I don't mean a little scratching sound. I mean running. Fast. Back and forth, right over our heads. My dogs heard it too. They would bark and run outside, following whatever it was from below. So one day, I climbed up and checked the roof because I thought maybe it was a cat, a raccoon, anything normal. There was nothing. No tracks, no damage, no sign that anything had been up there. And because the house had been built in such a patchwork way, the roof didn't even seem strong enough for a person to run across safely. Around that same time, I started seeing this white cloud inside the house. It wasn't like smoke. It wasn't thin or see-through. It was thick, almost like a heavy white fog, and it would fill part of the room. Most of the time, it happened when I was alone with my baby. And then, the dreams started. I had terrible dreams about something trying to take my baby from me. In one dream, something carried her away toward a tree. In another, I felt like something was watching us through the window. I know dreams are not proof of anything. I know that. But when you put everything together, the footsteps on the ceiling, the fog, the hallway, the way my dog acted, and those dreams, I had this deep feeling that something was paying attention to my child. Eventually, things slowed down, and we moved before my oldest turned 1. The second place was what my daughter used to call the red house. That house had 2 floors, a front yard and a backyard. Someone told us one of the owner's parents had died there. I don't remember anymore if it was the mother or the father, but people said that might have been why the house felt so heavy. But to me, it wasn't only heaviness. The backyard felt like someone was watching from it. Not just watching, actually. Waiting. Inside the house, we would hear movement where nobody was. If we were downstairs, we would hear someone upstairs. If we were upstairs, we would hear someone moving below us. That was also when my oldest daughter started being affected more directly. When she began sleeping in her own room, she would wake up and tell us there was someone under her bed. She said they woke her up. She said she would tell them, "I need to sleep. Leave me alone." And according to her, whoever it was would say, "No." After that, she would come into our room. It kept happening until she didn't want to sleep alone anymore, and we finally moved her into our bedroom. Sometimes I would see her talking when nobody was there, but if I asked who she was talking to, her whole face would change. It was like someone had told her not to say anything. She would immediately deny it and say she was just playing by herself. I also had my own moments in that house. Sometimes I would feel a hand touch my shoulder. Other times I would suddenly feel, with total certainty, that my husband was standing beside me or behind me. You know that feeling when someone familiar is close to you, even before you look? That's what it felt like. But when I turned around, nobody was there. After that, we moved again. By then, we had 2 daughters. We moved into a 1-story apartment with 2 bedrooms. My husband's parents had actually lived there before us, so we had visited that apartment many times before moving in. Even back then, my oldest talked about a man she saw there. She said he was very tall, almost as tall as the ceiling. She said he was completely dark, like a shadow, and old. She said he would stand in the corner and watch. Sometimes she would point right at the corner and tell us he was there. Then she would move her fingers slowly, like she was following him as he walked. She also said he stayed in her grandparents' closet. Another strange thing in that apartment was the smell. Every now and then, there would be a strong tobacco smell. Not cigarettes. It smelled older than that, like cigars, like stale smoke from somewhere far away. It would appear out of nowhere and then vanish. When we officially moved in, I cleaned the apartment from top to bottom. I also prayed and spiritually cleansed it. For a while, it felt peaceful. No tobacco smell, no noises, no strange feeling. Then slowly, little things started again. So I cleaned and cleansed the place again, and once more it became calm. Now my second daughter is 4. I'll call her Cece. Recently, Cece started waking up at night and coming into my room crying. She would say she was scared, then crawl into bed and fall back asleep. We have a 360-degree camera in the living room. It detects movement and turns to follow it. So I started checking the camera footage to see what was happening at night. Cece usually wakes up sometime between midnight and around 3:30 in the morning. At first, I thought she was just getting up to use the bathroom. But after watching several recordings, I noticed she does almost the same thing every time. She opens her bedroom door. She sticks her head out and looks around the living room, almost like she's searching for someone. Then she goes into the bathroom and closes the door. When she comes back out, she looks around again. She checks the room before going back into her bedroom. She leaves the bathroom light on, leaves her bedroom door open, and goes back to sleep. Sometimes she does this more than once, going back and forth. But the part that really bothered me was the camera. When Cece comes out, the camera follows her like it's supposed to. Then suddenly, it turns away from her and points toward another part of the living room. There is nothing there. Then it turns back to Cece. Then it moves back again toward the empty area. It looks like the camera is tracking her, and then tracking someone else that I can't see. I asked Cece why she keeps waking up. Her answers are always simple because she's still little. She says, "I'm scared." She says, "The monster is there." She says, "The corner is scary." She says, "It's big." That is what made my stomach drop, because it reminded me of what my oldest used to say. Tall, dark, scary, in the corner. My son is different. He's much harder to frighten. With him, it doesn't seem like something wakes him up. It's more like something calls him or gets his attention. Sometimes he points up at the ceiling and calls us over to look. There's never anything there. My husband has taught him that if something bothers him, he can tell it to go away. So now my son will throw toys upward and say, "No, no, no." Then he'll squat down and argue with empty air like he's scolding someone. And strangely enough, whatever it is doesn't seem to bother him much anymore. There was also one night close to Christmas that I can't stop thinking about. I woke up around 3 in the morning, facing my bedroom door. From where I was lying, I could see blue light coming from the living room. At first, I thought we had left the TV on. I started to get up, but then this fear hit me. It wasn't normal fear. It wasn't just being startled in the dark. I felt cold all over. I felt terrified of the living room, or whatever was in it. So I stayed in bed and stared at the doorway. The light from the TV kept changing, like someone was browsing through things or clicking around. The next morning, I checked the living room. The TV was off, so I went straight to the camera footage. At around 3 a.m., the TV turned on. Around 3:10, a movie started playing. Around 3:30, it switched to pictures of our family. Around 3:40, the TV turned off by itself. When I watched the video closely, I saw 2 very fast little lights moving around. I know people say dust, bugs, reflections, all of that, but these moved differently. They crossed each other quickly, almost too quickly. Then, near the space between the TV and the Christmas tree, I saw something pale and shadowy rise up. It looked like it expanded for a second. Then the TV went off. I even joked afterward because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, so whatever this is can watch TV, but it can't help with the bills? But really, I was scared. And now things are still happening. Just this morning, around 5, my husband was getting ready for work. He was in the living room near the girls' bedroom. Their bedroom door opened. He waited because he thought Cece was coming out, but nobody came out. He waited again. Still nothing. So he went into their room to check on them. Both girls were completely asleep. That's where I am now. I have cleaned the house. I have prayed. I cover the mirrors in my girls' room at night. When I cleanse the home, things calm down for a while, but then they slowly come back. And lately, it almost feels like the more I try to cleanse, the more active everything becomes. I don't know if this is one thing following us, or several different things. I don't know if it's connected to my husband's family, to the houses, or to my children. But what scares me is the pattern. In the yellow house, before my oldest could even explain anything, I had this awful feeling that something was interested in her. In the red house, she said someone was waking her up and refusing to let her sleep. In the apartment, she described a tall, dark figure watching from the corner. Now Cece is saying there is a big, scary monster in the corner. My son points at things we can't see and argues with someone. And my camera keeps turning away from my daughter to follow an empty space in the living room. My biggest fear is my children. I feel like if I don't find a way to protect them, this will keep growing until it becomes more serious. So I'm asking from a very real place, has anyone experienced something that seemed to follow a family through different homes? Could the things my children are seeing be connected? And most importantly, what can I actually do to protect my kids? I grew up in a small, Tier 3 city in India, the kind of place people usually forgot about unless they had to pass through it. Before I left for college, that city was my whole world. Our neighborhood was quiet most days, but there was one house nearby that everyone talked about. It belonged to a family from the Mali community, people who traditionally sold flowers for puja. I think there were 6 or 7 people living there when I was younger, but over the years, strange things kept happening in that family. Her husband became paralyzed. Her only son passed away. Later, her daughter-in-law also died. Then her elder brother-in-law and his wife died too. And the strangest part was that none of these deaths were connected in any clear way. They happened at different times, in different places, for different reasons. It was never one accident or one illness that explained everything. Every time something happened, the whole locality would start whispering again. Some people said the family was just terribly unlucky. Others were convinced there was something darker behind it. A few of the cases were even investigated by the police, but nothing suspicious was ever proved. No evidence, no clear answer, nothing. Still, once a rumor settles into a neighborhood, it grows roots. The woman herself scared me a lot as a child. She was short, usually dressed in a dark sari, often black or deep maroon, and she wore a big red bindi right in the middle of her forehead. She chewed pan almost all the time, so her lips were always stained a deep red. During festivals or religious days, she would come to our house to deliver flowers for puja. My mother would call me and say, "Go outside and take the flowers from Kamla, auntie." And I hated doing it. I don't know how to explain it properly, but just standing near her made me uneasy. I used to feel like she already knew I was scared. Whenever I went to collect the flowers, she would look straight into my eyes and smile. Not a normal smile. It was slow, sharp, and silent. She never said anything threatening. She never touched me. But somehow, that smile made my stomach twist. It felt like she enjoyed watching me feel afraid. The neighbors had their own theories. Some openly said she practiced black magic. Some believed she had something to do with the deaths in her own family. Others said people were being cruel and turning tragedy into gossip. And honestly, nobody had any proof. But when you hear the same kind of whispers again and again as a child, they start living inside your head. Still, the rumors were not the only reason I feared her. A few months before she died, I saw something that genuinely shook me. Even now, when I remember that evening, I feel a chill run through my body. That moment deserves its own story, because after that day, I could never look at her the same way again. Hey, I want to share a story with you. Something that happened to me back in April 2021. It's a bit eerie, but also really profound, and I've been carrying it with me ever since. So, picture this. It was nighttime, quiet and still. The kind of night where the world feels a little hushed, wrapped in darkness. I was just drifting off when, suddenly, in my dream, I felt this presence, like someone was hovering right above me in the sky. I couldn't see him, he was invisible, but I just knew it was my friend, someone really close to me. Now, this wasn't like any normal dream. There was this urgency in the air, almost like a desperate plea. He was trying to get through to me, and I could feel it deep inside. He said, clear as day, I was murdered. I've been trying to reach out, but no one else can hear me. You're the only one spiritual enough for me to get through. Can you imagine? Hearing something like that from someone you care about, even if it's just in a dream. At first, I was completely lost. How was I supposed to help? I didn't understand. The confusion was so overwhelming that I woke up, heart pounding, mind racing. It was such a strange, unsettling dream, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I was puzzled, honestly, but I pushed it aside and told myself it was just a weird dream. But here's the thing. I had no idea then that my friend had actually passed away. Just a few days later, between 3 and 7 days after the dream, I got the news. He was gone. I tried to find out how, but nobody would tell me. Out of respect, I didn't press anyone. I just waited, hoping maybe one day the truth would come out. Fast forward to yesterday, October 10th, 2022. I finally decided to gently reach out to some people who might know more. I messaged a friend of his on Facebook, someone I didn't know personally but who had posted on his page. I also reached out to a girlfriend of one of his close friends. I asked them if they had any idea how he passed. The response from the guy friend was sobering. Good morning. He went to a desert party and overdosed on bad drugs. They believe foul play was suspected. There was an investigation to figure out what really happened. I tried to find out more, but I had no luck. I moved across the country a few years back, so it was difficult to talk to people face to face. Then, the message from the girlfriend of his good friend was even more intense. It's really intense. He was on psychedelics and slit his throat with a bottle. It happened at a party up in the mountains and everyone was messed up, so by the time he got to the hospital, it was too late. Apparently, it was a shady crowd, but I'm not sure exactly who. Demonic stuff for sure. The drugs turned out to be fake ketamine. Honestly, I sensed the people he was around were dark. Hearing this, it really shook me. It made me believe that what I saw in my dream wasn't just some strange trick of the mind. It felt like my friend truly did visit me, reaching out from beyond, sharing the truth of what happened. I'm getting the sense that foul play was involved, that the party and the drugs were part of something darker. And maybe, just maybe, he came to me right after it happened. Maybe he was scared, desperate to find his way back, to get help in some way. I don't know exactly how the afterlife works, but I want to believe that after he reached out, he found peace, that he went into the light and is in a better place now. This whole experience has honestly made me believe in an afterlife more than ever before. It's hard to explain, but there's something comforting about knowing that maybe, even after death, our spirits can still connect. Have you ever experienced anything like this? Maybe a dream or a feeling that someone you lost was trying to reach you? I'd love to hear your thoughts or stories because this has been such a profound journey for me. Hey, so I want to share something pretty personal with you. Something that's stuck with me for a couple of years now. It all happened on Halloween Day, October 31st, which, is already a day loaded with meaning for a lot of people. But for me, it carries an extra weight. This year actually marks 2 years since it happened. Back in 2016, my granddad, who was more like a dad to me, passed away. He lived in this small, cozy house out here in a quiet little town in the south of Ireland. I had actually lived there with him for a few years before he passed, so it wasn't just his house. It was like a second home to me. When he died, It hit me and my family pretty hard. It was devastating, really. Because of that, we kind of avoided going back to the house for a while. It was too painful, too full of memories. All the laughter, the stories, the moments we shared. It made walking through those rooms feel like stepping into a ghost of the past. Fast forward to Halloween 2 years ago. Our vacuum cleaner at home broke down. Now, buying a new one right away wasn't really an option for us. We're not exactly flush with money. So my mom said she was thinking maybe we could use the vacuum from my granddad's house. I told her, look, I'll go get it, because I didn't want her to have to go through that emotional trip herself. I even asked a close friend of mine, who I'll call Harry, to come with me. Harry's known me since primary school, since 6th class, so about 8 years. He used to come over all the time, knew the house and my family well. We arrived at the house around midday, maybe closer to 2 p.m. The sky was a bit overcast, that typical Irish light that makes everything look kind of soft and a little melancholy. We stepped inside, and honestly, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The house was silent, almost hollow. It was like the walls themselves were holding their breath, missing my granddad's presence. Harry and I wandered through the rooms in this quiet, nostalgic way. Every so often, we'd exchange a memory or a story, little things that brought a brief smile or a flicker of warmth to the day. Eventually, we made our way to the back door and stepped out into the garden. The air smelled earthy, a bit damp from recent rain. The old trampoline sat a little crooked but still there, and the wooden shed where we had spent countless hours playing as kids was still standing. The shed was packed with old stuff from our past. Boxes of forgotten treasures, dusty tools, things that felt frozen in time. After we finished looking around outside, we decided to head back in. As I locked the shed door and then the garden gate behind us, a phone started ringing. It was a sharp, clear ring that echoed a bit in the quiet garden. I didn't think much of it at first. I'd noticed the next-door neighbors had their back door open just a few minutes before, so I assumed it was their phone. But then Harry called my name, and when I turned to look at him, he was standing right by the back door of the house. I was about 5 meters away. He looked at me with this blank, almost stunned expression and said simply, "The phone." I said, "Yeah, it's probably the neighbors." But he shook his head and said, "No, it's inside the house." And then he turned and walked inside, quick and sure. I was confused but followed him. Now the back door opens into this small porch area, maybe a meter square, just enough space to step inside and take off your shoes. From there, you enter the kitchen, which takes up the entire back half of the ground floor. The kitchen connects straight to the sitting room, which is much smaller. When I stepped inside the kitchen, I saw Harry standing next to my granddad's old chair, the one he sat in every day for as long as I can remember. Next to the chair was a small wooden table, and on it sat the landline phone. And it was ringing. We just stared at each other, shocked. The phone line had been disconnected for over 2 years by then. The electricity was turned off in the house, so no lights, no power, nothing. And yet that phone kept ringing. Harry picked up the receiver and said, "Hello?" a few times, but there was no answer. Then he held the phone out to me, and I took it. I tried, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But all I could hear was this faint static, a kind of crackling sound you get from an old wired phone when you pick it up before dialing. No voice, no noise, just static. After a little while, I hung up. Then I picked up again. The same tone, the same faint static, and silence. I kept picking up and putting down the receiver maybe 6 or 7 times. It was so strange. Eventually, I noticed that the phone line wasn't just disconnected. It was unplugged from the wall completely. Harry and I decided to test it out. We tried calling the phone from his mobile, but it didn't ring. Instead, his phone just played that tone you get when you dial a number that isn't valid. We tried again a few times. No luck. Then, we attempted to call both of our mobiles from the house phone, After dialing, neither of our phones rang, and the house phone didn't make any sound to indicate it was dialing or ringing. We sat there for a while, trying to make sense of it all. Then I picked up the receiver again. But the ringing had stopped completely. There was nothing but silence now, no static, no noise whatsoever. I kept picking it up and putting it down, but the ringing never came back. It was so confusing and emotional for me. I've always thought of myself as a bit sensitive, but Harry is a tough guy. It takes a lot to shake him up. And yet, there we were, sitting together in tears, wondering if this was some kind of sign from my granddad or something else entirely. It's been 2 years since that day. I've been back to the house a few times since then, and every time I pick up that phone, there's only dead silence. Just today, I was watching a video on YouTube from a channel called That Chapter. They usually do stories about true crime, murders, and stuff like that. But the video that auto-played was titled 5 True Horrifying Police and EMT Stories. It's not the usual content I watch from them, but it caught my interest, so I left it playing. Around the 18-minute mark, the narrator talks about a strange, somewhat similar phenomenon. It's different from what I experienced, but it made me start thinking again about that day at my granddad's house. I'd really urge you to watch the last minute and a half of that video if you get a chance. You might see what I mean. I'm pretty new to this paranormal stuff, and honestly, I'm just reaching out now because I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something like this, or knows what it might mean. If you or someone you know has had a similar experience or any insight, please, I would really appreciate hearing about it. Thanks for listening. It means a lot just to share this story. Hey, I want to share something pretty incredible that happened to us. Something that really changed the way I see the world. So, my husband, let's call him Aaron. He has this rare gift. He can communicate with the dead, something he inherited from his mom. She was a kind-hearted, skilled witch who passed away when Aaron was just a teenager. Losing her so young was heartbreaking, but she left Aaron with this amazing, mysterious ability. Now, a while back, we took a trip to my hometown, which is a quiet, rural place about a 3-hour drive from where we live now. There's this old cemetery there, just a few miles from my parents' house. It's famous locally for the story of a little girl who died tragically in 1886 at only 2 years old. I won't say her name out of respect, but here's what happened. She and her mom had made some apple butter together, and one night, the little girl sneaked into the kitchen to taste what was left in the pot. The pot was made of lead and had been corroding, poisoning her without anyone knowing. It's such a sad story. The grave is marked by this life-sized statue of the girl, carved from stone, modeled after a portrait taken right before she died. The statue is about 7 feet tall, with her hands folded gently in her lap. What's eerie is that the statue always seems to hold fresh flowers in those hands. No one ever sees who puts them there or takes the old ones away. They're just always there. There's a local tale that if you steal the bouquet at midnight, you can hear the girl crying. I've always been fascinated by ghost stories, but was too scared, and honestly, too sad, to try it myself. Aaron had never been to my hometown before, so when we went, he wanted to visit the cemetery to see if he could connect with the little girl. As we got closer, Aaron said he started hearing a faint voice, a little girl whispering, "My feet hurt. My feet hurt." It was strange because, well, she was only 2 years old. Why would she say that? The voice got clearer as we walked further into the cemetery. When we finally reached her grave, we were stunned, and honestly, a bit shaken. The statue's feet had been vandalized, knocked right off. It was chilling. I remember feeling this cold wave of shock wash over me. It made me realize just how real Aaron's gift is. There have been other moments, sure, but this one, It was unforgettable. Aaron misses his mom every day. I wish I'd known her, because from everything I've seen and felt, a part of her lives on in him. It's like she's still here, but not in the way we usually think. More like a quiet presence, guiding and protecting him. And through him, a little bit of that magic touches my life too. Hey, I want to tell you about this really unsettling experience I had one night when I was staying over at my ex-girlfriend's place. Let's call her Emma for the sake of the story. So it was around 1 a.m. and I was up in her bedroom, working on some music on my laptop. Emma was downstairs, buried in her college coursework. The whole house was deathly quiet, like the kind of silence where every little creak or whisper sounds amplified, and the air feels thick and still. The music I was making felt almost too perfect, too clean for a night like that. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Emma's bedroom door slammed open with a huge bang against the sideboard. The noise echoed through the room like thunder, and honestly, it scared the hell out of me. My heart jumped, and I could almost feel the silence shatter around me. Just as quickly as it swung open, the door began to close, but then I caught it. There was this faint, girlish giggle coming from the corridor outside her room. At first, it was barely audible, just a soft tittering. But as I focused, it got louder and clearer, almost teasing me. I thought, okay, Emma's messing with me, so I decided to play along. I started counting down out loud from 10, telling her that when I opened the door, I was going to come out and tickle her. As I counted down, 10, 9, 8, the giggling turned into full-on laughter, playful but with this eerie edge, almost maniacal. The volume grew, filling the quiet hallway, and with every number I said, the door started to shake like someone was banging against it from the other side. By the time I was at 5, 4, 3, I was creeping closer to the door, heart pounding, a mix of fear and adrenaline pushing me forward. The laughter was almost inviting, like it was daring me to open up and face whatever was there. I reached up, my hand trembling, gripped the door handle, and with everything I had, swung the door open. I leapt through the doorway, planning to land on Emma and give her a good tickle. But the moment my feet hit the floor, the laughter stopped, just like that, silent, as if someone had flipped a switch. I looked around, but the corridor was empty. No Emma, no prankster, just the cold, empty hallway. I stood there, frozen for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what just happened. Slowly, the unsettling realization crept in. Emma was never there in the first place. I started pacing, peering down the hallway, searching for any sign of her. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, and I felt like something unseen was trailing me, just out of sight. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see her standing there, grinning. Then I bolted down the stairs and burst into the living room. There she was, sitting hunched over her books, headphones on, completely engrossed in her revision. I yanked the headphones off her, startled her, and asked if she'd been upstairs laughing by her bedroom door. She looked at me, genuinely surprised, and swore she hadn't moved from in front of the TV since she started studying hours ago. I told her everything: the door, the laughter, the prank I thought she was playing, and she didn't even look shocked. That threw me off completely. Then she told me something that chilled me to the bone. Her whole family had experienced encounters with a little girl in the house. This wasn't just a one-time thing. It was something that had been happening for years. Fast forward a couple of months. I was back at Emma's house, this time outside in the garden, just casually petting their cat. Emma nudged me and pointed toward her bedroom window. There, framed against the glass, was the faint silhouette of a little girl standing and watching us. I was stunned. My skin prickled, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. But to Emma and her family, it was just another normal day. Her mom knew I was curious, and a few weeks later, she ended up taking some photos with her phone of Emma's bedroom, apparently to sell the bed. These pictures captured something I can't explain. They showed shadows and shapes that didn't belong there. I have the photos in the order they were taken, and honestly, I'll let them speak for themselves. It's strange how sometimes the scariest moments aren't the loud crashes or obvious ghosts, but the quiet, lingering presence that makes you question everything you thought you knew. That night, with the giggling girl, was one of those moments for me, one I'll never forget. Hey, thanks for sitting with me for a while. I want to share something pretty personal. It's about these moments when I just can't tell if I'm dreaming or awake. It's this strange, foggy space where reality and dreams blur, and it's been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. So, I grew up in a house that was, let's just say, definitely haunted. Nothing super wild all the time, but enough little things that made me question what was really there. And what's weird is, even after moving out, I kept experiencing similar things, like echoes of those old hauntings following me around. About a year ago, I met with a medium. She told me I have the sight, that I can see and interact with spirits, but I'd somehow put a blindfold over myself. Like I'd shut down that part of my perception because of fear. That really made sense to me because there was this whole week in my life where I was scared out of my mind, and it ended with me asking a pastor to bless my house. So yeah, that fear definitely dimmed my abilities for a while. But the thing I want to talk about today is dreams, especially those moments where it's hard to tell if I'm really awake or still dreaming. I've definitely experienced sleep paralysis, and for me, when it happens, I can't open my eyes at all. It's like I'm trapped in my own body. That's the scariest part, honestly, because it makes the world feel unreal and threatening at the same time. Usually these episodes start with me dreaming that I wake up. If I don't have sleep paralysis, I can open my eyes and I'm always in the exact room where I fell asleep, even if I'm visiting someone else's place. That's what makes it so confusing. It's like I'm stuck in a loop where I'm never quite sure if the world around me is real. The first time this happened was back in the haunted house. It was during that terrifying week I mentioned, and I'd wake up feeling like I was outside my body, looking down at myself lying there. My body felt unbelievably heavy, like it was made of lead, and I couldn't move a muscle. I could see the room perfectly, but there was this overwhelming, horrible feeling hanging in the air. I just knew, deep down, that something was trying to possess me. Whenever I realized that, I'd fight so hard to open my eyes. When I finally did, all the bad feelings would vanish. Sometimes I'd wake up like this 3 times in a row before I was really awake. It was exhausting and terrifying. Later, when I learned I could push away negative energy on my own, I spent a night doing just that, and those dreams stopped for a long while. That was a relief. Then, 2 years later, there was another episode, but just once. I was living in a different place then, and I couldn't open my eyes or even move my fingers. But my roommate was right there beside me with the light on, so it didn't feel as scary. And that was the last time sleep paralysis came for me. Years passed, and then came the scariest episode of all. I was at my mom's house, not the haunted one, sleeping in my brother's room. I had to sleep on the trundle bed because the dog had somehow peed on my shopping bag and soaked through the mattress. It didn't smell, but it was definitely wet, so I moved over to the trundle. I remember feeling kind of uneasy, but I went to sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the bathroom. When I came back and got into bed, just as I was about to drift off, there was this loud knock on the wall. It startled me so much, I was wide awake. I didn't want to be alone after that, so I got up and went to my sister's room. She has a futon there. Now, here's the weird part. I was definitely dreaming when I lied down there because her room was spotless. And trust me, it never is. I started to fall asleep again, but then something else scared me awake. When I opened my eyes, I was actually awake, back in my brother's room, on the trundle. I have no idea when the dream started or ended. That night, I didn't get any real sleep. That was about a year ago. Now, just last night, I had a new experience in my current home. I woke up and turned over, and I noticed the bedroom door was open, but I was sure I had closed it before going to bed. I felt this chill of fear and tried to calm myself down, thinking maybe my husband had gotten up for water and forgot to close it. I kept glancing at the door because it made me feel uneasy. Eventually, I fell back asleep. But in the morning, the door was closed again. I asked my husband about it, and he said he hadn't gotten up at all. So he thinks I must have dreamed the door was open. And honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. These dreams and moments are so ordinary but just off, like a slight tilt in reality. Has anyone else felt this way? Oh, and one last thing that might be important. A few years ago, when I was dealing with bad anxiety, I was seeing an acupuncturist. She's amazing, way beyond just acupuncture. Early in our session, she said she could feel something attached to me, something blocking my energy. She promised to release it, and that night, I felt so much better. Funny thing is, the client she saw after me came back the next day and told her she'd had her first ever sleep paralysis experience that very night. It's like these energies and experiences are all connected in ways I don't fully understand yet. Thanks for listening to me ramble about all this. Sometimes just putting it into words helps me make sense of it all. You know, sometimes life throws these moments at us that just don't make sense. But somehow, they feel so real, so profoundly real, that they change the way we look at everything. I want to share 2 stories with you. Stories about love, loss, and those moments when the veil between worlds feels thin. Let me take you back to 2015. My dad, let's call him Robert, was going through one of the toughest battles of his life. He was caught in this terrible storm of alcohol withdrawal combined with pneumonia, and it landed him right in the intensive care unit. He slipped into unconsciousness, and I was just 16, trying to come to terms with the fact that I might have to say goodbye to him. Every night, I stayed right there by his bedside, holding on to hope and memories, whispering to myself that he'd pull through. One afternoon, my 2 aunts, Robert's sisters, Sarah and Elaine, came together to visit him. I met them at the hospital entrance and led them quietly through those sterile, echoing halls to his room. But then, something unexplainable happened. As they stepped inside, both of them just froze. They looked at each other with this mix of shock and awe, and tears started rolling down Sarah's cheeks. Elaine was just wide-eyed, speechless. "Do you smell that?" Sarah whispered. "Yes, it's her," Elaine replied, her voice barely above a breath. I was completely puzzled. What were they talking about? I watched them exchange glances that said more than words ever could. I finally asked, "What's going on? What are you guys smelling?" They told me it was the scent of their mother's perfume. This perfume, they explained, wasn't made anymore. It was something they remembered from when they were children, a fragrance tied to so many memories. I thought maybe I was imagining it, or that it was just a nurse nearby. But then, as soon as they acknowledged the smell, it disappeared. Just like that. We were all skeptical, especially Elaine. She's always been the more pragmatic one. She casually moved closer to the nurses on duty, pretending to check for the source of the perfume. But no one was wearing anything like it. There was no logical explanation. The only thing that made sense was that our grandmother's spirit, the woman who had raised them, had come to visit Robert in his final moments. What really got me was how they both stopped at exactly the same time and looked at each other, understanding without a single word being spoken. It wasn't like one pointed it out and the other caught on later. They shared that moment simultaneously. That, to me, is the part that still lingers in my mind and makes me believe. And then there's another story, one that's equally heartbreaking and surreal. This is about my best friend. Let's call her Lily. Our parents met when we were babies, so we grew up like sisters. I came from a rough background, so I spent more time with her family than my own. We knew each other inside and out, our bond unbreakable. We were each other's biggest fans, sharing every secret, every joy, every tear. High school changed things. Our personalities took us in different directions. Our circles didn't overlap as much. Then, when I was 16, Lily moved an hour away. We started talking less, our check-ins becoming few and far between, but the friendship was still there, just quieter. Now here's a small but crucial detail. Lily's mom's hometown was about 4 hours from where she lived now, and 3 hours from mine. One morning, I showed up to class early, something I rarely did. There were only a couple of other girls there, sitting right in front of me. I pulled out my books and tried to focus, but soon I started overhearing their conversation. They were talking about a student who died in a terrible car accident caused by a drunk driver. Then, my heart stopped. They said the name, Lily's name. I could feel my chest tightening, my pulse pounding so hard I thought it might burst right through my skin. It was agony, a pain so sharp it made me want to throw up. I stopped them from going any further, desperate to understand if it was really her. One of the girls described the student, and every detail matched Lily. I was struggling to breathe, the air sucked out of the room. I asked the teacher, who, honestly, seemed to enjoy making my life miserable, to excuse me. For the first time, she showed me a sliver of kindness and let me leave. I called my mom, who rushed to pick me up. At home, I collapsed on the floor of my room, feeling like my mind was fracturing. The pain was unbearable. My chest ached, my head throbbed, and I couldn't stop throwing up. It was like the world had shattered and left me in pieces. Lily, who had left school when she heard the news, found me in that state. She asked if I wanted to go for a ride, something we used to do when we needed peace or just to talk things out. So there we were, two broken teenagers in the car, the silence thick and heavy around us. I couldn't hold it together, couldn't even find the words to start explaining what I was feeling. I was helpless. Then I decided to search online, hoping to find some clarity. That's when I learned that Lily's parents were in critical condition in hospitals near their new home. The reality hit me like a punch, and I started throwing up again. We knew we had to see them. They weren't my biological family, but they were the ones who'd raised me, who had loved me through everything. Driving to a city 3 times the size of ours, we didn't realize how many hospitals there were, or about privacy laws that kept us from getting any information. I came home feeling defeated. When I walked through the door, my mom saw the wreckage I'd become and just wrapped me in the warmest hug. I ugly cried, releasing all the pain I'd been holding in. That was my first funeral, my first real encounter with death. I found out the funeral would be in Lily's mom's hometown, 3 hours away from both of us. My friend who had supported me through the worst day of my life, the day Lily died, came with me to the service. The drive there was heavy. The closer we got, the heavier it felt. I kept thinking about Lily's parents. How could I even begin to imagine their pain? They were the kindest people I knew, and now, this. But here's the thing about these stories. Even in the darkest moments, there's a thread of something unexplainable, something that connects us beyond the physical world. Whether it's the scent of a grandmother's perfume filling a hospital room, or the quiet support of a friend during unbearable loss, love leaves its mark in ways we might never fully understand. And that's why I hold on to these memories so tightly, because they remind me that even in goodbye, there can be a visit, a presence, a whisper of love that never truly fades.
dựa vào công thức sau.
He said my name, and when I nodded, we shared a quiet moment of condolence. It was comforting, in a way, to connect over our shared loss. My friend stepped forward first, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself to face her immediate family. I couldn't quite understand why the thought of seeing them made my stomach twist into knots. There they were, the mom, dad, and sister, standing so vulnerable and raw in that room. I approached the sister first. The moment our eyes met, she recognized me. When she softly said my name, her face lit up with a warmth that brought tears to my eyes. Her parents heard the exchange and turned toward us, their faces breaking into expressions of relief and gratitude. They embraced me tightly, and in that embrace, I felt a bridge across the painful distance time and tragedy had created. Walking back to the car with my friend, I was utterly drained. I sat there and let the tears fall, each one carrying away a bit of the weight. But soon, even crying felt like too much. The silence that wrapped around us for the next 3 hours was profound, an emptiness we both shared, heavy and quiet. When I finally got to my bed that night, sleep came without dreams, just an empty void where my mind should have been busy. The days that followed were a blur, a haze of numbness and exhaustion. And I want you to remember, my childhood wasn't easy. I grew up in a home shadowed by violence. My dad used to lash out at my mom, right in front of me and my brother. Because of that, I live with PTSD. Nightmares often invade my sleep, stealing peace away. But that night, something was different. I found myself back at school, the hallways packed with noisy students, their chatter filling the air like a relentless tide. I was standing by the stairs when suddenly, she appeared, my best friend. She didn't say a word, but seeing her made my heart swell, and I just hugged her tightly, whispering how much I missed her. She simply smiled, taking it all in silently. And then it hit me like a cold wave. This couldn't be real. She wasn't supposed to be there. Panic pushed me toward the stairs, my mind scrambling to make sense of what was happening. I rushed into a classroom that was unusually crowded, filled with students chatting away. Then she walked in, pulling up a seat right across from me. Suddenly, the bustling noise around us vanished into deafening silence. We just stared at each other, an unspoken conversation hanging in the air. I couldn't take it. I got up and fled through the door. The hallways that had been so full were now eerily empty. But then, I stopped dead in my tracks. How could I run from my best friend? I turned, and there she was, standing right in front of me. It felt like she was speaking to me, not with words, but something deeper, like telepathy. She was telling me it was okay, that I didn't have to be sad, didn't have to be scared, that it was all right. Then she said she had to go and began to walk away. I reached out desperately, wanting to hold her back. "Please don't leave," I begged silently. "I can't do this without you. I'm lost without you." With every step she took, she faded a little more until I was standing there, completely alone. Years later, after I had my daughter, I ended up working for her mom as a personal assistant. One day, we shared our experiences, those strange, heart-wrenching moments that words often fail to capture. Her mom told me that my best friend had come to her too, but in person. Different experience, but the same comforting message. And you know, sometimes in the quiet moments, when the world feels heavy and your heart is aching, those whispers from beyond remind us that love doesn't really die. It lingers, gently guiding us through the darkness. I want to tell you about something I came across from the summer of 1998 during the terrible floods along the Yangtze River in China. That year, the rain just kept coming. Not for a day or two, for weeks. The sky seemed exhausted, but it would not empty itself completely. The river rose higher and higher, spilling over farmland, tearing at embankments, and pushing into villages that had lived beside it for generations. Along the southern bank near Yichang, from Dashi and Huangling Temple toward Nantang, the water climbed so high that people said it looked like the river was trying to enter the rooftops. Homes disappeared halfway into the flood. Shops were shuttered. Boats drifted through streets where children used to walk. At night, the whole place went dim and silent, almost as though the town had been lowered into another world. Then, on the first day of the 6th lunar month, under a heavy sky, a small passenger coach was heading south. Just north of Xianyu Bridge, the road beneath it gave way. People nearby heard the crack first. Then the bus lurched, slid, and dropped straight into the swollen river. The water closed over it almost immediately. No one made it out. A few weeks later, another accident happened. A narrow wooden boat left Nantong with baskets of vegetables and a few passengers, heading across the river toward Liantang. It had not gone far before a huge wave struck it from the side and flipped it over. The boatman disappeared. So did the people with him. For a long time, the flood kept going. The river held everything tightly. It was not until late August that the water finally began to fall back. And slowly, what had been buried started to appear again. Near Huangling Temple, one old house emerged from the flood. Its walls were stained and damaged, but somehow the building was still standing. The owner came back to clean it out. I can only imagine what that must have felt like, opening the door to a home that had been underwater for weeks. But when he stepped into the bedroom, he stopped cold. There were 2 bodies lying on the bed. They were soaked and badly decomposed. The room was filled with the smell of death. The owner ran for help, and the authorities came to investigate. Even though the bodies were swollen from the water, people were still able to recognize them. One was the young woman who had worked as the ticket seller on the passenger coach that sank near Xianyu Bridge. The other was the vegetable trader from the boat that overturned near Nantong. And that is where the story becomes difficult to explain. Those 2 accidents happened in different places. The bus had gone down at one point on the river. The boat had capsized somewhere else. Both victims had vanished into the Yangtze during one of the strongest floods anyone could remember. But the house where they were found was far upstream. So how did their bodies travel against the current, through miles of violent floodwater, and end up together on the same bed inside a stranger's house? Nobody had a real answer. Some people said the flood currents must have been strange that year. Maybe the water twisted back on itself. Maybe debris and pressure carried the bodies in some impossible-looking direction. But others did not believe that. They felt the dead had been brought there. There was an old comment written about the event that stayed with me. It said that great floods are like the anger of heaven. They swallow boats, break homes, and carry off the voices of the living. But water has a path, and the dead have no strength to choose their own way. So if the drowned move against the river and gather in one place, can we really call it chance? I do not know what happened. Maybe it was only the strange mathematics of floodwater. Maybe their bodies were caught in hidden currents no one could see. Or maybe, in a way we are not meant to understand, something guided them there. The Yangtze kept flowing, as it always does. But for a little while, it gave something back. And what it returned left everyone wondering whether the river had simply made a mistake or delivered a message. I'm from southeastern Ohio, not too far from the Kentucky line, and a few mornings ago, I decided to go fishing by myself. Usually, I'd have my younger brother with me, or maybe one of my buddies, but it was early, around 8 in the morning. Everybody was still asleep, and I figured there was no reason to wake anyone up just to go sit by a pond. I'm 20, and I've been to that pond more times than I can count. It's one of those places where you feel like you know every bend in the bank, every shady spot, every little cove where the bass might be hiding. So going alone didn't bother me at all. I got there around 8:40, set up one pole near the entrance for catfish, and then walked the edge of the pond with another rod, casting for bass. It was slow. No bites, nothing moving. Just one of those quiet mornings where time feels like it's dragging its feet. I remember checking my phone around 9:25, just to see how long I'd been there. After that, I moved toward this little cove on the far side of the pond. The ground over there was covered in moss, and the trees leaned out over the water. Honestly, it looked peaceful, beautiful even. Then everything changed. At first, I noticed the birds had gone quiet. There weren't many to begin with, but suddenly there was just nothing. No chirping, no rustling, just stillness. There had been a small plane passing overhead a little earlier, so I tried telling myself maybe that scared them off. But then I got that feeling. You know when your body seems to notice something before your mind does? My skin started crawling. I felt anxious all at once, like somebody was watching me from the tree line. I'm not usually scared of the woods. Animals don't really bother me. People do. So my first thought was that maybe there was a game warden nearby, or maybe somebody else had walked up without me noticing. I even checked my wallet to make sure I had my fishing license on me. Maybe 10 seconds after that, I heard it. A deep growl. And when I say deep, I don't mean a dog. I don't mean a coyote. It sounded bigger than that. Not quite like a lion you'd hear in a video. Not that loud or heavy, but close enough that my brain went there immediately. Like a smaller version of that sound, low and rough, coming from behind me. I froze for just a second. Then I reeled in fast. I started making my way back around the pond toward where I'd left my catfish pole. I wasn't exactly panicking yet, but I was definitely done standing in that cove. At the time, I was trying to reason with myself. I thought, maybe there's a tiny chance it's a mountain lion. I know that sounds dramatic, but being that close to Kentucky, my mind went there. And I'll be honest, part of me was doing that dumb thing where you tell yourself, well, if it came at me, I could probably fight it off, which is ridiculous. But in the moment, your brain will hand you some very stupid confidence just to keep you moving. When I got closer to the entrance, I decided to cast one more time. That's the part I keep replaying, because I don't know why I did that. I wasn't comfortable anymore. I knew something felt wrong, but I made one last cast anyway. The second my lure hit the water, back near the spot where I had just been standing, maybe 70 feet away, I heard a sharp crack. It sounded like a thick branch snapping, or something hard being slammed against a tree. Maybe a rock hitting wood. I can't say exactly what it was, but it was loud enough and sudden enough that I didn't try to explain it anymore. I packed up and left. When I got home, I told my parents about it, and they immediately went to Bigfoot. They swear that's what it was. I can't really get myself to believe that, though. I'm not saying people don't see strange things, but Bigfoot just isn't where my mind goes first. Still, I haven't been back to that pond since, and honestly, I don't know if I ever will. I'd rather have a real explanation than sit around assuming it was a cougar, or a mountain lion, or something else that may or may not even be around here. All I know is what I heard, what I felt, and how fast that peaceful little pond stopped feeling peaceful. Hey, I want to share a few things that happened to me when I was a kid. I'm putting them together because we moved around a lot back then, and these memories all come from the same kind of place. When I was younger, there was a lot of violence at home between my parents. Because of that, my mom would sometimes take us to women's refuges. Strange as it might sound, some of my safer, happier childhood memories were in those places. There were other children around, staff who cared, playrooms, shared kitchens, long corridors, staircases, and rooms everywhere. But my mom would often end up going back to my dad, so we never stayed settled for long. I don't remember the exact town where this happened, but I know it was somewhere near the Cleethorpes area in England, because the staff once took all of us kids there for a day out by the sea. The first thing I remember seeing was in one of the hallways. I think I was playing hide and seek, and I must have wandered off on my own. At the bottom of one of the staircases, I saw this dark mist. It wasn't shaped like a person or an animal. It was more like a floating, rounded cloud, but about the size of an adult. I was maybe 20 feet away from it, and the second I saw it, I just froze. That was always how I reacted as a child. I wouldn't scream or run. I'd just stand there, unable to blink, unable to look away, with my eyes starting to sting like I was about to cry. My heart would be hammering, but no sound would come out. I have a memory of seeing that same mist again near a different staircase, though I'm not completely sure if that part is real, or if the first time scared me so badly that my mind kept replaying it in different ways. The second thing happened in the back garden of the refuge. It was a big garden, with enough space for climbing toys, a patio, and a grassy area where we'd play ball games. Two sides were boxed in by the building, and the other sides had tall fencing for privacy and safety. Along the building, there were loads of windows looking out from different rooms. It was evening, after the sun had gone down, but not fully dark yet. I remember being outside alone, which was odd because we had a Kerflex, and the other children had already gone back in. For some reason, I looked up toward the windows, and I saw something floating past them. This one looked more human. It was lighter than the mist, almost pale, like someone wearing a loose cream or faded beige dress. It was high up, maybe 30 feet in the air, drifting slowly from one side to the other. And again, I couldn't move. I just followed it with my eyes until it was gone. The third thing happened in the bedroom I shared with my mom and my siblings. Our window looked over the garden, but because of the way the building was laid out, you could also see part of one of the downstairs hallways from there. It was after curfew, so everyone should have been in their rooms. The hallway light was on, and while I was looking out, I saw feet walking across the floor. Just feet, no legs, no body, nothing above them. They moved like someone was walking normally through the hallway, except there was nobody there. I know it sounds almost ridiculous now, but at the time, I was around 9 years old, and it scared me in that deep, silent way where your whole body goes cold. I come from an Irish traveler background, and there's a belief in my family and culture that some of us can sense things, or that we have a kind of psychic awareness. I don't know exactly what I saw in that refuge, but I know those moments stayed with me. Even now, when I think about that building, I don't just remember the rooms or the garden or the other kids playing. I remember the stairwell, I remember the windows, and I remember those feet walking through a hallway where no one was supposed to be. Here's one of mine. When I was little, I grew up in a small, single-wide trailer, the kind of place where every creak at night felt louder than it should. And almost every night, I would see the shadow of a little boy in my room. Not a clear face or anything like that, just the shape of him, standing there in the dark. I would also hear footsteps moving through the trailer when everyone was supposed to be asleep. Later on, my mom told me something I never really knew how to process. She said my baby brother had passed away at home before he was taken away. The strange part was, he died as an infant, but the shadow I kept seeing never looked like a baby. It looked more like a small child. My dad was always skeptical about things like that. He didn't really believe easily. But one time, the trailer had shifted off part of its foundation, and he had to crawl underneath it to jack it back up. While he was under there, he swore he heard a child's footsteps and then a grown man's footsteps walking from one end of the trailer to the other. Nobody else was inside at the time. That one always stayed with me. I never knew what to make of it. Sometimes I wonder if it really was my brother, just appearing at an age I couldn't understand. Then, years later, I was at a friend's house and saw something completely different. This wasn't a shadow. It looked more solid, almost like a real person. It was an older woman coming down the stairs. I remember asking her, "What are you doing?" She just stopped, looked right at me, and then vanished. The next day, I told my friend what I had seen. His mom got quiet and said, "The woman who lived there before them had died in the house after falling down those stairs." That experience was strange, but it didn't scare me the way you might think. She didn't feel threatening. She felt more lost than anything, like maybe she just hadn't moved on yet. But the experience that affected me the most happened in October of 2023. My dad was a double amputee and used a wheelchair, and one night he was having trouble getting into the bathroom. He got stuck, and then his heart rate started climbing. He told my mom and me that he couldn't feel his arms. Then he collapsed forward onto the floor. The EMTs came, but they said he was gone. We found out later it had been a massive heart attack. When he passed, I saw something rise up through the ceiling and disappear. It happened so fast, but I remember the color. It was this strange blue light, unlike anything I had seen before. I've always wondered if that was his soul leaving. After his funeral, things started happening around the house. Objects would fall for no clear reason. One day, I found a penny lying heads up right in the middle of the floor, and the year on it was my mom's birth year. I would smell my dad's cologne in different rooms. At night, I'd sometimes hear low, muffled voices, like someone speaking from far away. Then one evening, I was playing with my cat. It was around 9 at night, sometime in the fall, so it was already dark outside. She started walking toward the kitchen, then suddenly froze. I looked up, and near the closet door, not far from the place where my dad had collapsed, I saw a shadow figure. But this one was different. It looked like my father. Not just a random shape, it had his build, his presence. And what shocked me most was that he had legs. I didn't know how to react. I wasn't scared exactly. I was stunned. All I could say was, "Wow, that's actually kind of cool." My mom was nearby in the living room, but she didn't notice anything. My cat did, though. She had stopped in her tracks and was staring right up at him. So I knew I wasn't the only one sensing something there. Not long after that, I spoke out loud to my dad. I told him it was okay. I told him it was time for him to move on and go wherever he needed to be. And after that, everything stopped. No more things falling, no more voices, no more cologne drifting through the rooms. The house became completely quiet. That moment stayed with me because it really felt like he had come back to say goodbye. Almost like he wanted me to know he was okay, so I wouldn't carry so much sadness. Those are just a few of the experiences I've had, especially with shadow figures. I still don't know what they really are. Loved ones? Something else pretending to be them? Something from another place entirely? I honestly don't know. But I do know how they felt. And with my dad, it felt like love. You know, sometimes the smallest decisions can lead to the most unexpected nights. Like, take that night a while back. I was fighting off insomnia, as usual. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I realized, much to my dismay, that my cupboards were completely bare of snacks. And you know how it is when you're wide awake and craving something crunchy or sweet. It's almost impossible to resist. So, I thought, why not head out to the corner store? It was just a few blocks away, open all night, and I figured a little walk might help pass the time. The air was crisp, a little chilly, but nothing unbearable. I kept my coat unzipped, enjoying the cool night breeze brushing against my face. The streets were completely deserted, silent except for the steady rhythm of my footsteps on the pavement. It felt oddly peaceful, the kind of quiet that only city nights can offer when everyone else is asleep. As I walked, I was scrolling through my phone, clearing out some notifications, when out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention. At first, I thought it was some sort of doll, maybe discarded between two trash bags by the curb. But then, it moved. Curious, I looked closer and realized it was a little girl, alone in the middle of the night. She was wearing a deep maroon dress, and her hair was long, dark, flowing all the way past her waist. She darted over to a closed storefront and peered inside the darkened window. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't just leave her there, alone and vulnerable at this hour. Without a second thought, I rushed over. She looked about 5 years old, though I'm not great at guessing ages, especially in the dark. "Hey, sweetheart, what are you doing out here? Are you cold?" I asked gently. She pressed her little face against the glass, so I couldn't see her properly until she reached out and took my hand. Then, when she looked up at me, a wave of unease washed over me like a cold splash of water. Her eyes were completely black, no whites, no pupils, just a dark, empty void. For a brief moment, I tried to convince myself they were some kind of colored contact lenses, but that felt silly. No kid that young would be wearing those, especially not in the middle of the night. Then she smiled. And I mean a smile that stretched from ear to ear, wide and unnatural, revealing crooked, sharp teeth that looked like they could tear through flesh in an instant. A thin line of drool glistened at the corner of her mouth. And she was still holding my hand. Panic surged through me, but I knew I had to keep my wits about me. "Are you hungry? I can, buy you some snacks," I stammered, my voice trembling, palms suddenly sweaty. She stared up at me with those dark, unblinking eyes, mouth still spread in that eerie grin. More drool dripped from her lips, and I could almost believe she was about to bite my hand off. Before I could react, she tugged hard, dragging me forward with a strength far beyond what her small frame should have managed. I stumbled along, heart pounding like a drum in my chest, my fingers still entwined with hers. The click of her polished shoes echoed on the sidewalk as we moved toward the corner store. I wasn't going to throw her off or run. That wouldn't end well. So I decided to play along, at least for now. When we reached the store, the harsh buzz of the fluorescent lights was a stark contrast to the quiet night. We both stood there, silent, staring at the entrance, each waiting for the other to make a move. She finally released my hand, and I rubbed my own fingers, aching from her firm grip. Could I call for help inside? Or maybe just hide and hope she wandered off? But then I noticed the drool dripping from her chin. This was my cue to act. Inside, I grabbed a little bit of everything: chocolate bars, chips, some beef jerky. I had no idea what this creature might eat besides people, but hopefully this would buy me some time. The clerk noticed my nervousness but said nothing. Our exchange was brief, almost silent, and I forced myself to take a deep breath before stepping outside again. But the moment I emerged, the girl slammed into my legs so hard I toppled over, scattering my snack bags across the street. She wasted no time scooping up the wrappers and stuffing the food into her mouth, crunching and chewing with a feral hunger. My wrist hit the pavement hard, pain radiating up my arm, but I was frozen, caught between fear and awe. She devoured everything in minutes. When the last crumb was gone, she looked back over her shoulder from a crouched position, and my life flashed before me as she approached. Her small hand clasped my good wrist with surprising force, yanking me to my feet and nearly dislocating my arm. Sweat beaded on my forehead as she pulled me away from the store. Both my arms burned with pain, and her free hand pointed off into the darkness. That's when it hit me. She wanted to play. "Do you want to play in the park?" I asked hesitantly. She let out a shriek, not quite a laugh, not quite a scream. It was impossible to tell whether it was joy or a warning. The park was just a short walk away. I'd never ventured there myself, but I knew it was on the way home from work. Figuring she wasn't going to eat me just yet, I followed her. When we arrived, she shrieked again and darted toward the slides, kicking off her shoes and leaving them behind. I could have taken that chance to leave, but judging by how fast she moved on all fours, I knew she could catch me in an instant. She grew bored of the slide quickly, launching herself down the plastic tube with reckless abandon, slamming into the wood chips below. Each thud made me flinch, but she seemed unfazed, brushing herself off and moving on to the swings. How did I end up babysitting a supernatural creature in the middle of the night? I wondered, watching her try to figure out the swings. The park was empty. Parents had kept their kids away ever since the local animals started turning up torn apart. Squirrels, birds, all victims of some unknown predator. Even a homeless man who used to hang around the area had disappeared recently, leaving behind blood and shredded clothes. It was enough to keep anyone away. My gaze snapped back to the girl, piecing everything together. The missing man, the dead animals, and now her presence. It couldn't be coincidence. Just as I prepared to run, she sat down, gathering wood chips into a pile, then waved at something invisible to me. She leapt onto the climbing frame, her movements sharp and deliberate, occasionally pausing to interact with unseen playmates. It was like the park was full of children, and she was playing along. I thought maybe she was seeing ghosts, but the thought chilled me too much, so I pushed it aside. Maybe she was just mimicking other kids' behavior. Suddenly, a sharp slap on my leg yanked me back to reality. She had hit me hard enough to sting, then darted away, glancing back anxiously. When I stood frozen, she returned, slapping me again, even harder this time. My pulse quickened. Was this her version of tag? Play or be eaten? I chose play, but it wasn't a fair game. She cheated, racing on all fours, a blur of motion darting through the wet grass. I was out of breath almost immediately. Before I could catch my breath, she spotted something in the bushes near the park entrance. Her eyes widened, mouth opening impossibly wide, and she disappeared into the shadows. What followed were screams, blood-curdling and inhuman. I couldn't tell if it was her or some unfortunate creature she found. Frozen in place, I watched as she emerged, face dripping with blood, dress torn, feet muddy. She met my gaze and coughed up a clump of bloodied fur. Nightmares were inevitable after that. She settled beside me silently, staring up at the sky, toes wiggling. Then, breaking her trance, she smiled, this time less menacing, and waved at me a few times before looking back up. Did that mean she was done with me? Testing my luck, I took a few steps away, nearly making it out unscathed. Then, foolishly, I said, "If you're ever around, you can come see me anytime." Why I said that, I'll never know. She smiled and waved again. That was my cue to leave. Back home took only minutes. I kicked off my shoes and collapsed into bed, mind racing, unable to sleep. No one would believe my story, so I kept it to myself. Nearly a week later, I fell asleep before dawn, a rare occurrence. When morning light filtered through the windows, I woke groggy, needing the bathroom. That's when I noticed the door was open. I never left it that way. Then, at the foot of my bed, there was a lump beneath the blankets. I told myself it was a stray cat, but the shape was too big. I pulled back the covers. There she was, the same girl, curled up like a cat, with a dead bird lying beside her, its neck twisted unnaturally. I begged myself to believe it was a dream, but it wasn't. Half asleep, she nudged the bird toward me as if offering a gift. "No, thanks. You keep it," I said, voice trembling. Without hesitation, she snapped the bird up in one bite. The crunch of bones echoed through the room, making me curl tighter, heart pounding. Her head fell back to the mattress, and I thought she might finally be asleep. I bolted to the bathroom and locked the door. I could have called the police. I could have done anything, really. But somehow, I let her stay. 2 days have passed since she arrived. Besides the occasional bird, she eats normal food. She lounges on the couch watching cartoons or nests in blankets on my bed. I managed to bathe her and clean her dress as best as I could, but I'll need to get her some new clothes soon. Every time she crushes a bird's brittle bones, a chill runs down my spine. I know if I upset her, I could be next. She might stay for a while or disappear tomorrow. Monsters are unpredictable. And yes, I made another mistake. I gave her a name. This creature who's been decimating the local birds and threatening my life will now only answer to Sweetheart. Hey there. I want to share some pretty strange experiences I've had over the years. Things that are really hard to explain. But since having my little boy and seeing how he's reacted to some of these events, I feel like I need to reach out. Maybe someone else has felt or seen the same things, or can at least understand what I'm going through. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've had this unusual ability to see and sense things others don't. I remember having these incredibly vivid dreams that later came true, hearing voices, and sometimes even seeing things. What's wild is that sometimes my friends or family would witness the same things, and only then would they start believing me. Those dreams? They were always unsettling, mostly involving this creature that could shapeshift and terrified me. It never had eyes. As a kid, I used to call them abyss eyes, because it felt like staring into a bottomless void. This creature would show up in my dreams as a cat or a lizard, always during really traumatic moments. And it wasn't silent. It spoke to me, though I could never fully understand what it said. Recently, I was chatting with a close friend about someone he knows who can sense and see things too. He mentioned this creepy kid, a kid who's been terrified of nightmares and seeing things no one else could. One night, the friend saw this strange being perched on the creepy kid's shoulders, hunched over, with a long nose and no eyes at all. I was stunned. I hadn't shared my dreams with anyone, and hearing about this being, it was like my own nightmare was out there, real for someone else. And that's just one part of what I've been dealing with. There's this whole family story about a shadow creature we call the black cat. But it's not really a cat. It's this tall, sleek, shadowy figure that moves fast and silently. My great-grandmother told me once, she's a very religious and skeptical woman, that this thing chased her and her son through the woods years ago. Creepy, right? I've seen it slinking around the house when I was a kid, sometimes whispering to me, though I could never make out the words. Friends have seen it too, and they were genuinely freaked out. It's like this presence is part of my family's story, woven into the background of our lives. Not too long ago, I was given a set of tarot cards. Turns out, I'm surprisingly good at reading them. Every reading I've done has been spot on. But since I started using the cards, everything has gotten more intense. I wake up in the middle of the night hearing voices, seeing shadows shifting around the room. Even my son has noticed. He's scared to sleep alone now. Just the other night, I woke up to something standing right over me. It was terrifying beyond words. There's so much more to tell, but I wanted to share that first part. If anyone out there has had similar experiences or can offer insight, I'd love to hear from you. Now, I want to tell you about another experience that still haunts me, the story of the Black Horseman. Growing up, I had my fair share of little paranormal events. I was always skeptical, so when weird things happened, I tried to rationalize them. But some things were just too real to ignore, and often they happened in front of others, so I knew I wasn't imagining things. As a teenager, I got curious about the paranormal. I wasn't scared anymore. I was cocky, actually. I started talking about spirits, trying to communicate with presences I couldn't see, and it felt like I was stirring something up. This story is the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I had this friend. Let's call him Nate. Sometimes, while we were chatting, he'd suddenly zone out, say some eerie nonsense that didn't make sense, then snap back as if nothing happened, acting like he had no memory of what he said. Usually, it ended there. But one time, when we were about 15, he went into one of these trances on the phone and said to me, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then on your right again near the end, you'll come to their resting place." It was cryptic, but something in his voice made me listen. Let me explain. I lived in this trailer park on the edge of a small town, surrounded by thick woods. The main road dead-ended at the back of the park, and beyond that was a steep embankment leading down to an old railroad track that barely ever saw a train. To the right, the tracks ended in woods. On one side was an abandoned old mill. On the other side, dense forest behind a neighborhood. So, I went out late that summer afternoon and followed the tracks to the right, heading toward the end. Suddenly, I heard footsteps crunching through the leaves in the woods on my right. Curiosity got the better of me, so I climbed up the embankment and moved toward the noise. No one was there, but I found something unexpected. A small, tucked-away graveyard hidden behind the neighborhood. It looked like a family plot, with weathered headstones dating from the early 1700s to the early 1900s, only about 20 markers. I was fascinated and later brought Nate there. He was visibly unsettled, but insisted he'd never seen it before. I believed him because he wasn't the type to lie. The graveyard became my secret spot. I'd go there at night, feeling fearless, even though nothing particularly weird ever happened. Then, on another day, Nate zoned out again in the middle of our conversation. This time he said, "Head to the tracks, cross them, and when you enter the woods, you will see him." I was feeling bold, so I followed his directions again, late afternoon. I crossed the tracks into a clearing with an old mill on the left and a long stretch of power lines cutting through the woods on the right. Straight ahead was thick forest. I moved toward the tree line, and the moment I stepped in, I heard the sharp snap of branches. My heart jumped. Then, out of nowhere, I saw a shadow. A man dressed entirely in black, riding a black horse. He galloped through the woods ahead of me, moving fast and silently, disappearing into the trees to my left. It was shocking. Horses weren't common around my town. But I was too curious, and maybe a bit reckless, so I followed the direction he came from, moving along the edge of the tree line beneath the power lines. There, I found a collapsed old horse stable, completely isolated. I called Nate the next day, told him what I'd seen, and brought him along to prove it. And you won't believe this. As we entered the woods where I had seen the horseman the day before, we both saw him again, taking the same path. It was broad daylight, clear as day. There was no way we both imagined it. We were both shaken but kept going, and I showed him the stable. The strangest part? I brought a few other friends there later, and each time, the black horseman appeared to us. These experiences have stayed with me, shaping how I see the world. I'm sharing this because I believe that sometimes, when we open up about these strange moments, we might find others who understand, and maybe even find some answers together. Hey, I want to tell you about this really strange experience I had out here in Oklahoma. See, where I'm from, there's this old Catholic church that's kind of infamous around these parts. It's out in the middle of nowhere, like 30 minutes from the nearest town, and honestly, that town hardly even shows up on maps. The church itself is huge and kind of grand, with these beautiful stained glass windows and crosses everywhere. But here's the weird part. Nobody really goes there. Only priests and monks seem to live there, and from what I can tell, outsiders aren't exactly welcome. There's also this big cemetery right next to it, fenced in by this black metal gate that looks like it's been there for ages. So, it was Friday, September 23rd, just past 11 p.m. Me and 3 of my friends thought it would be a cool idea to check out the cemetery because, it was late, spooky season, and we were looking for a little adventure. We wandered around, looking at the gravestones in these old mausoleums from way back in the 1910s. It was eerie but fascinating. Then one of my friends noticed this kind of hidden path. It was barely noticeable, just overgrown grass and some debris covering the entrance. Curious as we were, we decided to follow it. We walked for almost a mile, deeper into the woods, and eventually, the path opened up into a clearing. And guess what? We stumbled upon another cemetery. This one seemed even older, and what really struck me was how odd it was to find a cemetery out here with no roads or clear trails leading to it. It felt like it was forgotten, or maybe even deliberately hidden. We didn't want to stop there, though. To the right of this second graveyard, we found another path through the woods and took it. Not even half a mile in, I started hearing something strange. Drums, low and heavy, like those deep bum 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 beats you'd expect in some ritual. It was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Once I mentioned it, everyone else heard it too, and we all agreed it was insanely weird given how far out we were. Then, through the trees, we saw glowing lights flickering. At that moment, I just said, "Screw this," and told everyone we should get out of there. I might have run a little, I'm not proud of it, but I was definitely scared. Fast forward to Saturday, October 1st, around 1 a.m. My friends convinced me to go back with them. We thought about bringing weapons, but decided against it. Maybe that wasn't the smartest choice. As we approached, we noticed fresh footprints all over the trail from the second cemetery to the spot where we had fled before. That was seriously creepy. It felt like someone, or something, had been there recently. When we reached the place where we'd seen the lights before, everything was quiet. No sounds, no people, no glowing lights, just silence and 2 buildings sitting there in the dark. The first building was this small stone structure that looked like some kind of temple. It wasn't very big, just a single story or so. The door was wooden and had this heavy padlock on it, but written across the door was a word in some language none of us recognized. One of my friends kicked the door a few times, and eventually, it creaked open and split from its hinges. Inside, there was this 8-foot by 8-foot pentagram painted on the floor, just like something out of a horror movie. Around the pentagram were candle holders positioned exactly where you'd see them in scary films, but the candles weren't lit. The walls were covered in strange, random words, and there were tiny figurines of animals scattered around. At the back of the room, on a small altar, sat a little statue, maybe a foot tall, that looked like some kind of satanic idol. We climbed up to the second floor, which was just 2 tiny rooms stacked one over the other. It looked lived in a way. There were cups, plates, lighters, a bottle of red nail polish, and some jars filled with crystals, salts, and strange liquids. But what really sent chills down my spine was seeing a cowl with a hood, the kind monks wear, just resting there like someone had taken it off and left. The second building was a little bigger, kind of like an old house from the 1890s, but completely empty inside. It had 2 stories, a swept floor, windows that were closed and unbroken, and a door that still functioned smoothly. There was an attic too, but we couldn't get inside. It was just out of reach, adding to the mystery. After we checked everything out, we left quickly. The whole experience still haunts me. I keep thinking about those drums and the strange temple, and I wonder, what exactly is going on out there? Is it some cult? A secret society? Or just old stories coming alive in the night? Anyway, I'd love to hear what you think about all this, because honestly, it's been hard to shake off that feeling I got standing there in those woods, surrounded by silence and shadows. I've had a few experiences in my life that I still don't really know how to explain. I'm not saying they were supernatural, and I'm not trying to make them sound bigger than they were. They just stayed with me, and every now and then I find myself thinking back on them and wondering what was really happening. The first one happened when I was a kid, probably around 7 years old. I was at the beach, playing close to the shoreline, not really paying attention to how strong the water was. Then this wave came in much harder than I expected and knocked me completely off my feet. I remember being pulled under and rolled around in the water. My first thought was something like, I can't stop this. I'm just being carried. And then, for just a moment, it felt like I wasn't inside my body anymore. I could see myself from outside myself, almost like I was watching from a few feet away, seeing this small kid tumbling around in the wave. It only lasted a couple of seconds. Then the wave pushed me back toward the sand. I was fine, and suddenly I was back in my body again. I've wondered about that for years. Maybe it was just fear. Maybe it was my brain trying to protect me from panic. I don't know. But the memory is so clear that it never really faded. The second thing happened years later when I was in high school. I took a nap one afternoon, and I had this dream that interrupted whatever else I had been dreaming about. It felt almost like a radio signal cutting through static. Suddenly, I saw one of my old pet fish, a fish I'd had for a long time, swimming in a circle. I was looking down at it from above. After it completed one circle, it kept swimming, but now there was a tiny fish beside it, almost like a little copy. They swam together in the same pattern, and then I woke up. I remember feeling strange right away, so I went downstairs to check the aquarium. At first, I noticed all these tiny dark specks floating around. I got closer and thought they looked almost like tadpoles. For a second, I genuinely wondered if somehow a frog had gotten into the tank and laid eggs. Then I noticed one of my newer fish resting against a plant, breathing heavily and looking thinner than usual. The funny thing is, the day before that, I had actually decided I was probably going to return that fish. It had been chasing the others during feeding time, and I thought it was just being aggressive. I had also noticed it getting bigger, but I assumed I had been feeding the tank too much. Pregnancy never even crossed my mind, mostly because I had tried to breed fish before when I was younger, and nothing ever came of it. But those little tadpoles were baby fish. Looking back, maybe the dream was just a coincidence. Maybe my mind had picked up on details I hadn't consciously understood yet. But the timing of it felt so odd, and the image of the fish swimming with the smaller one has always stayed with me. The third experience was more recent. I had an important practical exam coming up, and I was originally assigned to one examiner. About a month before the exam, though, I had a dream that I was taking it with someone completely different, an examiner named Mr. Calden. I had only met him briefly before, and from what I'd heard, he had a reputation for being pretty tough. But in the dream, he wasn't intimidating at all. He was relaxed, smiling, laughing a little, and guiding the oral part of the exam in a calm way. When I woke up, I remember thinking, that was interesting. I'm actually glad I don't have him though, because everyone says he's intense. Then, about a month later, my original exam got canceled because of scheduling changes. When they reassigned me, it was to Mr. Calden, the exact examiner from my dream. What really caught me off guard wasn't only that I ended up with him, it was that he acted almost exactly the way he had in the dream. I had expected someone serious and intimidating, especially because people had warned me that he liked to go deep into scenario-based questions. But during the exam, he smiled, laughed, and came across as surprisingly warm and easygoing. I don't claim to be psychic or a medium or anything like that. These could all be coincidences. They could be selective memory. They could be my brain noticing things quietly in the background before I understood them consciously. But I also can't pretend they didn't feel meaningful. So I guess I'm curious. Have you ever had a dream that later seemed connected to something real? Or a brief out-of-body experience? Or just one of those moments that doesn't fit neatly into any explanation, but stays with you anyway? I'd really appreciate hearing how other people make sense of experiences like this. I don't really know who else to tell this to, so I'm just going to say it as plainly as I can. Yesterday, something happened to me in the woods behind my house, and I still can't make it fit inside any normal explanation. I keep turning it over in my head, trying to find the sensible part, the loose thread I can pull until the whole thing unravels into something ordinary. But there isn't one. Those woods are not unfamiliar to me. I've cut through them plenty of times to get to the little service station near the main road. It usually takes about 12 minutes, maybe less if I walk fast. Nothing about it has ever felt strange before. But yesterday, I had only been in there for a couple of minutes when I heard music. At first, it was just a heavy thudding sound, like a kick drum echoing through the trees. Then I heard a guitar over it, rough and sharp, and after a moment, faint vocals underneath. I stopped walking and listened. I didn't recognize the song. I still don't. I probably should have kept going, but curiosity got the better of me. It sounded close, like there was some small live show happening somewhere in the woods, which made no sense. There had never been music out there before. No gatherings, no events, nothing. So I followed it. The closer I got, the clearer it became. More drums, a bass line, something like a keyboard. The vocals were louder too, though I still couldn't make out the words. And then, suddenly, I saw the clearing. That's the first thing that bothers me. I know those woods. I really do. And I had never seen that clearing before. It was a round patch of grass, almost perfectly circular, surrounded by trees like they had grown there on purpose to hide it. In the middle of it stood a band. There were 12 of them all together. At first glance, they looked almost normal. They were all dressed in matching dark suits, the kind a band might wear if they were trying to look old-fashioned and sharp. But they were all bald, and each of them wore the same flat cap pulled low on their head. The most noticeable one was a woman standing at the front. She wasn't singing. She was dancing. And I don't know how to explain this properly, but her dancing was wrong. She could move. It wasn't clumsy. It was just inconsistent, like her body kept changing its mind halfway through every motion. One second she was swaying, the next she was jerking her shoulders, then spinning too slowly, then stepping in a rhythm that didn't match the song at all. The music itself had this hard rock sound, loud and gritty, almost like an old AC/DC track, but not one I knew. I was standing higher up from them, near this raised part of the woods where the ground drops suddenly. It's not exactly a cliff, but it feels like one when you're standing at the edge. There was maybe a 15-foot drop between me and them, and they were far enough away that I didn't think they had noticed me. So I watched. Aside from the dancer, there was a lead singer, a backing singer, 2 guitarists, a bassist, a drummer, someone playing a small synthesizer, another person at what looked like a DJ table, one man standing beside a metal keg hanging from a branch with rope, and another man holding a big red button in both hands. That part looked almost ridiculous at first, like a prop, like something from a meme. A huge red button just sitting there in his hands. I watched for maybe a minute. The strangest part is that they were actually good. The song had a hook, and I remember one line from the chorus. "You were never mine to keep." Then the man with the button pressed it. The sound that came out was unbearable. It was like a microwave beep stretched into one long scream, except 20 times louder, piercing straight through my skull. I clapped my hands over my ears and cried out before I could stop myself. It hurt. I mean, it physically hurt. Then it stopped. And when I looked back down at the clearing, all 12 of them were staring at me. No music, no movement, no blinking that I could see, just staring. That was when I noticed their faces. None of them had mouths. They had eyes, they had noses, but where their mouths should have been, there was only smooth skin, flat and sealed over, like they had never been born with that part of the face at all. I reached for my phone. I thought if I could take a picture, at least I'd have proof. At least I wouldn't have to sound insane when I tried to explain it. But the moment I looked down to open the camera, something changed. When I looked back up, they were no longer in the clearing. They were directly below me. All 12 of them stood at the base of the drop, looking straight up at me. They hadn't climbed. They hadn't run. Their bodies still had that same frozen posture, like statues that had simply been placed closer when I wasn't looking. The only thing left in the clearing was the metal keg, still hanging from the tree. I remember looking at the drummer most clearly. I don't know why him. Maybe because his eyes were wider than the others. Maybe because he looked angry. Not annoyed, not curious, angry, like he hated me for seeing them. My mouth went dry, and my legs felt heavy in that awful way they do right before panic takes over. Then something in me snapped loose, and I ran. I ran back through the woods as fast as I could. I fell twice. I scraped my palms. I looked back more than once, but I never saw them following me. That didn't make me feel better. I got home, locked the door, and I haven't gone near those woods since. I still haven't told anyone in person. How would I even start? I saw a band in the woods. Sounds harmless until I explain the mouthless faces, the button, the way they moved without moving, the woman dancing like something was pulling invisible strings through her bones. And honestly, that isn't even the worst part. The worst part started last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them again. Not in a memory, not in a dream. It was like closing my eyes opened another set of eyes somewhere else. I was back in those woods, floating at the edge of the clearing, watching them play pieces of songs I had never heard before. Songs I'm not sure exist anywhere. I could see everything clearly. The suits, the caps, the woman dancing, the drummer, the man with the red button. I didn't sleep at all. I kept thinking, what happens if he presses it again while my eyes are closed? What if that sound starts and never stops? Tonight, it happened again. The third time I closed my eyes and saw them, I couldn't take it anymore. I spoke out loud from my bedroom. I know how that sounds, but I was desperate. I said, "Please leave me alone. What do you want from me?" The band stopped playing. All of them turned toward me. Then the singer answered. His mouthless face didn't move. Nothing moved. But I heard him as clearly as if he were standing beside my bed. He said, "We are you. We are all of you. We are every thought you buried, every feeling you swallowed, every face you learned to wear. We are everyone." Then they went silent again. I don't think I was supposed to see them. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know if they're ghosts or something worse, or something that doesn't have a name. All I know is that I'm afraid to close my eyes, and I'm afraid that when I finally do, they'll still be waiting. I'm truly sorry for your loss. I know that kind of grief, because I lost a close friend in a very similar way. At the time, I lived in a small apartment complex beside an old cemetery. There was another building next to ours where my friend's mother lived. Behind the apartments was a narrow parking area, then a high metal fence, and beyond that, rows of trees and headstones. One night, my friend stayed with his mother. Sometime before morning, he left the apartment, entered the cemetery, and took his own life beneath one of the trees. That realization stayed with me for a long time. While I had been sleeping safely in my bed, he had been only a short distance away. I kept wondering whether there had been some moment when I could have heard him, seen him, or somehow known that he needed help. The following afternoon, I was at work and stepped outside for a break. Almost immediately, I noticed a bird chirping nearby. At first, I ignored it. Birds were always around, so there was nothing unusual about hearing one. But this bird would not stop. Every time I moved toward the building, its calls became louder and more urgent. It honestly felt as though it was trying to get my attention. Not just anyone's attention. Mine. I remember saying out loud, "All right, what is going on with this bird?" I followed the sound, thinking it might be injured. When I reached my truck, I found it perched on the running board. It was a small bird with soft gray feathers and unusual rust-orange markings along its chest and wings. I had never seen one like it before. It was not hurt or frightened. It hopped around happily, chirping while looking directly at me. I spoke to it without even thinking. "Hey, little bird, what are you doing here?" It suddenly flew up and hovered near me for a few seconds. The entire time it seemed to hold my gaze. Then it gave a few bright, cheerful chirps and flew away. I know how strange this sounds, but in that moment, I felt certain it was connected to my friend. It felt as though he had found a way to come close one last time and say goodbye. I could not explain why I felt that way. It was simply a feeling that arrived whole, without logic or warning. The bird had appeared where it did not belong, behaved in a way I had never experienced, and disappeared as soon as I acknowledged it. A few days later, another close friend told me something that made the experience even harder to dismiss. He had not heard my story about the bird yet. He told me that the morning after our friend died, a stray cat appeared outside his kitchen window. He rarely saw cats near his house, but this one sat beneath the window, meowing and pawing repeatedly at the screen. He was exhausted and overwhelmed with grief, so he tried to ignore it. Still, the cat continued. It stared directly at him, calling and tapping at the window as though it needed him to come closer. Finally, he said, "What do you want from me?" He opened the door, and the cat ran a few steps into the yard. Then it stopped, turned around, and looked back at him. According to him, it appeared almost joyful. It gave one soft, gentle meow before disappearing between the neighboring houses. He never saw it again. Then he described its coloring. The cat was gray, with patches of rust-orange fur. He admitted that the encounter had made him feel foolish and comforted at the same time. He could not explain it, but he believed our friend had come to say goodbye. That was when I finally told him about the bird. Maybe one of those experiences could have been dismissed as coincidence, but both happened within the same short window of time, to two people who had been close to our friend. Both animals behaved as though they were seeking one particular person's attention, and both carried that same unusual mixture of gray and orange. I still do not know exactly what happened. Maybe grief makes us notice meaning in places we might otherwise overlook. Maybe the world occasionally gives us a moment of comfort when we need it most. Or perhaps our friend really did find two small, unexpected ways to visit us before moving on. Whatever the explanation, I have never forgotten that bird. And a part of me will always believe it was his final goodbye. I used to live in an old house that I'm convinced was haunted by more than one presence. The first one felt human. I was told that a man had passed away after a long illness in the small bedroom at the back of the house. Whenever I closed the blinds in that room, I'd find them damaged the next morning. The slats would be bent and twisted apart, almost as though someone had forced their fingers through them to look outside. I replaced those blinds several times before finally giving up. I just left the window uncovered. Honestly, I was tired of spending money on something that kept getting destroyed. Then there was this little statue in the entryway. It was a ceramic fairy lying on her stomach, reading a tiny book. One evening, my daughter and I were sitting together in the living room when we heard a loud scraping sound from the hallway. We both froze and looked at each other. We searched the entire downstairs, trying to figure out what had caused it. That's when we found the fairy statue. It had moved from the table near the front door all the way across the entryway. It hadn't fallen or rolled. It was still sitting upright, just on the opposite side of the room. Neither of us had touched it. But the worst part of the house was a room in the basement. The moment I stepped near it, I felt this heavy, sickening pressure. It didn't feel like an ordinary spirit. It felt angry. I avoided that room whenever I could. One night, I woke up and saw something inside my bedroom closet. It wasn't shaped like a person. It was more like a mass of darkness, darker than the room around it. I could feel it watching me. Then, without warning, it rushed toward the bed and slammed into me with this overwhelming sense of hatred and rage. I can't properly explain what it felt like. I just knew it wasn't human. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, praying and asking the relatives I had lost to stand around my bed and protect me. By morning, I was exhausted, but I knew I had to confront whatever was in that basement. I walked into the room and spoke out loud. I said, "I know you don't want me here. I'll respect your space, but you need to leave me alone." After that, it never entered my bedroom again. Still, whenever I passed the basement door, I could feel it down there, waiting. And when I say it, I don't mean the spirit of someone who had died. This felt like something else entirely. There were smaller incidents too, although they didn't feel small at the time. The kitchen had an old ceiling fan with pull cords hanging from it. I'm only about 5'2", and the ceilings in that house were unusually high, so I couldn't reach the cords. I never used the fan. One afternoon, it suddenly switched on by itself. It started spinning faster and faster. Because it hadn't been used in years, it was badly unbalanced. The whole fixture began wobbling so violently that I thought it might tear itself out of the ceiling. I had to hit the wall switch and cut the power to stop it. That frightened me more than I'd like to admit. Then, one day, a woman knocked on my front door. She explained that she and her brother had grown up in the house and wondered whether they could come inside to see how it had changed. Their father still lived nearby, and I knew him, so I felt comfortable letting them in. They were lovely people. We walked through the rooms together while they shared memories of growing up there. Eventually, one of them hesitated and asked, "Has anything strange ever happened to you in this house?" When I began telling them what I had experienced, their faces lit up with recognition. They had stories too. A lot of them. They told me that unusual things had happened throughout their childhood, including unexplained noises, objects moving, and frightening experiences near the basement. Hearing that was strangely comforting because it confirmed that I hadn't imagined everything. That house really was haunted. I was deeply relieved when I finally moved away. I did feel guilty for not warning the people who bought it, but they've lived there for quite a while now, so perhaps the house treats them differently. I've always been sensitive to energy. I'm a spiritual person, and I've also practiced Reiki for years, so maybe I notice certain things more easily than other people do. Still, whatever lived in that basement was unlike anything I had encountered before. The only thing I'm truly grateful for is that it stayed behind. It didn't follow me to my new home. I don't think the house I grew up in was always haunted. Honestly, most of my childhood there felt completely normal. But sometime during the last year or two, it started to feel like someone brought something into my parents' home, and whatever it is, has been making itself very comfortable. The strange thing is, it seems especially interested in doors. One afternoon, my parents found that the guest room door had somehow locked from the inside. There was no one in the room, and the door didn't even have an outside keyhole. My mom and dad both tried the handle, but it wouldn't move. Then, I walked over and tried it. The door opened immediately, almost like it had never been locked at all. My mom stared at me, completely stunned. I just stared back at her with the same expression, because neither of us had any idea what had happened. I practice witchcraft, so part of me wondered whether that had something to do with why it opened for me, but I still can't explain it. Another night, a door near that same room was sitting halfway open. There were no fans running, no open windows, and no noticeable breeze. Still, the door slowly began swinging back and forth, making this long, dramatic creaking sound. Of course, it happened while I was alone watching a horror movie after midnight. I finally turned toward it and said, "You need to stop that right now. I am not doing this tonight." And the door stopped. Completely. There was also the evening my parents were away for a few days. My brother and I were downstairs eating dinner when we heard loud noises coming from their bedroom upstairs. It sounded like someone was dragging suitcases across the floor and shifting heavy furniture around. We thought maybe one of our other siblings had stopped by to pick something up, so we went upstairs to say hello. The bedroom was empty. Nothing had been moved, and there was no one else in the house. My dad has experienced things too. One morning, he told my mom and me that he had woken up during the night because someone seemed to be tugging on his ankles. He assumed one of us was playing a strange prank on him, but when he opened his eyes, there was nobody there. My mom was still asleep beside him. We told him very sincerely that pulling him out of bed by the ankles was not exactly our idea of a good joke. The incident that upset me the most involved a deck of cards. My dad had traveled to Portugal and brought home a beautiful traditional playing card deck for me because I practice cartomancy. I absolutely loved it. Whenever I get a new deck, I carry it around for the first few weeks so I can become familiar with it and let it absorb some of my energy. Then, one evening, the deck disappeared. I searched everywhere. I emptied drawers, checked bags, looked beneath furniture, and stripped my bed completely. My mom helped me search too. We shook out the blankets, lifted the mattress, checked between the bed and the wall, and searched my room more than once. The cards were nowhere. I even looked online to see whether I could order another deck, but the shop didn't ship to our country. I felt terrible. I had only just received them, and I was convinced I had already lost them. I ended up crying before I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up and reached beneath the covers for my phone. The deck was lying right beside it. Not underneath the mattress, not hidden inside the blankets. It was sitting in plain sight, exactly where both my mom and I would have seen it the night before. We had completely taken that bed apart. There was no reasonable way those cards had been there the entire time. But the strangest experience happened before a family brunch. We live in a 2-story house, and my bedroom is the first room at the top of the stairs. From my front window, I can clearly see anyone approaching the house. My mom had invited 2 of my aunts over for brunch because one of them was moving to another city. The meal was planned for noon, but at around 10 in the morning, I looked outside and saw my Aunt Serena walking through the front door. I remember thinking it was strange because she is famously late to everything. Seeing her arrive 2 hours early felt almost more supernatural than anything else. Still, I went downstairs to greet her. Only my mom was there. I asked, "Where's Aunt Serena?" My mom looked confused and said, "She isn't here yet." I told her I had just watched Serena enter the house. I had clearly seen her long, unmistakable curls. There was no chance I had mistaken her for somebody else. My mom began calling her sister's name and checking the rooms. No one answered. At noon, my other aunt, Mara, arrived. She asked where Serena was, and we told her she still hadn't shown up. Mara frowned and said, "What are you talking about? I could hear her laughing in the backyard when I walked up." That was the moment the three of us became genuinely frightened. I had seen Serena enter the house. Mara had heard her voice, but Serena wasn't there. The real Serena finally arrived almost 2 hours later, late as usual, and completely unaware that some version of her had apparently visited before she did. I still don't know what is inside that house, or whether all these events are connected. Maybe there are explanations for some of them, but there is one thing I know for certain. Whenever I visit my parents now, I keep a very close eye on the doors. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember. Sometimes what I saw looked completely solid, like an ordinary person standing right in front of me. Other times it was transparent, almost like the air had briefly taken on a human shape. One night, around 2:30 in the morning, I stepped into the hallway to use the bathroom. I saw an older East Asian woman standing nearby, and I could have sworn I heard her softly whisper, "Hey." Then she was gone. On another night, I was in the bathroom when I saw half of a young man's face appear near the doorway. He looked South or Southeast Asian, but I only saw him for a second. Another time, the face of a Japanese woman seemed to emerge from nowhere inside my bedroom. I've seen other unfamiliar faces too, including a Polynesian-looking woman leaning over me while I was lying in bed. That one honestly frightened me. A lot of these experiences became more intense when I worked nights at a large retail store. I once saw a pale-dressed figure walking through the back room. There was also one particular section of the building that felt unusually charged, almost like stepping into a pocket of heavy energy. I later heard rumors that the property may have been built near an old burial ground, though I never knew whether that was true. In the employee bathroom, I saw a pair of feet wearing flip-flops beside me. When I looked beneath the stall, no one was there. Near the lockers, I once noticed black athletic shoes and tan pants standing just around the corner. I assumed it was a coworker, but when I walked over, the area was empty. One evening, I watched the shape of a very tall, broad man come through the freezer doorway. For a moment, I thought he might have been Samoan or Tongan. He looked solid enough to be real, but he vanished before I could understand what I was seeing. I also had an experience while helping at a friend's workplace. I saw the upper half of a tan-skinned man watching us from behind a doorway. Later, I noticed another figure wearing dark, old-fashioned clothing that reminded me of something from the plantation era. That building followed me into my dreams. In one dream, I saw two men standing together inside it. Then something grabbed me, and I woke up suddenly. I remember hearing a voice say that seeing these things wasn't good for my mind. Not every experience looked human. Once, in my bathroom, I briefly saw a red, frightening face. I've also wondered about spirits that imitate people or copy familiar sounds. There was one presence that felt especially hostile toward me, and I remember asking aloud who it was. Part of me wondered whether it had once been human, although I had no real way of knowing. Physical things have happened too. Boxes fell from a shelf by themselves while I was working late one night in Hawaii. In a hotel room on the mainland, I woke to the sound of a large metal pot crashing onto the kitchen floor. When I checked, nothing had fallen. Years earlier, when I was staying with my girlfriend, the bathroom door seemed to move by itself. We left the building early that morning. It may have been a draft, but people had already told us the place had a strange history. Even my old school had stories. One classroom had once been part of a gymnasium, and someone discovered a cross beneath the building. A teacher told us that lights sometimes came on during the night, and chairs appeared to move when no one was inside. During an extremely stressful period in 2025, when I was being financially scammed, I felt something unusual near my front door, almost as though someone were trying to open it. Around that same time, I dreamed about a woman in a black dress who seemed angry that I was checking my bank account. I woke after feeling a sharp poke against my body. While staying at a resort near Waikoloa, I woke with the lights still on and saw a short, greenish figure moving on the bed. It wore a white shirt and brown shorts, but I couldn't make out a face. During that trip, I also thought I saw a woman and a large Hawaiian man standing in the room. One night at home, the living room suddenly seemed to glow as I walked toward the kitchen. I've also recorded footage that appeared to show a dark, trench-coated shape emerging from the den. I can't say with certainty what the camera captured, but seeing it unsettled me. I've sometimes had mental images of cloaked figures gathered around a circular table, watching from a distance. On another night, I was sleeping deeply when something tapped me awake. When I looked toward the television, I saw what appeared to be a red floral kimono, but there was no visible face above it. More recently, I was watching a supernatural television series when I noticed a dark, human-shaped form in the mirror. It looked as though it were reaching toward me, and then it disappeared. I've spent a lot of time wondering whether my religious beliefs, generosity, or habit of giving away my time and money had anything to do with these experiences. I honestly don't know. It's difficult to judge something that feels so personal and impossible to prove. I've also experienced moments that felt like random remote viewing, as though I were suddenly seeing places or people from far away. At work, I sometimes felt spiritually observed, and that feeling became deeply stressful. I still don't have a clear explanation for everything I've experienced. Some moments may have come from exhaustion, dreams, stress, shadows, or ordinary sounds that my mind interpreted in unusual ways. Others remain harder for me to explain. All I can really tell you is that, in those moments, the experiences felt real to me. And when they happened, I often felt as though the room around me had quietly changed, even when no one else could see it. I honestly don't know how to explain what I've seen without sounding a little strange. The best way I can describe it is that they seem out of place. It's usually not because of their clothes or anything obvious. It's more about where they're standing. You'll notice someone lingering in a spot where nobody would naturally stop, and the environment doesn't seem to respond to them. The grass doesn't bend beneath their feet. Leaves and dust move straight through them. Sometimes, the light around them looks slightly wrong, and they don't always appear as people. Every now and then, it's more like a distortion in the air, almost like the ripples you see above hot pavement in summer. You can make out the suggestion of a shape, but not enough detail to say exactly what you're looking at. I've never seen glowing halos or anything dramatic like that. In fact, seeing a complete, full-bodied figure is incredibly rare. Most of the time, you only catch part of something. A shadow, a pale outline, a strange patch of mist, a flicker of light that seems to move with purpose. I think that's probably why people describe so many different things. Some report transparent figures, dark silhouettes, glowing shapes, people in white clothing, angels, demons, or things they can't name at all. Maybe they aren't all the same. Maybe we're simply trying to describe something we don't fully understand. I do believe they can see us, although I can't prove it. Most of them don't seem interested in interacting. They don't rush toward you or hover around waiting to be noticed. They appear to be occupied with their own lives, or whatever remains of those lives. It reminds me of watching strangers pass one another at a market. Everyone has somewhere to be, and nobody pays much attention to anyone else. Sometimes I wonder whether some of them even realize they're dead. People who study paranormal activity often talk about residual hauntings, where the same moment repeats over and over like a recording. I understand the idea, but I've never personally seen the same figure repeatedly appear in one place or reenact a specific event. Nothing I've seen has ever approached me. I've never been startled by something suddenly appearing in my face. I can't communicate with them, and I don't sense their emotions. A close friend of mine has almost the opposite experience. She sometimes hears things or feels a presence, but she can't tell where it's coming from. I occasionally see something, but I don't hear or feel anything. Between the two of us, it's almost as though we each received half of the same strange ability. What I can say with confidence is that my experiences have never looked like anything you see on television. I haven't seen grotesque injuries, missing limbs, demonic faces, or creatures changing shape. Usually, the figures look ordinary. They're slightly transparent, almost like a projection. Other times, they appear as vapor or a ripple in the air, but there's still a clear enough outline to know that something is there. One of the clearest figures I ever saw was an older man standing behind an elementary school near the edge of a playground. He was wearing a dark jacket and neatly pressed trousers. He stood beside a wooden fence, staring toward a row of pine trees beyond the field. He looked calm, almost thoughtful. What caught my attention was everything moving through him. Tiny seeds were drifting through the air that afternoon, and they passed straight through his body. Children ran around nearby without noticing him. Parents talked among themselves, and not one person glanced in his direction. He stayed there for at least a minute. My friend finally asked what I was staring at. I turned toward her and said there was a man standing near the fence. When I looked back, he was gone. There was nowhere nearby he could have walked without me seeing him leave. That was one of the few times I've ever seen a complete figure from head to toe. Of course, maybe we're imagining all of it. Maybe our minds are filling in gaps or noticing patterns that aren't really there. I'm willing to admit that possibility. All I know is that nothing waits beside my bed at night. Nothing whispers my name or tries to contact me. I don't spend my evenings hearing footsteps in empty rooms or watching objects move by themselves. It's mostly just the occasional strange sighting. A person who doesn't quite belong. A shape that disappears when I look away. A moment that has no comfortable explanation. After a while, you stop panicking. You notice it, you wonder about it for a moment, and then you continue with your day. I'm sorry if this sounds like rambling. It's difficult to put something like this into words. But hopefully, it gives you a clearer idea of what these experiences have really been like for me. Let me tell you about a man named Alfred Finch. Investigators believed he may have harmed dozens of vulnerable children, some as young as 3. He deliberately targeted those he thought society would overlook: children from struggling families, children with disabilities, and children from marginalized communities. He reportedly believed that no one would search very hard for them. That thought alone tells you almost everything you need to know about him. Finch was a predator, a torturer, and a murderer. But one of the most disturbing parts of his story came years after a young girl disappeared. Her name was Gracie Benton, and she was 10 years old. Finch had approached her family using a false name and an invented story. He presented himself as friendly and respectable, brought food to their home, and gained the trust of Gracie's mother. He then offered to take the girl to a birthday celebration. Her mother agreed, believing her daughter would be safe. Gracie never came home. For years, her family lived without answers. They did not know where she had been taken or what had happened to her. Then, one day, Gracie's mother received a letter. Then, one day, Gracie's mother received a letter. The writer began calmly, almost politely. He told a long, bizarre story about a sailor who had supposedly traveled overseas during a famine and returned with horrifying appetites. The story was likely invented, but Finch used it to explain the thoughts he claimed had consumed him. Then the letter shifted. He reminded Gracie's mother of the afternoon he had visited her home. He mentioned the meal they shared and the small gifts he had brought. He described how Gracie had trusted him, sitting beside him and treating him with innocent affection. And then he confessed. He admitted that he had taken her to an abandoned house outside the city under the promise of attending a party. Gracie picked flowers while he went inside. When he called her upstairs, she quickly realized that something was terribly wrong. She tried to escape. She cried for her mother, but Finch overpowered her and killed her. The rest of the letter contained descriptions so cruel and calculated that they devastated Gracie's family and shocked even experienced investigators. He claimed to have dismembered her and consumed portions of her remains over several days. Whether every detail was true remains uncertain. Finch was known to invent stories and exaggerate his crimes, but investigators later found evidence connecting him to the abandoned property, and Gracie's belongings were discovered there. The letter had finally exposed the person responsible for her disappearance. Alfred Finch was arrested, placed on trial, and found guilty of murder. Despite questions surrounding his mental condition, the court sentenced him to death. At 66 years old, he was executed in the electric chair. But this story should not end with him. It should end with Gracie, a child who trusted an adult because she had been taught that adults were supposed to protect her. A child whose family never stopped wondering where she was. And a child whose name deserves to be remembered for more than the terrible things one man chose to do. I have come close to dying in a hospital, twice. The first time was during labor. I had been trying for hours, but nothing was progressing. The baby was simply too big, and I was beyond exhausted. I remember thinking, I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired. Then, the monitor started beeping. My vision blurred, and the room slowly turned a soft, misty gray. My final clear thought was about my baby. I just wanted to know that he was safe. Later, I learned that my blood pressure and pulse had dropped so severely that the medical team briefly lost me. But while that was happening, I saw something strange. The room suddenly seemed full of very tall visitors. They were standing around the edges of the room, and in my confused state, I thought some of them were standing on cabinets. I kept wondering why anyone had brought furniture into the room for them to stand on. They were already far too tall. Their bodies seemed bent beneath the ceiling. I had so many questions. Who were they? What was all the beeping? Was my baby all right? It probably lasted only a few seconds, but everything felt stretched out. The room moved in slow motion. There was no panic where I was. Everything felt quiet, gentle, and strangely safe. Then, I heard a buzzing sound. It was as though the sound had always been there at 0 volume, and someone suddenly turned the dial all the way up. It rose from silence to overwhelming noise in an instant. After that, everything disappeared into the gray mist. The next thing I remember is waking up in recovery many hours later. I'd had an emergency C-section. There had been seizures and complications, but the doctors managed to bring me back. What stayed with me most was the feeling I had around those visitors. They seemed concerned about me, but not in a frightening way. Their presence felt calm and almost protective. The second time happened during another pregnancy. I developed a severe antibiotic-resistant kidney infection. By the time I reached the hospital, my fever was already dangerously high. A couple of days later, it climbed to nearly 107 degrees and would not come down. I was only about 28 weeks pregnant. The doctors brought me paperwork authorizing them to deliver the baby if saving both of us became impossible. I tried to sign my name, but all I managed was a crooked line and a few little loops. I remember staring at it and thinking, that doesn't look anything like my signature. Everything seemed as though I were watching it through fogged-up goggles. The nurses kept replacing cold cloths and towels across my skin. There were several of them moving around me, but from my perspective, they were moving slowly and silently. The monitors were beeping, yet the urgency of the room felt distant. Someone shaved my stomach with a cheap disposable razor and apologized for doing it without shaving cream. Somehow, even then, I made a joke that ingrown hairs were probably the least of my problems. By that point, I believed I was dying. And strangely, I had accepted it. I felt hot, freezing, wet, and weightless all at once. The soft gray haze returned, and so did the tall visitors. They stood along the walls, hunched beneath the ceiling, watching everything. I was relieved to see them again. The doctor had been wearing a bright tropical shirt when he first came in to explain the paperwork. In my feverish state, I became convinced he had been called away from some beach concert. I even apologized for ruining his evening. He looked at me and said, "What are you talking about?" A few minutes later, someone helped him into a white surgical coat. Against the grayness of the room, he looked almost luminous. He stood nearby holding a scalpel, waiting. The room became strangely still. There was only the beeping, the cold towels moving across my skin, and the tall figures pressed against the walls. Then someone shouted, "It's coming down!" My fever had finally started to break. The entire room seemed to breathe out at once. Everything suddenly sped up again. The nurses moved quickly, voices returned, and the strange softness lifted. The tall visitors began to fade. In my mind, the cabinets they had been standing on disappeared with them. I later read theories about how extreme medical distress can alter the brain, distort time, and create powerful visual experiences. Maybe that explains the mist, the slow motion, and the buzzing sound. But it has never fully explained the visitors to me. I couldn't see their faces. They were only blurry figures, impossibly tall and bent beneath the ceiling. Still, in those moments, they felt just as real as the doctors and nurses around me. I've heard that same buzzing sound during another medical episode, when I lost consciousness almost instantly. I barely had time to think, what is that? Then, the world turned gray. Had I not awakened, that unfinished question would have been my final thought. But I did wake up. And even now, when I remember those rooms, I don't remember fear most clearly. I remember the softness. I remember the silence between the beeps. And I remember the tall visitors standing quietly at the edge of the room. I found my mom on her couch just a few hours after I had left her. When I walked out that day, she was alive and seemed completely herself. Coming back and realizing she was gone was a shock I still struggle to put into words. The following evening, I was walking through the room where she had died when something stopped me in my tracks. A warm, electric sensation moved through my entire body, and every hair on my arm stood up. Both of her cats froze at exactly the same moment. They were staring toward the ceiling as though they could see something I couldn't. It lasted perhaps 15 or 20 seconds, and then it was gone. The cats relaxed, I could move again, and the room felt ordinary. I've always believed that was my mom saying goodbye. I haven't experienced anything else quite like it. She has appeared in a few of my dreams, but only in the background, the way people we miss sometimes wander into ordinary dreams. There was never a clear message or a moment when I knew I was truly speaking with her. My son's experience was very different. He and my mother had always been incredibly close, but he was away when she passed. Calling him to tell him what had happened was one of the hardest things I have ever done. He was heartbroken. Not long afterward, he began having vivid, lucid dreams about her, even though he had never experienced lucid dreaming before. In those dreams, she appeared as she had when he was a child. She was healthy, energetic, and in the happiest years of her life. She told him he was going to be all right. She said it didn't matter that he had been away when she died. What mattered was everything they had shared while she was alive. Then they began reliving those memories together. In one of the dreams, they were joined by two former neighbors, Aunt Lena and Uncle Ray, who had passed away not long before my mother. Their own children had grown up and moved away, so they had treated my son like a nephew. He had spent countless afternoons with them when he was young. Aunt Lena had died after living with Alzheimer's disease. For years, she had barely seemed aware of where she was. Yet in the dream, she was completely herself again. The four of them sat together between their adjoining backyards, talking and laughing as though no time had passed at all. My son still considers those dreams a gift. They gave him a kind of comfort and closure that I don't think anything else could have provided. Strangely, experiences like this seem to run through the women in our family. A few weeks before my grandmother died from a stroke, she dreamed about my grandfather, who had already passed. They were standing in a bright field with a fence separating them. She told him she was going to climb over. He said, "No, you can't come across yet, but very soon, there won't be a fence." She woke up annoyed with him because he wouldn't let her climb over. Still, after that dream, something in her changed. She seemed calmer and more prepared. A few weeks later, she was gone. My mother also said she had seen both of her parents after their deaths. She described them as full, solid figures, rather than shadows or fleeting shapes. They didn't speak or deliver a message. They simply appeared. There is one more family story that has always stayed with me. My great-grandmother became convinced that she and my great-grandfather were going to die in a car accident. She even warned the family not to organize the surprise anniversary celebration they were quietly planning for them. In the autumn of 1947, they visited my grandparents. On the morning they were due to leave, my great-grandmother became deeply upset. My mother was only 3 years old and asleep in bed, and my great-grandmother held on to her so tightly that the family practically had to pull her away. On the drive home, their car left the road and struck a concrete barrier. Cars were far less safe then, and the windshield was not made from modern safety glass. My great-grandmother was thrown through it and died from her injuries. My great-grandfather survived the crash, but he was never truly well again, either physically or emotionally. He died about a year later. The family said that, near the end, he repeated her name again and again until he finally passed. I don't claim to understand any of these experiences. Maybe grief reaches into dreams. Maybe love leaves impressions we can still feel. Or perhaps the people we lose sometimes find a way to remind us that the bond hasn't disappeared. All I know is that my mother's goodbye seemed to come as a brief current of warmth, while my son received whole conversations and memories. Different goodbyes, perhaps, but the same love. At the time, my boyfriend and I used to visit his parents pretty often. They lived out in the country, in this old farmhouse surrounded by fields and woods. It was peaceful during the day, but once the sun went down, the house had a completely different feeling. Almost every time I stayed there, I would hear a little girl giggling. Sometimes she would whisper that her name was Maisie. Her voice always sounded sweet and playful, never threatening, but I could never figure out where it was coming from. There were other strange moments too. One afternoon, I was leaning over the back of the couch, trying to reach something that had fallen behind it. Suddenly, I felt someone grab my ankle and shove my leg away. It felt exactly like a person thought I was about to kick them and had pushed my foot aside to protect themselves. I spun around immediately, but no one was there. Whenever I told my boyfriend or his parents about these things, they would laugh. His father jokingly called me the strange one because he did not believe in ghosts at all. Honestly, it never bothered me that they did not believe me. I knew what I had heard, and I knew what I had felt. One weekend, my boyfriend and I decided to stay overnight. His parents had several cats, and late that evening, I was stretched out on the living room couch watching television with one of the cats curled up on my chest. My boyfriend eventually said he was going upstairs to bed. I told him I was comfortable and would probably just fall asleep on the couch. The living room was tiny. The couch sat beneath a window, the television was tucked into the corner, and a narrow bathroom door stood just to the right of it. I was lying there, petting the cat and watching my show, when she suddenly let out this deep, low growl. Then she hissed. At first, I assumed another cat had wandered into the room, and she was warning it to stay away. I gently shushed her, stroked the top of her head, and kept watching television. A few seconds later, she growled again. That time, I looked down at her. Her entire body had gone stiff. Her pupils were enormous, her ears were pressed flat against her head, and she was staring directly at the bathroom doorway. I followed her gaze, fully expecting to see one of the other cats standing there. Instead, I saw a woman. She was tall, probably close to 6 feet, with very long dark hair divided into 2 braids that hung over her shoulders. She wore a loose, pale blue nightgown covered in tiny white flowers. The moonlight coming through the window behind me seemed to fall directly across her face and body. I could see everything clearly except her feet. She had warm brown skin and soft, striking features. She might have been indigenous or of mixed heritage. What unsettled me most was that she was not angry or frightening. She was smiling at me. It was a gentle smile, almost comforting. The cat suddenly launched herself off my chest and disappeared from the room. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I yanked the blanket over my head and began whispering the Lord's Prayer, asking whoever was there to please leave me alone. After a while, I slowly lowered the blanket. She was still there. She stood silently in the bathroom doorway, smiling at me and holding a small white flower between her hands. I pulled the blanket back over my head and stayed that way. Somehow, despite being terrified, I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my boyfriend and his parents exactly what I had seen. For once, his father did not laugh. He looked at me and said, "You know this area used to have a large indigenous community, don't you? Someone died in this house a long time ago. I always heard she belonged to one of the families who lived on this land." Years later, after the family suffered the loss of their daughter, they began experiencing strange things in the farmhouse themselves. They heard footsteps, saw doors move, and noticed objects appearing in places where no one had left them. After that, they finally believed me. And whenever I think about the woman in the blue nightgown, I still remember her smile. I was terrified that night, but looking back, I do not think she wanted to hurt me. I think she simply wanted someone to know she was still there. I've been hearing and seeing things since I was around 10 years old. The house I grew up in never felt peaceful to me. There was something there that looked like a small child, except it was completely black, almost like a shadow cut into the shape of a person. Sometimes it would stand at the end of the hallway and wave at me. Then, the moment I blinked or looked away, it would disappear. At night, I would feel it tap the bottom of my foot while I was lying in bed. My bedroom lights would switch on and off by themselves. Even when I was taking a shower, my radio would jump rapidly through different stations before stopping on loud static. Whenever I pulled the shower curtain back to look, the room would be empty. I spent years counting down the days until I could leave that house. My older brother saw things too. He was about 3 years older than me, and he often talked about seeing a tall man walk past his bedroom door late at night. It happened so frequently that, eventually, neither of us could pretend the house was normal. When I was 19, my grandfather died. He had been a cruel and deeply abusive man. He had hurt several members of our family, including my father's sisters, and when I was a little girl, he had tried to hurt me too. So when I heard that he was gone, I didn't feel grief. I felt relieved. Not long afterward, my grandmother suffered a stroke. She still lived in her apartment, but she needed nurses with her around the clock. One weekend, her regular nurse couldn't come, so my uncle asked me to stay with her. That evening, I helped my grandmother into bed, turned off the lights in her room, and made sure the apartment was locked. Then I went into the guest room across the hall. I lay on my side with my back facing the doorway, writing in my journal beneath the warm glow of a small lamp. Honestly, I was complaining about being there. I was young, tired, and frustrated that I had to spend my entire weekend taking care of her. Then I felt the bedsheet move. It shifted beside me and pulled slightly away from my body, exactly as it would if someone had just sat down on the edge of the mattress. I immediately looked over my shoulder, thinking my grandmother had come into the room. No one was there. The mattress was empty, but the sheet was still gathered beside me. I remember staring at it, trying to convince myself that I had moved without realizing it. After a moment, I took a breath, opened my journal again, and continued writing. That was when I felt the hands. They seemed to come from underneath the sheet. They moved over my legs and up my body, touching me in a way that made every part of me freeze with fear. I screamed and threw the covers off. As I sat upright, I saw something peering around the wooden base of the bed. At first, all I could see was its face. Then it slowly crawled out on its hands and knees. It had my grandfather's face, but everything about it was distorted. His pale blue eyes looked colder and larger than I remembered. His eyebrows curved unnaturally high above them. He wore the same cruel grin I had known as a child, but his mouth was filled with broken, jagged teeth. It crawled across the floor, passed through the open doorway, and disappeared into the dark hallway. I was beyond terrified. I couldn't move for several minutes. When I finally found my voice, I began repeating the Lord's Prayer out loud. I said it again and again until morning. I never went back to sleep. The next day, I asked my grandmother how she had slept. She looked unsettled and said, "I had the strangest dream. I saw your grandfather, but something was wrong with him. He looked frightening. He didn't look completely human." The moment she said that, I called my uncle. I told him he needed to come and stay with his mother because I would not spend another night in that apartment. As soon as he arrived, I gathered my things and left. I never saw that creature again. Nothing like that has ever happened to me since. But even now, when I remember the way it crawled out from beneath that bed wearing my grandfather's face, I can still feel the fear of that night settling over me. Last story for tonight. My stepdad had been raising me since I was 2 years old. To me, he wasn't my stepdad. He was simply my dad, the only father I had ever known. I adored him. Honestly, I was closer to him than I was to my own mother. This happened in 2016. My grandmother was 91 and nearing the end of her life. It wasn't sudden. She had been slowly fading for weeks in a hospice facility. I lived several hours away and had 2 young children, so I drove into town, booked a small hotel room, and brought my 3-year-old with me. My best friend offered to watch my 6-year-old for a few days. I just wanted some quiet time beside my grandmother before she passed. My parents lived in another state too, but they drove in that same day to visit her. When I entered my grandmother's room and saw my mom and dad, something strange happened. The second my eyes met my dad's, my stomach dropped. It was that intense, panicked feeling I usually got when I was extremely nervous. But I wasn't nervous. I had already accepted that my grandmother was dying. I worked as a nurse, so death wasn't unfamiliar to me. I had sat beside patients and relatives during their final moments. My faith had always helped me see death as a passage rather than an ending. Still, every time I looked at my dad, that awful feeling returned. I asked him to watch my little boy while I hurried to the bathroom. It happened 2 or 3 times. Eventually, Dad laughed and said, "Jenna, are you pregnant or something?" I laughed it off and told him absolutely not. A little later, Mom suggested we leave, get something to eat, and return the next morning, assuming Grandma was still with us. As we walked down the hallway, Dad was telling me a funny story about a woman he worked with. Mom was a few steps ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Then, I heard someone running behind me. The footsteps were heavy and fast. I assumed it was one of the nurses coming to tell me something about Grandma. I interrupted Dad and said, "Hang on, I think the nurse needs me." He looked confused. Before I could turn completely around, a voice spoke directly into my right ear. "Prepare yourself. You are going to lose your father before your grandmother." I spun around. There was nobody there. The hallway behind us was empty. I turned back toward Dad, and he stared at me like I had lost my mind. "What on earth is wrong with you?" he asked. I didn't know what to say. I knew what I had heard, but it made no sense. Dad wasn't sick. He didn't have any serious health problems. I convinced myself that grief and exhaustion were playing tricks on me. We went to dinner together, and afterward, Mom hugged me goodbye. Dad had already started walking toward the door. I called after him, "Hey, you forgot my hug." He let out that big, hearty laugh of his, turned around, and wrapped his arms around me. Okay, he said. "I love you." "I love you too, Dad." For some reason, the fact that he had almost left without saying goodbye stayed with me. I strapped my little boy into his car seat and drove back to the hotel. The radio was off, the windows were closed, and snow had begun falling outside. That voice kept replaying in my mind. Finally, I began speaking out loud. "God, I feel like I'm losing my mind. But if that warning was really from you, please tell me again. Make it clear this time." A few moments later, I heard rustling in the back seat. I assumed my son was moving around, but when I checked the mirror, he was sound asleep. Then the voice came again, louder and firmer than before. I said, "Prepare yourself. You are going to lose your father before your grandmother." I could barely breathe. When I reached the hotel room, I broke down. I stood by the window watching the snow fall and begged God not to take my dad. Please, not him. My mother can't lose her mother and her husband at the same time. I still need my dad. We all need him. After a while, an unexpected calm settled over me. I felt reassured that I would have time to process what was coming and that, somehow, I would survive it. Then I started trying to bargain with the warning. I thought, I'll call Mom and tell her to take him to a doctor. But it was already late, and they were probably home asleep. So I decided I would call first thing in the morning and insist that Dad get checked. The next morning, My 3-year-old had the biggest meltdown of his young life. Nothing calmed him down. I became overwhelmed, rushed, and completely distracted. I forgot to call. When I finally remembered, I told myself, the message said I would have time. I'll call them in a little while. I was supposed to reach Grandma's room by noon, but because of the difficult morning, I arrived nearly an hour late. The moment I stepped inside, a nurse rushed into the room. "Is there a Jenna here?" she asked. "Jenna? Maybe Jennifer?" Her face was pale and frantic. I raised my hand and said, "I'm Jenna. What happened?" She told me I needed to call home immediately. There had been an emergency. My hands shook as I dialed. A relative answered and said, "You need to come home. Your father collapsed at a convenience store." I asked, "Collapsed? Do you mean he tripped?" She cut me off, crying, "I don't know. They were performing CPR. An ambulance took him to the hospital." Everything around me slowed down. The room began spinning, and I started screaming. "He's gone. I know he's gone. I was warned, and I didn't do anything. This is my fault." My dad died before my grandmother. Nearly a decade has passed, and I still cry when I tell this story. I miss his laugh. I miss his hugs. I miss the way his presence made the world feel safer. Part of me will probably always wonder whether I could have changed what happened. Deep down, I know I didn't understand the warning and had no way of knowing what to do. But grief doesn't always listen to reason. Years later, I discovered that my husband of 18 years had been unfaithful throughout much of our marriage, with coworkers and other women. That betrayal nearly destroyed me. But even that pain didn't compare to losing my dad. Some losses break your heart. Others leave an empty chair inside you that no one else can ever fill. I've had quite a few strange experiences, but there's one I still think about whenever it snows. I've always loved walking through the woods after a fresh snowfall. Everything feels peaceful and untouched, and I enjoy following animal tracks to see where they lead. One winter afternoon, after several inches of snow had fallen, I drove to a nature preserve just outside town. When I arrived, mine was the only car in the small gravel parking lot. I followed the main trail into the woods, stopping every so often to examine deer prints in the snow. It was still daylight, and I felt completely relaxed. Nothing seemed unusual or threatening. Farther along, the trail curved sharply to the right. Just before the bend stood two enormous trees. The one on the left was beside a steep ravine, while the tree on the right bordered a dense stretch of woods. As I approached them, I heard a faint rustling sound ahead of me. I stopped and looked up, but I couldn't see anything. After a few seconds, I lowered my eyes and continued searching for tracks. Then I heard it again. This time, when I looked up, I saw a man peering at me from behind the tree on the right. He had light brown hair, pale eyes, and he appeared to be crouching. He was wearing jeans and a dark green jacket with a gray stripe running down one sleeve. The moment I realized he was watching me, he suddenly darted across the trail in a low, hunched position and disappeared behind the tree beside the ravine. I froze. Every peaceful feeling I'd had vanished. I was alone, unarmed, and far enough from the parking lot that no one would hear me easily. My first thought was that he had been waiting for someone to come down the trail. I began walking backward, slowly at first, keeping my eyes fixed on the tree where he was hiding. I knew there were only two places he could go. He could climb down into the ravine, or he could come back onto the trail and move toward me. As I backed away, I quietly prayed for protection. Then, through the stillness of the snowy woods, I heard tires crunching over gravel in the parking lot. The snow made every sound seem unusually clear, almost as though it were traveling through a tunnel. A minute later, I heard footsteps behind me. A man appeared on the trail with a large golden retriever. As he passed, he politely said, "Excuse me." That was my chance. I immediately turned around and followed close behind him, probably much too close. He glanced over his shoulder and gave me a confused look, but he kept walking. I stayed right behind him as we approached the bend. I was certain the crouching man would still be hiding behind that tree. But when we passed it, no one was there. I stopped and stared. The man with the dog continued down the trail, but I couldn't move. The person I had seen had completely vanished. Then I looked at the snow. There were no footprints crossing from one tree to the other. There were no marks leading into the woods. There were no tracks going down the ravine. Nothing. The snow was deep, smooth, and completely undisturbed. That was the moment the hair rose on the back of my neck. There had been nearly a foot of snow on the ground. Any human being crossing that trail would have left clear footprints. But there weren't any. I ran all the way back to my car, locked the doors, and drove away. I never returned to that park. I grew up in a house that was eventually torn down because of everything that happened inside it. My family did not demolish it. The owner who bought it after us tried living there for a while, but he left pretty quickly. Then he rented it out for years, and somehow, nobody ever stayed longer than a few months. Eventually, he gave up and had the entire place knocked down. That probably sounds dramatic, but let me tell you what we experienced there. Before I was born, my parents bought the house as their first home. My mom was busy taking care of my older brother, so my dad would go over after work to paint and fix things up. One evening, he was painting the kitchen when he suddenly felt like someone was staring at him. He tried to ignore it, but the feeling kept getting stronger. When he finally looked toward the hallway, he saw the shadow of a man standing completely still in the doorway. There was no face, no movement, just the shape of someone watching him. My dad grabbed his things and left. He never worked in that house alone at night again. Before that evening, he did not believe in ghosts. Afterward, he never laughed at the idea again. My parents also had 2 border collies when they moved in. Both dogs refused to enter the house. They would stop at the doorway, pull against their leashes, and panic whenever anyone tried to bring them inside. Eventually, my parents had to find them another home. My mom remembers objects moving around by themselves. Things would disappear from one room and turn up days later somewhere completely different. I have one memory from Thanksgiving that is still perfectly clear. There was a candle sitting in the middle of the dining table. Everyone was talking when the candle suddenly slid several inches across the tablecloth. The strange part was that the cloth underneath it did not move or wrinkle. Everyone saw it. The entire room went quiet. When I was 4, I received a large stuffed doll for Christmas. On Christmas Eve, we opened one present before visiting my grandmother. When we returned home, every gift with my name on it had been ripped apart. The wrapping paper was shredded. Boxes were torn open. A few toys were damaged. My brother's presents were untouched. The worst incident happened when I was 5. There was a narrow crawl space connecting my bedroom to my older brother's room. Each side had a sliding wooden door with a small hook and ring latch. One afternoon, I crawled inside because I wanted to sneak into his room and scare him. Somehow, both doors became stuck. I do not remember any of this, but my family does. They even took photographs afterward. I was trapped in that crawl space for hours. My parents could hear me screaming, but neither door would open. Eventually, the police were called. Then, without anyone understanding how, one of the doors suddenly slid open. When they pulled me out, my voice was almost gone from screaming. There were long scratches covering my back. They looked like claw marks from a large animal, but the crawl space was fully drywalled. There were no exposed nails, sharp beams, or loose pieces of wood that could have caused them. That was the moment my parents decided we were leaving. We moved out a few weeks later. Years afterward, we learned that an older man named Roland had died of a heart attack in the downstairs hallway, right beside the kitchen. He had apparently been known as an angry, unpleasant man. That was the same hallway where my dad saw the shadow. What bothers me most is how clearly I remember the rest of the house. I remember the pattern in the carpet. I remember the little green tiles in the bathroom. I remember where my grandfather always sat and where my brother hid his BB pellets. I even remember the drawer where my dad kept his cinnamon candies. But I cannot remember a single moment from inside that crawl space. There is just nothing there. My parents would not let me go near the property for years. My uncle still lives a few streets away, and even though the house is gone now, we still take the longer road whenever we visit him. The strange thing is, I am a skeptic. I question everything. I look for faulty wiring, old pipes, shifting foundations, drafts, sleep paralysis, and every other ordinary explanation before I consider anything paranormal. That is actually why I became a ghost hunter. People often assume ghost hunters want every strange noise to be a spirit, but I am usually the person trying to prove that it is not. Most experiences have explanations. This one does not. I cannot explain the shadow my father saw. I cannot explain why the dogs refused to enter. I cannot explain the candle, the destroyed presents, or the marks on my back. And I cannot explain why my father still looks frightened whenever someone mentions that house. Some people are curious about the paranormal because it sounds exciting. For my family, it was never exciting. It was something we survived. And even now, with the house reduced to an empty patch of land, none of us wants to drive past the place where it once stood. I want to share something deeply personal with you. These events happened to my family and me in a home we once lived in near Thunder Bay, Ontario. Even now, looking back on it, there are moments that are difficult to put into words. A small part of our experience was eventually featured on a paranormal television series in an episode about demonic hauntings. We were grateful that our story was heard, but what appeared on screen was only a tiny fraction of what actually happened. Our interview lasted nearly 5 hours, yet we had no control over which parts were included. We never spoke with the actors who portrayed us, and some of the reenactments were much more dramatic than the reality. The woman playing me was shown constantly screaming and panicking, but that wasn't how I reacted. I was usually the calm one, especially when everyone else was frightened. We also never met the paranormal experts who commented on the episode. Strangely enough, years later, one of them became a close friend of mine. We both ended up working with the same paranormal radio network based in Louisiana, where I now host 2 live programs of my own. Life has a curious way of bringing people together. What the television episode didn't explain was that we weren't dealing with a single presence. There were at least 4 distinct entities in that house, and each one felt different. One of them was far more dangerous than the others. One evening, my partner Damien was suddenly lifted and thrown nearly 12 feet across the kitchen. He struck the floor so violently that I honestly thought I was going to lose him. After that night, we stopped allowing the entire household to sleep at the same time. Usually, I stayed awake. I would sit quietly and listen while everyone else slept, watching the hallways and checking each room to make sure they were safe. Every creak made my body tense. Every shadow seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it. I was exhausted, but sleeping felt too dangerous. Over the years, we were scratched, bitten, burned, choked, and shoved by things we couldn't see. Sometimes we woke with marks on our bodies that hadn't been there the night before. Other times, the attacks happened while we were fully awake. And it wasn't only our family. Friends, relatives, and visitors witnessed things too. Some heard voices calling their names. Others saw figures moving through rooms or felt something touch them when no one was nearby. A few people refused to return after spending only one evening inside the house. We endured those experiences for years. They changed the way we slept, the way we trusted our surroundings, and the way we understood the world around us. I know some people may find this difficult to believe, and I understand that. Before living in that house, I might have felt the same way. But we know what happened to us. We lived through it. And although we eventually left that home behind, there are certain memories that never completely leave you. Hi, I've had a handful of strange experiences throughout my life, though most of them happened years ago. The first story isn't something I remember myself. It's something my mother told me when I was older. At the time, my father was working overnight, so my mother was alone in the apartment with me. I was very young and already asleep in my room. She had stretched out on the sofa and was drifting off when she noticed something in the living room doorway. It looked like a pale cloud of smoke. She watched as it slowly gathered into the shape of a human face. It remained there for only a few moments before disappearing. She never saw it again, but the memory stayed with her for years. That apartment was unsettling in other ways too. My mother said the kitchen cupboards would sometimes swing open and slam shut without anyone touching them. Most of the strange activity seemed to happen around her. The whole place had a heavy atmosphere. Even as a child, I could feel it. Walking through the rooms sometimes felt like stepping into air that was too thick to breathe. There was always this quiet sense that something wasn't right. My father was also drinking heavily during that period. Most of the time he was gentle and loving, but when he drank too much, his personality could change completely. His face, his voice, even the way he carried himself felt unfamiliar. It frightened me, although I understand now that the alcohol was probably responsible. Eventually, we left that apartment and moved somewhere else. That's where I had an experience of my own. I was around 16, alone in my bedroom with music playing. I was tidying up, singing along, and dancing while I worked. At one point, I turned toward the window. Our apartment opened onto a large shared rooftop, and my bedroom looked directly across it. Standing outside was a tall, dark figure wearing what appeared to be a wide-brimmed hat. It wasn't moving. It was simply standing there, staring straight through the window at me. The fear hit me so quickly that I dropped to the floor. I didn't even try to run normally. I crawled out of the bedroom and called for my mother. She came immediately, but when we looked again, the rooftop was empty. For years, I didn't know what to make of it. Then, much later, I began reading stories about a shadowy figure people call the Hat Man. I can't prove that's what I saw, but the descriptions were disturbingly familiar. More strange things happened when I was in my 20s and living in a shared house with several other women. One night, everyone had gone to bed, and I was lying awake in the dark. There was just enough light in the room to see the outlines of my desk and furniture. That's when I noticed something hovering above the desk. It looked like a dense cloud of black mist, darker than everything around it. It slowly drifted across the room toward my bed. I remember lying there, watching it come closer, unsure whether I should move or scream. Then it simply faded away. That house had other unexplained sounds too. We would hear slow footsteps climbing the stairs, even when everyone was already in their rooms and no one else was inside. The most frightening experience happened one evening after I had just returned home. I walked into my bedroom put my things down, and lay on the bed. Almost immediately, the temperature in the room dropped. It became so cold that I could feel it across my skin. Then I realized I couldn't move. I was completely awake. I had only been home for a minute or two, so I knew I hadn't fallen asleep. My mind was clear and I could see the room around me, but my body wouldn't respond. I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't even call out. Eventually, the feeling released me, and the room slowly seemed normal again. I know some people would explain that experience as sleep paralysis, and perhaps they're right. Maybe there are ordinary explanations for all of these things. Still, when you're the one standing in the room, watching something impossible happen in front of you, it doesn't feel ordinary. Would I call these experiences paranormal? I think I would. I can't say exactly what I saw or why these things happened, but I've always believed that the world contains more than what we can easily see or understand. When I was about 10 years old, I saw something inside the cave on my grandparents' property that I still can't explain. I know how that sounds. Honestly, I don't even believe in creatures like wendigos. At least, I never did before this happened. But after all these years, I still haven't found a normal explanation for what we saw. The cave was in an area where indigenous hunters had once traveled. My grandparents had found dozens of arrowheads near the entrance, especially after heavy rain washed away the loose soil. The cave itself stretched deep beneath the property, with passages that supposedly continued for miles. That summer, my cousin's friend Evan came to stay with my grandparents. He had recently finished college and was taking a road trip across the country. He had grown up in a big city, so my grandpa and I spent the week showing him what rural life was like. We fished, repaired fences, rode around the property, and stayed outside until the fireflies came out. It had been a wonderful week. Then I told Evan about the cave. The moment he heard about it, he wanted to explore it. My grandpa normally went inside with me, but by then his knees and lower back were giving him trouble. The entrance required you to crawl on your hands and knees, and several passages had steep ledges running beside them. I had explored the cave plenty of times though, and I promised Grandpa we wouldn't go very far. Since I knew the first section well, he agreed to let us go alone. We entered just before dusk. After crawling through the narrow opening, we reached the main chamber. The ceiling rose nearly 40 feet above us, and the room was wide enough that our flashlights couldn't illuminate the entire space at once. Beyond it, the main passage curved around a thick wall of stone. I was explaining the layout and warning Evan about the drop-offs when I noticed he wasn't listening anymore. He was staring past me. Then he shouted, "What the hell is that?" I turned around. There was a face peeking around the stone wall. That is the clearest way I can describe it. Just a face, watching us from around the corner. Its skin was unnaturally pale, almost gray-white. The features looked stretched and narrow, and its eyes seemed far too dark. Both of our flashlight beams were pointed directly at it, so I know it wasn't just some vague shape hiding in the shadows. For a second, I couldn't move. Then fear took over. I spun around and ran for the entrance, with Evan right behind me. Near the narrow crawl space, I slammed my back against a low piece of rock. The impact knocked the air out of my lungs and dropped me to the ground. I remember thinking that I couldn't stop. Whatever happened, I could not stop inside that cave. So I crawled. I dragged myself through the last stretch as quickly as I could, scraping my knees and elbows against the stone. Evan came scrambling out behind me, and neither of us slowed down until we were well away from the entrance. Outside, he looked completely shaken. I asked him what he had seen. Before I described anything, he told me about the pale skin, the narrow face, and those dark, hollow-looking eyes. He had seen exactly what I had. When we returned to the house, we told my grandparents everything. At first, they listened and tried to calm us down. Later, they decided it must have been a raccoon or some other animal whose face had looked strange in the uneven light. But it wasn't a raccoon. Our flashlights had illuminated it clearly, and it had been standing high enough to look around the side of that wall. Evan and I both knew what we had seen, even if we didn't know what to call it. At that age, I had never heard much about wendigos, skinwalkers, or anything similar. I wasn't trying to match the experience to a story I already knew. To me, it was simply something pale and terrible that had been watching us from deeper inside the cave. A few weeks later, I was staying with my grandparents again and watching a late-night television show about unexplained creatures. An episode featured a tall, pale humanoid figure. The face looked almost identical to the one in the cave. I turned the television off, but I couldn't sleep. I stayed awake until sunlight began coming through the windows. My family still jokes about the whole thing. They say Evan and I frightened each other and turned an ordinary animal into a monster. Most of the time, I laugh along with them because it's easier than arguing. But I still remember that face. I remember the way it leaned around the wall, perfectly still, as though it had been waiting for us to notice it. I've returned to the cave several times since then, always with a group and proper safety equipment. I never enter alone, and I never go in unprepared. We haven't seen the creature again. And, truthfully, I hope we never do. I must have been about 5 years old when this happened. Not long before, I'd been badly hurt in an accident at home, and everyone assumed what came afterward was connected to that. The first time I saw him, I was lying in bed when something suddenly woke me. I looked toward the closet and saw a man standing there in the darkness. Strangely, I wasn't afraid at first. Back then, I loved watching an old detective cartoon called Detective Tracy. The figure in my closet reminded me of the main character. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and a long trench coat, but his whole body looked dark and shadowy. I couldn't make out his face at all, so I tried talking to him. "I know who you are," I said. "You're Detective Tracy." He seemed surprised that I could see him. "Why are you speaking to me?" he asked. "No one ever speaks to me." The moment I heard his voice, I knew he wasn't the cartoon detective. There was something cold about the way he spoke. Then he disappeared back into the closet. The following night, he returned. This time, I was terrified, but I still found the courage to speak. "I can't see your face," I told him. He didn't answer. "I need to see it," I said again, "so I'll know you're not Detective Tracy." He asked me who Detective Tracy was and why I thought they looked alike when I couldn't even see his face. I tried to explain it the best way a little kid could. I told him about the hat, the trench coat, and the special wristwatch the detective used like a telephone. Then his voice changed. "I am not Detective Tracy," he said, "and you must never speak to me again." He sounded so angry and threatening that I told him, "Then don't come back. I don't like you." But he did come back. On the third night, I screamed for him to go away. My older sister rushed into the room and told me I'd only had a nightmare. But I knew I had been awake. He would wake me deliberately and stand there watching me. There was something menacing about him, as though he enjoyed frightening me. For weeks, I cried whenever bedtime came. I begged not to be left alone, so my sister started sleeping beside me. Even then, the man returned. I would open my eyes and see him near the closet while my sister slept beside me. I'd shake her and whisper, "He's back," He's in there." Without even turning around, she would tell me it was only the darkness playing tricks on my eyes. That was when he smiled. I still couldn't see most of his face, but I could see the outline of his chin and a long, unnatural grin. A faint glow seemed to come from inside his mouth. It felt as though he wanted to make absolutely certain that I saw him, almost as though he found it funny that my sister didn't believe me. Eventually, my sister said she couldn't keep sleeping in my room because I woke her so often. Once she stopped, I became even more frightened, and I started wetting the bed. The adults became frustrated with me. Since the accident had happened several weeks earlier, they thought the nightmares and bedwetting were just ways of getting attention. They told me I needed to behave, and because I had described the figure as looking like Detective Tracy, they decided that proved I had invented the whole thing. They thought I was claiming the cartoon character was hiding in my closet, but that wasn't what I meant. I kept trying to explain that he only dressed like the detective. He wasn't the hero from the cartoon. He felt more like one of the villains. It seemed to go on forever. Night after night, I worried that he would return. Then one evening, my father finally marched into my room. He opened the closet and shouted into the darkness, "Detective Tracy, get out of this closet! Don't you ever come back!" Then he slammed the door shut and told me and my two sisters not to open it until he said it was safe. That closet stayed closed for more than a month, and the man never came through the closed door. For the first time in weeks, I could sleep. Eventually, one of my sisters asked our father whether she could get her shoes out of the closet. He looked confused and told her to simply open it. She reminded him, "You said we weren't allowed to open the door until you said it was okay, so the bad Detective Tracy wouldn't scare her anymore." The adults may have forgotten how real it felt to me, but I never did. I know I wasn't dreaming. I know I was awake. And after my father closed that closet door, I never saw the man in the hat again. When I was about 9 years old, I lived in the English countryside with my dad for a couple of years. We shared the place with a former royal protection officer who had once worked closely with Princess Diana and later became involved in one of my father's business ventures. And the house itself, well, calling it a house doesn't quite do it justice. It was an old, two-story chapel with a thatched roof, built sometime around the 14th century. According to the locals, members of the royal court had occasionally used it as a countryside retreat hundreds of years earlier. It stood on this enormous stretch of green land, with ancient trees, wild gardens, and a narrow stream winding through the property. Stonehenge was less than half an hour away. It was beautiful, peaceful even. But the moment we arrived, our new housemate skipped all the usual pleasantries. He didn't ask whether the journey had been comfortable or offer to show us around. He simply looked at my dad and me and said there was one rule we had to follow. Just one. He told us, "You're going to see things in this house. Quite a lot of things, actually. Most of them are harmless. Some are even friendly. But upstairs, there's a hallway. At the entrance, you'll see 2 bedrooms, one on each side. Farther along, there are paintings on the walls, narrow tables covered with books, and little decorations." Then his expression changed. Halfway down the hallway, all of that stops. No pictures, no furniture, nothing. Beyond that point are 2 more bedrooms. Whatever you do, do not walk into that empty part of the corridor. It isn't safe. Now, you have to remember, I was 9 years old. In my mind, I was completely indestructible. I had also grown up hearing strange stories because of my dad's work. I'd already experienced enough unusual things that ghosts and unexplained noises didn't frighten me. So the second this man told me not to go down that hallway, I knew I had to see it. Before either of them could stop me, I ran upstairs. And there it was, exactly as he had described. The first half of the corridor felt warm and lived in. There were framed portraits, shelves of books, small wooden tables, and old ornaments. Then, at a certain point, everything ended. It was almost as though an invisible line had been drawn across the floor. Behind me, I could hear my dad calling for me to come back downstairs, but I kept walking. I reached that dividing line and stepped across it. Only one step. Every hair on my body stood up at once. The air became freezing cold. I could suddenly see my breath drifting in front of my face, even though the hallway had been perfectly warm a second earlier. And then I felt something I've never been able to properly explain. It was as though my own thoughts were no longer inside my head. I could hear them around me, screaming, "Turn around. Run." So I did. I ran back down that hallway and flew down the stairs as fast as my legs could carry me. Until that moment, I don't think I had ever felt real terror. Not nervousness or childish fear, but the certainty that I had stepped into the presence of something that did not want me there. I never crossed that line again. The strange thing is, the rest of the house wasn't frightening at all. It felt more like a supernatural village, with generations of unseen residents quietly carrying on with their routines around us. We would hear billiard balls rolling and striking one another in the games room when nobody was inside. Kitchen cupboards opened and closed by themselves, as though someone were preparing a meal. In the downstairs bathroom, if you left the tap running and walked away, something would turn it off. And if you forgot to close the bathroom door behind you, the door would slowly swing shut on its own. Nearly every morning, we would find the dining chairs balanced upside down on top of the breakfast table, stacked together in a careful pyramid. It looked exactly like something from an old ghost film, except after a while, it simply became part of our morning routine. There were dozens of other incidents, far too many to describe in one sitting. Footsteps, moving shadows, objects appearing in different rooms, and the constant feeling that the house was crowded, even when only 3 of us were home. But apart from that forbidden hallway, none of it ever felt cruel or threatening. It was simply a very old building filled with echoes of people who, for whatever reason, had never completely left. Sometimes I wish every skeptic could spend just 5 minutes inside that old chapel. Not an entire night. Not even an hour. 5 minutes would be enough. Because I honestly believe that anyone who entered that beautiful old place would leave understanding that the world contains far more than what we can see. This happened about 27 years ago, when I was living alone in a townhouse-style condo. An older woman named Mrs. Ellman lived in the unit below me. She was quiet, kept to herself, and I rarely saw anyone visit her. My place took up the 3 floors above hers, and the units were completely separate. My bedroom and small recording setup were on the top floor. The neighbors on either side usually worked during the day, and neither household had children. One afternoon, I was working on some music when I suddenly heard a child laugh. It sounded close. Not downstairs, not outside, not through the wall. It sounded like the child was standing somewhere in the room with me. But I lived alone. I didn't have any pets, and there was no television or radio playing. The laugh itself was cheerful, just a quick burst of genuine laughter. The strange thing was the volume. It wasn't muffled or whispered. It was more like someone had recorded a loud laugh and then played it back quietly. There was a small playground outside the building, about 4 floors below my window. When the window was open, I could sometimes hear children down there, but those sounds were always distant and blurred together. This didn't sound anything like that. I looked outside anyway. The playground was empty. I checked the room, even though there really wasn't much to check. Nothing was playing. Nothing had fallen or shifted. Eventually, I went back to work. A few minutes later, I heard the laugh again. It wasn't exactly the same laugh, but it sounded like the same child. I stopped the music and listened. Then it happened again. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Every time I tried to focus on a direction, it seemed to come from nowhere in particular. It still sounded close, almost as though the sound itself was inside the room. I checked the playground again. Still empty. This continued for nearly an hour. Sometimes I heard it while the music was playing. Other times, I heard it when the room was completely silent. After a while, I stopped trying to understand it. The child didn't sound frightened or upset. The laughter sounded happy, so I just carried on with my work. Eventually, it stopped. I didn't even notice right away. A few days later, my cousin called me. She told me that another cousin of ours had lost his 6-year-old son. That cousin had briefly lived with my family when I was young, before moving back to his home country. He later married and had several children. I asked when his son had died. After the call, I worked out the time difference. They lived on the other side of the world. It was the same day I had heard the laughter. Then I remembered something my parents had told me after visiting relatives there. They had met the little boy. They described him as bright, polite, and playful, but said he had a serious heart condition. Apparently, they had told him about me. He had said he hoped he could meet me someday. I've never really believed in ghosts or anything like that. My cousin, though, believed the boy had come to visit me before he left. I lived in that condo for almost 10 years. I never heard anything like it before that day, and I never heard it again. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I used to call him the man in shadow. He was always dressed in black, but not ordinary black. It was deeper than that, almost as though the darkness around him was being pulled into his clothes. I could never see his eyes. There was no glow, no reflection, nothing. Just 2 empty spaces beneath the brim of his hat. And for some reason, I always felt he carried an old pocket watch. I never actually saw it, but I could picture the long silver chain hanging beneath his coat as clearly as anything else. The whole thing started when I was about 16. My older cousin, a few girls from the neighborhood, and I decided to fool around with a spirit board one evening. We treated it like a game. We laughed, accused one another of moving the pointer, and acted as though none of us believed in it. Later, we started trying to hypnotize each other. One of the girls, Mara, seemed to fall into a trance. Maybe she was pretending. I honestly hoped she was. But while she was under, her whole body went rigid. She said there was a man standing in the hallway. None of us could see anyone. Mara began crying and begging us to wake her up. When she finally opened her eyes, she refused to look toward the hallway again. Not long after that, my cousin's little boy began having trouble at bath time. He had always been independent, but suddenly he refused to bathe alone. He would scream until his mother came into the room. Eventually, he told her that his invisible friend had asked whether he could hold him beneath the water. We never knew whether that invisible friend had anything to do with the man Mara saw. Still, something had changed. A few years passed. By then, I was 19 and had my own car. One evening, my cousin and I drove out to an abandoned farmhouse that had once belonged to our family. Mara had planned to come, but she was still underage and could not get permission. On the drive home, the road was dark and nearly empty. Without warning, a figure appeared directly in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes because I was certain I had hit someone. I felt no impact, heard no sound, but I knew what I had seen. When I turned toward my cousin, she was pale. She whispered, "What did you just hit?" We both looked behind us. There was nobody in the road. The figure had looked exactly like the man in shadow. We did not get out of the car. We kept driving, and I have always believed that if Mara had been with us that night, something much worse would have happened. After that, he seemed to belong to me. I began seeing him in my rearview mirror. I would be driving alone at night, glance upward, and find him sitting silently in the back seat. He never moved. He never spoke. He simply watched from beneath that hat, his face hidden in darkness. It happened several times until I eventually wrecked that car. When I bought another one, I thought the problem was over. I convinced myself that whatever I had been seeing was somehow attached to the old vehicle. Then, one night, while driving home from the city, I looked into the mirror. He was there again. By that point, fear had started turning into anger. I shouted at him, sometimes aloud and sometimes only inside my head. "What do you want? Why are you following me? Why won't you leave me alone?" He never answered. That car was destroyed in an accident too. Years went by. I moved to another state and built a new life. But every so often, usually while driving at night, he would return. I finally told 2 close friends about him. The worst encounter happened while the 3 of us were working a job that required a lot of travel. My friends were in one car, and I was driving mine. We were moving through an unfamiliar city, passing each other on the highway and talking over the phone. After losing sight of them for a few minutes, I glanced toward the car beside me. There was a man sitting in the passenger seat. He was not wearing the black coat or the hat, but the moment I saw him, I knew. It was him. The man in shadow, only this time he looked completely human. A wave of dread passed through me so strongly that I could barely breathe. I pressed the accelerator and sped away. I drove recklessly for several miles before realizing I needed to get off the road. I pulled over, called my friends, and broke down crying. I sat there for a long time before my hands stopped shaking enough for me to drive again. That was when I decided I had to do something. Around that period, I had begun studying old spiritual traditions, protective rituals, and simple forms of folk magic. Most of what I practiced was harmless: blessings for a peaceful day, protection from danger, little rituals meant to bring comfort. Eventually, I found a method for banishing an unwanted presence. The idea was simple. The man in shadow belonged to darkness, so I imagined placing him somewhere darkness could not survive. Every night, I closed my eyes and pictured him standing in the middle of a blazing light desert beneath the noon sun. There were no trees, no buildings, and nowhere for a shadow to hide. Then I made him smaller. Night after night, I pictured him shrinking, smaller than a man, smaller than a child, smaller than a coin. I kept him beneath that endless sunlight until he became so tiny that the only darkness available to him was the narrow space beneath a single grain of sand. I left him there. The process took several weeks. That was more than 15 years ago. I have driven countless roads since then, many of them alone and in complete darkness. But I have never seen him again. This happened a long time ago, when I was about 14. My family had gone out for an all-night movie marathon at an old drive-in theater, so I had the house completely to myself. I remember curling up on the living room couch with a horror novel, determined to enjoy the peace and quiet. But I couldn't concentrate. I would read an entire paragraph, reach the end, and realize I hadn't understood a single word. So I'd start again, only for the same thing to happen. It felt as though the meaning disappeared the moment my eyes passed over the page. At first, I was annoyed. Then, for no sensible reason, That annoyance turned into this intense, boiling anger. I wasn't just frustrated with the book, I was furious. My hands were shaking, my face felt hot, and I kept staring at the words as though they had personally betrayed me. I recognized every letter, but my mind refused to make sense of them. That was when our 3 dogs came racing down the hallway. Normally, when my parents were gone, the dogs would spend the whole night asleep on their bed. They rarely bothered with me. But that night, all 3 of them rushed into the living room and scrambled onto the couch. I barely looked up. I assumed they were chasing each other or reacting to some noise outside. Then our oldest dog, Mabel, climbed across my stomach and pressed her entire body against me. She was small, but she held me down with surprising force. A deep growl started in her chest. I got even more irritated. I thought she was growling at the 2 younger dogs, who were trembling behind my head along the back of the couch. Finally, my anger boiled over, and I looked up to see what her problem was. The anger vanished instantly. Mabel wasn't looking at the other dogs. She was staring across the room. Her lips were pulled back, her teeth were exposed, and foam had gathered around her mouth. I had never seen her that frightened before. She wasn't acting territorial or aggressive. She looked terrified, and yet she refused to move away from me. The way she had positioned herself made something very clear. She was protecting me. She was putting her little body between me and whatever she saw, as though she had already decided she would die before she let it come any closer. That was when I noticed how strange the room felt. My entire body tingled as though I had walked through thousands of invisible spiderwebs. The air felt thick and solid, almost like a wall pressing against my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't organize my thoughts. I felt tiny, helpless. And then I saw him. He was standing beside the television cabinet, studying the framed family photographs on the wall. One hand rested beneath his chin, and his posture seemed almost exaggerated, as though he were pretending to be deeply interested in them. It felt like he had been waiting for me to notice him, not hiding, not sneaking, waiting. There was something smug about the way he stood there, as though he knew that nothing in that room could challenge him. It felt like he was enjoying our fear, letting it build before finally acknowledging us. He was darker than any shadow I had ever seen. Not simply black, but so unnaturally dark that the light around him seemed to fade. Somehow, though, I could still make out the shape of his coat, his shoulders, and the wide-brimmed hat on his head. Then he turned toward me. His eyes were red. For a few seconds, he just stared. His shoulders began to tremble slightly, almost as though he were silently laughing. Then he smiled, and I saw his teeth. I remember blinking because the spiderweb sensation had spread across my face and into my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. The room still felt wrong, as though some part of him had remained behind, but I could breathe again. I could move. The pressure in my head began to lift. The dogs were still terrified. Mabel had stopped growling, but she wouldn't let me stand up. Every time I tried to move, she pressed herself harder against me. The younger dogs stayed curled behind my shoulders, shaking and staring at the empty space beside the television. Eventually, I grabbed my cheap little prepaid phone and started sending message after message to my dad. I didn't tell him what I had seen. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding ridiculous. I just begged them to come home. Thankfully, the movie lineup wasn't as good as they had expected, and my family returned much earlier than planned. Years have passed, and I still don't understand what happened that night. I've never experienced that kind of mental fog again. I've never felt an emotion take over my body so suddenly or completely, and I have never felt that strange spiderweb sensation before or since. Maybe I could have convinced myself it was a panic attack, a medical episode, or some kind of waking hallucination. But the dogs saw something too. That is the part I can never explain away. They were frightened before I even looked up. And Mabel was ready to protect me from something I hadn't yet realized was standing in the room. I need to start by saying this wasn't just some spooky story we made up afterward. Everyone on our creative problem-solving team was there, and every one of them witnessed at least part of what happened. It was the summer of 2001, and our team had traveled to a university in the Midwest for a national competition. I wasn't a student there. We were simply staying in one of the older residence halls for 4 nights. From the moment we arrived, something about that floor felt wrong. On the first evening, the boys were divided between 3 rooms, while the girls had 2 rooms farther down the hall. Sometime after dark, a guy from one of the other rooms suddenly came rushing through our doorway. His face had gone completely pale. He asked whether he could sleep in our room. Naturally, we wanted to know why. He just shook his head and said, "You're not going to believe me. It'll be easier if I show you." So we followed him back to his room. His 2 roommates were sitting at their desks, quietly working on their part of the team project. Nothing looked unusual. Then he placed a pencil on top of the dresser. The pencil began to roll. At first, I laughed. I told him the dresser was probably uneven. The building was ancient after all. But then, the pencil reached the edge and rolled off. It didn't fall. It kept moving through the air. The pencil floated toward me until it stopped just inches from my face. It slowly spun around several times, almost as though someone invisible were inspecting it, and then drifted backward onto the dresser. As it landed, I heard a quiet chuckle somewhere near my ear. There was nobody standing beside me. We immediately told him he could sleep in our room, although he would have to take the floor. Then, all 6 of us ran out of there. The girls told us the next morning that strange things had happened in their rooms too. They were so frightened that they spent the night crowded into another team's room. More incidents followed during our stay, but the strangest one happened to me. That night, I thought I had a dream. In the dream, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I sat up and put on my black high-top sneakers because there was no chance I was walking barefoot into a shared dorm bathroom. Several guys were asleep on the floor, blocking the easiest path to the door. I didn't want to step over them or wake them, so I took another route. I walked up the wall. I remember it feeling completely natural. I continued across the ceiling until I reached the door. One of the guys was sleeping too close to it, so I reached down from the ceiling, shook his shoulder, and asked him to move over so the door wouldn't hit him. Then, I walked along the ceiling, out into the hallway, and past several dorm rooms. I went all the way to the bathroom, still upside down, used it, and returned the same way. I walked back across the ceiling, down the wall, and into bed. Then, everything went dark. The next thing I remember was hearing voices, as though I were deep underwater. They were distant and muffled at first, but gradually became louder. For a while, all I could see was blackness. Then a faint gray light appeared. Slowly, shapes and colors returned. My roommate was standing in front of me, snapping his fingers beside my ears and waving his hands inches from my face. Everyone in the room was shouting at me. I was sitting perfectly upright in bed. My shoes were on. They told me I had been staring at the empty wall for nearly 10 minutes. I wasn't speaking, blinking, or responding to anything. One of them said, "It didn't even look like I was breathing." They had been seconds away from calling an ambulance because they honestly believed I was dead. Still confused, I began telling them about the dream. I turned and pointed toward the wall. "And then," I said, "I walked up there, That was when we saw them. Footprints. The tread pattern from my sneakers had been burned into the wall beside my bed. The marks continued upward to the ceiling, crossed the room, passed through the doorway, and stretched down the hall toward the bathroom. Then, they came all the way back. They weren't dusty prints or muddy smudges. The rubber pattern looked scorched into the paint, dark and sharp, as though someone had pressed a heated branding iron against every surface I had walked across in the dream. Later that afternoon, one of the university student advisors gave us a tour of the building. We hadn't told him what happened. As we reached our floor, he casually mentioned that students had reported strange activity there for decades. According to him, a student who once lived in that exact room had died after jumping from the window during final exams. People believed his spirit still wandered the hallway, moving objects and frightening anyone who stayed there. The advisor described him as more of a prankster than a violent presence. I wish I could believe that was all it was, but after what happened to me, I've never been convinced that I was simply dreaming. I think something entered me while I slept, and for those 10 missing minutes, I think it was the thing sitting upright in my bed. Honestly, I used to be exactly like that, maybe even more cautious, because back then, the only things I knew about the supernatural were what I had learned through church, and none of it was presented in a comforting way. I'm older now, and I understand a lot more than I did then, but I still don't love the idea of opening myself up to things I don't fully understand. I've always worried that if you invite something in, you might not have the knowledge to control what comes through. The strangest experience I ever had happened when my mom went away for nearly 2 weeks. She had never left the house for that long before, and things started getting strange on the very first night. At the time, my boyfriend was living with us. What my family didn't know was that he had become abusive behind closed doors. My mom had heard us arguing, but she didn't realize how serious it had become. Whatever was in that house, though, seemed to know exactly what kind of person he was. That first night, he suddenly woke me up and whispered, "Something's wrong. There's something in the room watching me." I sat up, still half asleep, and almost immediately, something dropped from the ceiling and landed directly on him. If I had still been lying down, it probably would have hit me too. I switched on the lamp and saw a chunk of plaster and drywall on the bed. The ceiling was old, but nothing had ever fallen from it before. My mom lived in that house for more than 20 years, and it never happened again afterward. He wasn't badly hurt, but dust got into his eyes, and he completely panicked. Before going to sleep, we had both checked the windows and doors several times. My mom had made us promise to keep everything locked while she was gone, so we were unusually careful about it. The next morning, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of the front door opening. It made this loud, squeaking sound because of the weather stripping around it. Right after that, the dogs began barking wildly. Then I heard footsteps moving through the living room. The dogs followed the sound, barking the entire time. I threw on some clothes and hurried downstairs. My bedroom was only a short staircase away, and the house had hardwood floors, so every movement echoed. But when I reached the front door, it was still locked. The dogs were gone from the living room. As I walked through the dining room, I noticed something else. The pull chains from the ceiling fan had somehow been twisted tightly around the base of the fixture. They were too high for the dogs to reach, and neither of us had touched them. Then I stepped into the kitchen. The back door was standing wide open. It led into our fenced backyard, and both dogs were outside. At first, I assumed my brother had come over, because he was the only other person with a key. I called him immediately, but he told me he was several hours away and hadn't been near the house. It was the middle of winter, and the ground was covered in fresh snow. There were no footprints on the front porch. There were no footprints in the backyard. For the rest of my mom's trip, my boyfriend insisted that we sleep with the light on. He started having nightmares and would wake up convinced that someone was touching or pulling at his arms. A few months later, I finally left him. And the strangest part is that once he was gone, everything stopped. I never experienced anything else in that house. The unexplained activity only happened during the year he lived there. At the time, I was terrified and didn't want to think too deeply about what it meant. But now, more than a decade later, I see it differently. Sometimes I wonder whether the house was trying to warn me. Maybe something there recognized the danger before I was ready to admit it. Maybe it wasn't trying to frighten me at all. Maybe it was trying to protect me. I need to tell you about something I witnessed near the docks in Mumbai, because even now, I'm not completely sure how to explain it. There's an old part of the city near Cotton Green Station where everything feels heavy. The buildings are weathered, the air carries the smell of salt and metal, and you can hear machinery groaning in the distance. Hidden among those narrow roads is an open-air dargah where families are said to bring people suffering from spiritual possession. I went there because I was curious. Honestly, I didn't believe most of the stories. I thought I would watch a strange ritual, satisfy my curiosity, and leave with a reasonable explanation. Instead, I left with something that kept me awake for several nights. The courtyard was already overflowing when I arrived. There must have been more than 100 people gathered inside, with families standing close to those who had supposedly been possessed. While I was trying to understand what was happening, I noticed a young woman standing a few feet away from me. She looked completely normal. She was calm, well-dressed, and strangely composed compared with everyone else. When our eyes met, she didn't look away. She simply held my gaze and gave me a soft, almost reassuring smile. For one brief moment, it felt ordinary. Then, the drums began. The first beat was so deep that I felt it inside my ribs. At that exact moment, the woman's expression changed. Her smile disappeared. Her eyes rolled upward, her body stiffened, and she began jerking her head in fast, violent circles. Before I could even react, the entire courtyard erupted. Dozens upon dozens of people started moving at the same time, almost as though one invisible force had pulled every string at once. Bodies twisted, heads swung from side to side. People screamed until their voices no longer sounded human. Some cried out for mercy. "Please, let me go! Don't hurt my hands! Please don't break my legs!" The voices sounded terrified, but they also sounded unfamiliar, deeper and harsher than the people they were coming from. For nearly half an hour, the courtyard became a storm of drums, screams, dust, and violently moving bodies. I stood, frozen. The woman beside me was no longer smiling. She was thrashing, so close that I could hear her breathing between the screams. I wanted to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. Then, the drumming stopped. Not gradually. It ended with one final beat. The entire courtyard fell silent. Almost everyone who had been moving collapsed at once. For several seconds, nobody reacted. Then family members rushed forward, lifting people from the ground, wiping their faces, calling their names, and trying to wake them. One by one, they opened their eyes. They looked confused and completely exhausted, as though they had returned from somewhere very far away. An elderly man standing nearby noticed how shaken I was. He placed a hand on my shoulder and told me not to be afraid. He said his sister had once suffered from the same condition. His family had brought her there 4 times. After the final visit, he claimed that whatever had been tormenting her was gone. She came back to us, he said quietly. Completely well. I know he meant to comfort me, but as I walked back into the humid Mumbai night, I couldn't stop thinking about the young woman. I kept remembering the way she had looked directly into my eyes, that calm expression, that gentle smile. And one question has stayed with me ever since. When she smiled at me before the drums began, was I looking at an ordinary person who had no idea what was about to happen? Or was something inside her already awake, watching me and patiently waiting for the first beat? I've always felt that experiences like these run in my family. My grandmother had stories. My mother had stories. I've had my own experiences, and now my children have had theirs. Honestly, I could probably fill an entire book with everything that has happened over the years, but the stories involving my kids are the ones that stay with me the most. My oldest daughter was about 3 when the first strange thing happened. One afternoon, she was playing alone in my bedroom. I could hear her talking, so I went to check on her because we were the only 2 people in the house. I assumed she was making up voices for her toys. The moment I walked into the room, she turned to me and said, very seriously, "Jame is scared." I smiled a little and asked, "Why is Jame scared?" Her whole expression changed. She looked genuinely worried. "He fell from a window," she told me. "He got hurt really bad. He has lots of cuts. Can we give him some bandages?" That answer sent a cold feeling straight through me. I asked her where Jame was, and she pointed toward the bathroom beside my bedroom. Then I asked, "Is he a little boy?" She shook her head. "No, he's a grown-up." The way she said it made me feel as though she wasn't imagining a character. It felt like she was describing someone standing right there, someone who had asked her for help. Another time, I brought out a small box of photographs that had belonged to my father. He passed away before my daughter was born, and because I only have a few pictures of him, I normally keep them packed safely away. I was sitting on my bed looking through them when she wandered into the room. She glanced down at a photograph of my father in his early 20s and said, as casually as anything, "That's Grandpa." I just stared at her. As far as I knew, she had never seen that photograph. My parents separated when I was young, so there weren't many pictures of my father displayed around the family home either. But she didn't hesitate. She knew exactly who he was. Part of me has always wondered whether he visited her in her dreams. My second daughter had a different experience when she was around the same age. My grandparents had given me several old mirrors from their house, including one tall, heavy mirror that I attached to the inside of my bedroom closet door. One night, my daughter climbed into bed beside me. The room was completely dark, and I was almost asleep when she suddenly started laughing. Not a quiet little giggle either. She was laughing so hard that she could barely catch her breath. I rolled over and asked, "What's so funny?" She kept laughing for a moment, then pointed toward the upper corner of the room, right above the mirror. "The man is making silly faces," she said. I sat up immediately. I stared at the corner, but there was nothing there. She kept pointing and asking, "You don't see him?" Then she would laugh again. I was frozen, trying to convince myself that maybe she was half asleep or imagining something in the darkness. After a while, she suddenly became calm. "He left," she said. Then she lay back down as though nothing unusual had happened. I turned on every light in the room and stayed awake for a long time. I kept telling myself that perhaps it was my grandfather playing with her. I certainly preferred that explanation over the alternatives. My youngest child is still little, and he has some difficulties with speech, so it can be hard to understand exactly what he sees or feels. But there was one moment I'll never forget. He came racing into the kitchen from the living room, completely terrified. I picked him up and carried him back, trying to show him that everything was fine. The moment we passed the open linen cupboard, he panicked. He buried his face against my shoulder and refused to look in that direction. Each time I moved away, he slowly relaxed. Each time I carried him near the cupboard again, he reacted exactly the same way. Whatever he believed was inside that cupboard frightened him more than I had ever seen before. He also talks about someone he calls Papa. His father passed away when he was only a few weeks old, so he never had the chance to know him. Still, whenever he sees a photograph of his dad, he points and says, "Papa." Maybe he learned the word from hearing us talk. Or maybe there is more to it than that. The experience that disturbed me most happened years later, when my two daughters were older and sharing a bedroom. They both saw the same figure, but neither of them knew the other had seen it. My oldest daughter's bed was positioned beside the closet. From where she lay, she couldn't look directly inside it without turning her head. One night, she was lying in bed scrolling through her phone when she noticed movement from the corner of her eye. She said a hand slowly appeared from inside the closet. The fingers were unnaturally long. When she turned to look directly at it, the hand snapped back into the darkness. She tried to ignore it and returned to her phone. A few moments later, something leaned out from the closet. She could only see it through her peripheral vision, but she knew immediately that it wasn't a person. It had enormous eyes, a wide mouth, and long strands of dark hair hanging around its face. And it was smiling at her. Every time she tried to look directly at it, the figure moved back into the closet so quickly that she could never see it clearly. Eventually, she pulled the blanket over her head and forced herself to fall asleep. My second daughter saw the same thing on another night. She was cleaning their bedroom when she suddenly felt someone standing behind her. Assuming it was her sister, she turned around. The figure was in the doorway. It was clinging to the upper corner, peering into the room. She described the same dark hair, the same huge eyes, and the same stretched smile. She looked away, convinced that when she looked back, it would be gone. It wasn't. It was still there, watching her. She said it felt as though they stared at each other forever, even though it was probably only a few seconds. Finally, she forced herself to look away again. When she turned back, the doorway was empty. Neither of my daughters told the other what had happened because each one was afraid of frightening her sister. We only learned the truth during a family visit, when we were all sitting together and talking about the strange experiences we'd had over the years. My oldest daughter mentioned the figure in the closet. Before she could describe it completely, my second daughter went pale and said, "I saw it too." Then she described the exact same face. I still get chills thinking about that moment. I went into their bedroom afterward and cleansed the entire space. Whatever that thing was, it was no longer welcome in our home. All right, let me tell you about something that happened when I was around 11 years old, back when my family lived near Claremore, Oklahoma. My father had spent most of his life importing European antiques. His warehouses were packed with everything imaginable: carved beds from old estates, enormous dining tables, royal wardrobes, battered tavern furniture, strange fossils, ceremonial masks, and countless other objects that had survived hundreds of years. Every now and then, he would bring one of the more interesting pieces home. One evening in the late 1980s, he arrived with a portrait painted sometime in the 1700s. It showed a pale woman in a dark dress, sitting against an almost black background. He hung it above our fireplace. You know those paintings where the eyes seem to follow you around the room? This one was different. It didn't just feel like she was watching you. It felt like she knew you were watching her. From the moment it went up, the house felt wrong. My dad and I both admitted that the painting made us uncomfortable, and before the night was over, He said he would take it back to the warehouse first thing in the morning. But we didn't make it until morning. Late that night, I was sitting on the living room floor playing a video game. My dad was behind me in his favorite chair, quietly reading the newspaper. Without warning, this crushing feeling of dread came over me. It felt as though something hateful was staring straight into my back. Every instinct in my body was telling me that I was in danger, and somehow, I knew exactly where it was coming from. I slowly turned toward the fireplace. My dad had already lowered his newspaper. He was staring at the portrait too. We looked at each other, and he didn't ask me what was wrong. He just stood up and said, very calmly, "Put your shoes on. We're getting that thing out of here." It was close to midnight when we loaded the portrait into the back of the car and drove toward his storage building outside Tulsa. When we arrived, my dad carried the painting inside, locked the building, and came back to the car. Then we started for home. For the first few minutes, neither of us said anything. Then my dad glanced into the rearview mirror. His face changed. I looked too. The woman from the portrait was sitting in the back seat. She wasn't moving. She wasn't smiling. She was simply sitting there with her hands folded in her lap, staring at us through the mirror. I spun around. The seat was empty. When I faced forward again and looked into the mirror, she was there. My dad saw her too. Every time we looked behind us, there was nothing. But every time we checked the rearview mirror, the woman was sitting in that seat, perfectly still. My dad suddenly turned the car around so sharply that the tires screamed against the road. He drove back to the warehouse faster than I had ever seen him drive. The moment we stopped, he opened the glove compartment and pulled out an old hunting knife. He told me to stay in the car. Then he ran inside. A few minutes later, he returned, breathing hard. He wouldn't tell me everything at first, but later he admitted that he had slashed the portrait again and again until the woman's face was completely destroyed. We drove home. The back seat remained empty. The woman never appeared in the mirror again, and for years we convinced ourselves that whatever had been attached to that painting was gone. And maybe it was. At least, that's what we believed. Until nearly 30 years later. So, these are two stories that have stayed with me since I was a kid. The first one happened to my mom's youngest brother when he was a teenager. Based on his age, it must have been sometime around the early 1960s. I was probably 9 or 10 when he told me about it. I loved anything spooky back then, so one afternoon I asked him whether he had ever seen a ghost or experienced something he couldn't explain. He hesitated for a moment, then told me about the day he and 3 of his friends went exploring some caves near where they lived. This was a very rural area. There were miles of open fields, rocky hills, and hardly another house in sight. The nearest town was probably 15 miles away, and the caves were tucked into a stretch of land most people rarely visited. The boys spent most of the afternoon climbing through narrow passages and looking around with flashlights. At some point, my uncle found a long, weathered bone lying near the back wall of one of the caves. He didn't know what kind of bone it was. Being a teenager, though, he thought it was interesting and decided to take it with him. After a few hours, everyone got hungry, so they drove into a small nearby town and stopped at a family-owned diner. The place had a few wooden tables outside, and while they ate sandwiches and drank bottles of soda, my uncle leaned the bone against the side of their table. That was when he noticed someone watching him. A man was standing beside an old tree about 25 feet away. He looked like he was wearing a faded military uniform, the kind my uncle had only seen in old photographs. The strange thing was that the man was missing one of his legs. He didn't speak. He didn't move closer. He simply stared at my uncle. Then, very slowly, the man lifted one hand and pointed directly at the bone. My uncle turned to his friends and asked, "Do you see that man over there?" They looked toward the tree, but none of them saw anyone. When my uncle looked back, the man was still standing there, still pointing. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to tilt. My uncle became dizzy and fell beside the table. His heart was racing, and he could barely explain what he had seen. He'd always been a quiet, nervous person, and the experience frightened him badly. One of his friends stayed with him while the others wrapped the bone in an old cloth and drove it back to the cave. My uncle never saw the soldier again. I remember trying to ask him more questions. I wanted to know what the uniform looked like, how long the man had been standing there, and whether my uncle believed the bone had belonged to him. But my mom stopped me. She could see that her brother was becoming anxious, and she gently told me to leave the subject alone. The second story happened to my dad when he was a boy. He grew up on a ranch that had been in his family since the 19th century. It covered more than 100 acres and was surrounded by undeveloped land. At night, there were no streetlights, no traffic, and no nearby neighbors. Just open country and darkness. My dad experienced several unusual things on that ranch, but this was always the story that frightened me most. He was around 9 years old when it happened, sometime in the late 1940s. One evening, after supper, he went to rest in a sitting room across the courtyard from the main part of the house. The rooms in those old ranch houses weren't always connected, so you sometimes had to step outside to move from one part of the home to another. The sitting room was empty. My dad closed the thick wooden door behind him, lay down on a woven rug, and shut his eyes. He wasn't asleep. He was simply resting. A few minutes later, he felt something touch his face. It felt like a warm, furry paw resting gently against his cheek. He sat up immediately and looked around. There was nothing there. The door was still closed, and it was so old and heavy that it made a loud creaking sound whenever anyone opened it. There was no way an animal could have entered without him hearing it. The family didn't own a dog either, and the nearest neighboring ranch was miles away. After a while, he convinced himself that he must have imagined it. Then, a few weeks later, it happened again. He returned to the same room after supper, closed the door, and lay down in nearly the same place. At some point, he felt the furry paw press against his cheek. This time, he was ready. Without opening his eyes, he reached up and grabbed whatever was touching him. He told me he could feel it clearly in his hand. It felt like the lower leg and paw of a large dog, maybe even a coyote. There was fur beneath his fingers, and for one brief second, it felt completely solid. Then it began to disappear. Not pull away, disappear. He said it dissolved inside his grip until he was holding nothing but empty air. When he opened his eyes, the room was still empty and the wooden door was still firmly shut. He never found out what touched him. That story has always stayed with me because it wasn't something he simply saw from a distance. Whatever it was, he felt it. And for one impossible moment, he actually held it in his hand. I must have been around 11 when this happened. At the time, my family lived in an old duplex in Massachusetts, and my bedroom was in the front corner of the house. That place always felt a little strange. We'd hear noises coming from the attic when nobody was up there. Sometimes, late at night, it sounded like someone was slowly walking up the stairs. Shadows seemed to move across the downstairs walls, and our dog, Benny, would occasionally stare into an empty corner and growl. My mom was convinced something was in the house. I wasn't. I thought she was letting her imagination get the better of her. My bedroom had an unusual layout. When you opened the door, You entered a narrow hallway about 6 feet long. I kept a small bookshelf and my shoes along one side. Once you walked through that little passage, the room opened up. My bed was against the wall directly opposite the hallway. From where I sat, I could only see the very end of it and part of my closet. One night, around 9:30, I was sitting in bed watching television. The room was dark except for the flickering light from the screen. Then I heard my bedroom door open. I looked toward the hallway, expecting someone to come in, but nothing happened. I didn't see anyone. I remember thinking, that sounded exactly like my door. Still, I shrugged it off and went back to watching television. Less than a minute later, I heard footsteps inside the little hallway. Clear, slow footsteps. I looked over again. I figured it was my younger sister Lily trying to sneak up on me. She loved doing things like that. So I stared at the corner and waited for her to jump out. But nobody appeared. Another minute passed. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something begin to move. Very slowly, a woman's head leaned around the edge of the hallway. She had long, dark hair, and judging by the height of her face, she seemed short, just like my mom. In the dim television light, I couldn't make out her features clearly, but I was completely certain it was her. She was just staring at me. I stared back and gave her this annoyed look, like, "What do you want?" She didn't react. She didn't blink or smile. She just stayed there, with only her head visible around the corner. Finally, I said, "What?" Nothing. So I said it again, louder. "What?" The head immediately pulled back out of sight. I sat there for a moment, confused and irritated. I thought my mom was trying to scare me, but I couldn't understand why she wasn't laughing or saying anything. Then I realized I hadn't heard footsteps leaving. I hadn't heard the bedroom door open. I hadn't heard anything at all. That was when the goosebumps started. I slowly climbed out of bed and walked toward the hallway. When I reached the exact spot where I had seen the woman's head, I stopped. I took a breath, then quickly leaned around the corner, expecting to find my mom crouched near the door. There was nobody there. The hallway was empty. My bedroom door was still closed. I ran straight into my mom's room, crying and begging her to admit she had been standing in my doorway. She looked completely confused, and when she realized how frightened I was, she started tearing up too. She swore she had never left her room. Then she quietly said, "I've always told you there's something strange about this house." Years later, I learned that the duplex had been built near the remains of an old 19th century cemetery that had been relocated when the neighborhood was developed. I still don't know what looked around that corner at me. All I know is that it looked enough like my mother to make me feel safe at first. And somehow, that was the most frightening part. Since we're talking about dreams, there's one experience I've carried with me for years. I think it happened sometime between 2010 and 2014, but I honestly couldn't tell you the exact year. It was nighttime in the dream, just as it had been when I went to sleep. I was in the bedroom of the house where I lived back then, several floors above the street. At first, I heard something near the window. It may have been knocking or tapping, or even just a sound my mind interpreted that way. I can't be certain anymore. Then I noticed a figure outside. There was a woman's voice asking me to let her in. She spoke calmly at first, almost as though she were making an ordinary request. But I could only see her outline against the darkness, and there was nothing ordinary about her shape. She looked deeply inhuman. Her entire form was darker than the night around her, almost unnaturally black. Years later, The closest image I could compare her to was a shadowy depiction of Kali, although this creature seemed far less human. When I didn't let her in, her voice changed. The calmness disappeared, and I could feel anger building in her. What I remember most clearly is how aware I became. It didn't feel like a normal dream, or even one of those lucid dreams where you realize you're asleep and begin controlling what happens. This was different. It felt like being half-conscious and suddenly realizing you were in immediate danger. Everything sharpened at once, and then I felt something I have only experienced 1 or 2 times in my life. I felt death. Not fear of death, death itself. It was almost physical, like heat against the skin or cold sinking into your bones. I knew, without anyone telling me, that if I allowed her inside, I would die. The whole thing seemed to happen within seconds. Then there was a violent crash. The window shattered, and suddenly she was inside my room. But this is the part that has stayed with me. She was lying on the floor, completely motionless. She wasn't speaking. She wasn't trying to stand. And her appearance had changed. The creature outside the window was gone. In its place was an incredibly beautiful young woman. She looked pale, with delicate features and long, dark hair. She seemed small and almost fragile. Even in the dream, I remember noticing how strikingly beautiful she was. I don't remember what happened after that. At some point, I woke up. For years, I've tried to understand why she became motionless after entering. Part of me wondered whether it was because I had never given her permission. Maybe, in whatever strange rules governed that experience, entering without an invitation left her powerless. I've also wondered whether the dark creature outside was her true form, and the beautiful woman was something she transformed into for protection. Maybe she believed that if she appeared harmless, I wouldn't try to hurt her. That's one reason I've always connected the dream with vampires, although I've also thought of her as something demonic. In my mind, the two possibilities became almost indistinguishable. There have even been moments when I've wondered whether she was a real person somewhere in the world, someone who somehow crossed into my dream. Maybe it was telepathy. Maybe it was something else entirely. I know how strange that sounds. The strangest part is that I've sometimes wondered whether she will ever return. You would think that after feeling certain I was about to die, I would never want to see her again. But there is still a kind of curiosity there, a pull toward the mystery of it. I know that probably isn't a healthy feeling, but it's the truth. I should also mention that I had already seen the original Salem's Lot and read the book long before this dream. Some parts of the experience do resemble it, especially the figure appearing outside the window, so I can't completely dismiss the possibility that my mind borrowed from those images. Still, the dream felt different. About a year later, I learned about the stories of black-eyed children, or BEKs. People described children appearing outside homes, asking to be let inside, then becoming angry when refused. The similarity unsettled me. The request for permission, the sudden anger, the overwhelming sense that letting them inside would lead to death. At the time of the dream, I had never heard those stories, and I had never told anyone about what happened. Even if the black-eyed children are only an urban legend, the connection still feels uncanny. I rarely speak about this experience. Sometimes I get the uncomfortable feeling that talking about it draws attention to me, as though the woman somehow knows when I remember her. But I'm not afraid. Not exactly. So that's the story of the woman outside my window, and the dream I still think of as my vampire encounter. Hey, I want to share with you a story that happened to me just before Halloween. Something that still creeps me out whenever I think about it. So, picture this. It's the day before Halloween, and I get this call from my coworker, Miranda. Now, Miranda isn't just any coworker. She's the only criminal pathologist in our area, which is pretty neat because we don't usually deal with much crime in our small town. She's the one who handles autopsies for the police. We had only known each other a few months, but we'd become good friends in that short time. Anyway, Miranda calls me up and asks for a favor. She wants me to take her nephew and his 2 friends out trick-or-treating. The thing is, after the summer when a couple of kids went missing on a hiking trail, thankfully they were found safe, the parents have become pretty strict. They'll only let the kids go out if an adult is supervising. Miranda's working late that night, and with the parents' busy schedules, I was the only one available. So, I agreed. That evening, I drove over to the nearby city where Miranda lived. When I arrived, Miranda was unloading the kids from her car. She looked a bit nervous, but mostly just cautious about the chaos a group of kids could get into. She handed me the trick-or-treat bags and a map of the route, just to make sure I knew where to go since I wasn't familiar with the city's suburbs. I was pretty comfortable with the main street downtown, but the rest was new territory for me. She introduced me to the kids one by one, even though I already knew their names. There was Sam, Miranda's nephew, about 13 years old, dressed as a skeleton in a full bodysuit with face paint. Then Kim, his friend, a bit shorter, dressed as a classic vampire. They told me their costumes had a theme this year. Classic Halloween characters, nothing flashy like superheroes or TV characters. It was about sticking to the old-school, easy-to-find costumes. Next was Kim's little brother, Jerry, or Jer Bear as everyone called him, who looked about 7. He was in a handmade robot costume made out of cardboard boxes. Kim was holding a string attached to Jerry's wrist because his robot helmet made it hard for him to see, so the string was to keep him from getting lost. And then there was Allie. She was about Sam's age, but her face was hidden behind this giant, oversized jack-o'-lantern head. That was it for her costume. An enormous pumpkin covering her entire head, paired with a black hoodie and leggings. She had glow-stick bracelets on her wrists and some long sticks dangling from her sweater's hem. She didn't say a word the whole time, just quietly stood there. Sam said they met her at the Halloween fair earlier that day, and that she was shy but really cool. Apparently, she won all the toys at the games. I noticed she didn't carry a trick-or-treat bag, and she wasn't collecting candy like the others. I asked if she wanted us to slow down so she could join in, but she just waved her hand, uninterested. I figured maybe she just liked watching. Once Miranda left for work, I took charge. I held Jer Bear's hand because he was slow and clumsy in his robot suit, while Sam and Kim ran ahead, excited to start getting candy. Allie stayed close to me, silent and still under the pumpkin head. As we moved along the main street, crowded with little ghosts and goblins, I felt the warmth of the Halloween spirit. Laughter, chatter, the crinkle of candy wrappers, the jingling of costumes. I even got to chat a bit with some of the other kids, which was surprisingly fun. We were all having a good time, until near the end of the main street. The crowd started to thin out, and the chatter faded into an eerie quiet. The streetlights flickered, and the houses around us went dark. No porch lights, no welcoming glow, just the faint flicker of candles and jack-o'-lanterns. I noticed the kids getting uneasy, their earlier excitement replaced by nervous glances and shrinking footsteps. That's when Sam mentioned the scary rumors they'd been whispering about all night. There was a headless corpse that roamed the woods, but more chilling was the story of Mr. Top Hat, a creature with a crooked, worn top hat and glowing orange eyes, who appeared if you were the last trick-or-treater on the street. The legend said the lights would go out, a thick fog would roll in, and you'd hear a cackling laughter before he showed up. And then, just like that, a fog crept in from the far end of the street. The kids clung to me, their faces pale and trembling. I picked up Jerry and held his hand, while Sam and Kim gripped my legs tightly. Allie stayed close but silent, her pumpkin head slightly tilted as if listening. From the mist, 2 glowing orange eyes appeared, along with a long, thin hand wrapped in tattered gloves. The creature stepped out, hunched low, limbs lanky and unnaturally long. Its top hat was ragged, its greasy black hair tangled like spider legs, and its mouth was a gruesome slit running from forehead to chin. Its chest was an open ribcage glowing with an eerie orange light. It looked down at us with those burning eyes, and I swear it was sizing us up. It reached out the hand holding the burlap sack, which squirmed and rattled like it held a nest of rodents. Then, in a voice like ripping paper, it said, "Trick or treat." I froze. The kids gasped silently, and Jerry sobbed quietly against me. I looked to the boys for guidance, and Sam whispered, "You have to say it back. Finish the rhyme. The smell my feet part." I couldn't believe it. Was that all? Just say the rhyme and we'd be okay? Kim shot a glare at Sam, reminding him there was an exchange of candy afterward, which was important. The creature's fingers curled impatiently, but it waited. I nodded, ready to do whatever it took to keep these kids safe. "All right, we'll say it together. Jer Bear, you too." The kids lined up, steeling themselves. The creature's voice came again, low and chilling. "Trick or treat?" We all took a deep breath and shouted, "Trick or treat! Smell my feet! Give me something good to eat!" I felt my face flush with embarrassment, but there was no room for hesitation. The street was silent, the tension thick, and then the creature laughed, a sound that crawled under my skin. It opened the sack, and I could hear faint, desperate squeals and scratching inside before it pulled out its hand, now filled with shimmering black goodie bags. Inside, candy skulls glowed like tiny pearls. Sam stepped forward bravely, offering some of his chocolate bars and taking a bag. He noticed Allie had no candy to give and carefully picked out some chip bags for her to trade. Jerry advised Kim not to give the creature old-fashioned Tootsie Rolls, calling them old people candy. A funny moment that lightened the mood a bit. When everyone had exchanged their treats, the creature closed its sack and said, "See you next year?" I swear it winked before disappearing back into the fog. Just like that, the lights around us flickered back on, and the street felt alive again. The kids were shaken, but safe. Sam let out a nervous laugh. "That was insane." I agreed silently. No one wanted to linger, so we headed home quickly. Kim and Jerry were dropped off first, and I made sure to text Miranda so she knew they were safe. The kids were tired but grateful, and I promised Jerry I'd take them next year if I could. Sam's apartment was next. He lived above a closed shop, and when I sent him inside, he waved down at me from his window with a tired smile. That left only Allie, or Ellie, as I found out later, to take home. We walked quietly through the last few blocks. Then I asked, "Did you have fun tonight, Ellie?" He froze, then slowly removed the jack-o'-lantern head. Underneath was a boy with pale, white wavy hair plastered to his face with sweat, and glowing red eyes that met mine. "Was it that obvious?" he asked, his voice soft and almost shy. I realized then that Ellie was the same boy I'd met months before, the one who had helped save those missing children. His gender-neutral features had fooled me, as had his quiet nature. He wasn't wearing shoes, which was the first clue, and his real name was so close to the one he'd given earlier that it was a dead giveaway. He explained that his job was to watch over monsters and keep them in check. The creature we met was one he created last year, designed to be scary but fair. A way to keep Halloween fun yet thrilling for kids without letting fear get out of control. He said, "Sometimes rumors can create facts. I wanted to control this one before it grew too terrifying." I admired how thoughtful that was. Kids' imaginations can run wild, and without rules, the monsters they'd imagine could become unstoppable horrors. Ellie wanted to keep that balance. As we stood outside a closing cafe, I ducked in to grab a few treats. When I returned, I knelt beside Ellie, hiding the candy behind my back. His eyes lit up with curiosity. "You need to say it," I said gently. With hesitation, Ellie held out his empty pumpkin and whispered, "Trick or treat." I smiled and filled his bucket with candy apples. It was the first time I'd ever seen him enjoy trick-or-treating, and I think, in that moment, I wanted to adopt him right then and there. So, that's the story. A Halloween night filled with friendship, fear, and a little magic. And if you're ever the last one trick-or-treating on your street, maybe keep an eye out for Mr. Top Hat. Just remember the rhyme, and you might just be okay. I really need help, and I know this is going to sound strange. It's a long story, but I'm honestly grateful to anyone willing to listen without immediately deciding I'm imagining everything. I'm 19, and ever since I was a child, I've noticed things that other people don't seem to. I wouldn't call myself psychic. It's more like I can walk into a room and immediately sense when something feels wrong. Sometimes it happens around certain people or objects, too. The women on my mom's side of the family have always described having the same kind of intuition. My first experience happened when I was around 7. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw what looked like a pale figure hovering over my bed. Its face seemed hollow and sunken. I was young, so maybe it was just a nightmare, but I can still remember it clearly. As I got older, I would occasionally see shadows moving in doorways or across walls. Most of the time, I could convince myself there was a normal explanation. Things changed during lockdown. At the time, I was struggling with my faith. I would lie awake at night and speak out loud to whatever might be listening, asking for some kind of sign that I wasn't alone. Looking back, I wish I hadn't done that. It felt like I had opened a door without knowing what was on the other side. At first, I began smelling my great-grandfather's aftershave in my bedroom. It was a very specific scent, warm and slightly spicy, and it made me feel safe. I thought maybe he was watching over me. Then the smell stopped. Not long after that, I started noticing a tall, dark shape moving around the corners of my room. I would see it out of the side of my eye, but whenever I turned toward it, it disappeared. It followed me for months. I would feel it standing behind me in hallways or watching from the doorway while I was trying to sleep. Whatever it was, it didn't feel comforting. It felt patient, almost as though it had used the familiar scent to make me lower my guard. About a year later, I started praying consistently and asking God to remove anything harmful from my home. Eventually, the figure stopped appearing. I thought it was over. But during the past year, that feeling has returned. I don't see the figure as clearly anymore. Somehow, that's worse. It feels like it has learned how to hide. I'll enter a room and feel the atmosphere change instantly, like the air has become heavier. Sometimes I can sense it following me down the hallway and into my bedroom. For a while, I tried to ignore it. I thought that refusing to react might make it leave. Then it began getting closer. A few months ago, I was lying on my side in bed, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, when I saw something low to the ground moving toward me. It looked like a shadow crawling across the carpet. The moment I sat up, it vanished. Until then, I had never felt as though it was trying to approach me physically. The last few nights have been much worse. 3 nights ago, I felt a sudden burning sensation along my calf. I assumed I had scratched myself without noticing, but there wasn't a mark when I checked. By the next day, a thin cut had appeared. It's shallow, but it has become more irritated instead of healing. The following night was quiet. Then, last night happened. I was sitting in bed with my little dog curled beside me. He was asleep while I was looking at my phone. Suddenly, the entire bed began shaking. It didn't feel like a small vibration. It felt as though someone had grabbed the frame and rattled it. My dog immediately stood up and stared at the floor beside the bed. Then he jumped down, crossed the room, and sat near the door. I tried not to panic. I said a prayer and continued scrolling because I didn't want to give whatever was happening a reaction. A few minutes later, while my dog was still sitting across the room, I felt the mattress sink beside me. It felt exactly like something had climbed into bed. I turned on my flashlight and searched the blankets, the floor, and underneath the bed. There was nothing there. Then I felt it beside me again, and I could hear breathing. It was slow, close, and coming from the empty space next to my shoulder. Today there were 2 loud knocks from inside the wall near the kitchen. My mom and my younger brother both heard them. Even the dogs reacted and started barking, so I know that part wasn't only in my head. My mom and grandmother have both admitted that the house feels different lately. They describe it as tense and heavy. But part of me keeps wondering whether we're frightening one another and interpreting ordinary things as something more sinister. I feel terrified, but I also feel embarrassed. I don't know whether something paranormal is happening, whether there's a medical or environmental explanation, or whether I need to speak to a mental health professional. I just need someone to take me seriously and tell me what the safest next step is, because right now, I don't feel safe sleeping in my own room. Hey, so I want to share this wild, kind of unsettling experience I had near my grandfather's cabin. It's a place tucked away close to a lake, but honestly, it feels like the middle of nowhere, like really isolated. You have to walk a good bit just to get to town, and forget about your phone signal, it's barely there. My grandfather had a bad fall early in the summer, broke his hip pretty badly. The whole town found out because it's small and everyone knows everyone's business. He was going to be in the hospital for a while, and he was worried that the local teenagers might get the wrong idea and start partying or breaking into the cabin while he was gone. Out of all his grandkids, apparently, I was the most trustworthy. Maybe because I wasn't the type to cause trouble, or maybe just luck. Anyway, he asked me to house sit until he was back on his feet. I'm not really into camping or the outdoors, but the cabin made me rethink that a little. The air there is just clean and quiet. You don't realize how much noise you get used to in the city until it's gone. On my first day, I spent hours cleaning, dusting every surface, washing blankets because who knows what crawled in while Grandpa was too hurt to take care of things. I even took a trip into town to stock up on food. By the end of that day, I was wiped out. I barely noticed when I heard what sounded like cars driving down the dirt road near the cabin. Cars are rare on that road, so it caught my attention, but I was so tired I just shrugged it off as my brain filling in noises. Little did I know, that night was just the start of something strange. The next morning, I had a simple breakfast and decided to take a short walk. A friend of mine, an artist, had asked me to take pictures of the woods for his project, so I grabbed my camera. I stayed close to the cabin, not wanting to get lost. When I reached the dirt road, I stopped and stared at all the tire tracks in the dust. The more I looked, the weirder it felt. Why were there so many cars? Then, I spotted an SUV parked off to the side a little way down. It looked like one of those FBI vehicles from TV shows. Big, black, and clean to a fault. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started walking toward it, thinking maybe someone needed help. But the closer I got, the weirder it felt. The SUV was spotless and didn't seem like it belonged in the middle of the woods. When I pulled out my camera to snap a picture, I noticed the license plate had no state on it, just the numbers 202. That was creepy. I took a quick photo, feeling a twinge of guilt. This was definitely going to be a story for Grandpa when he got back. I started to think, maybe all those cars I heard last night were part of some law enforcement operation, like looking for something or someone. I've listened to enough true crime podcasts to know that stuff happens. I spotted a trail near where the SUV was parked and decided to follow it a little, camera ready. But I quickly realized two things. I'm terrible at hiking, and the woods are downright eerie. The trees stretched on endlessly, and even though birds chirped here and there, I kept hearing this odd clicking sound, like something wasn't quite natural. Sweat stung my eyes, and I had to stop to catch my breath. That's when I realized I'd lost the trail completely. Panic set in. The clicking noise grew louder, as if whatever was making it was moving closer. My heart felt like it was pounding out of my chest. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a large hand rest on my shoulder. I screamed, a sharp, high-pitched sound, and spun around, only to find a tall man wearing a suit and sunglasses standing there. A suit in the middle of the woods? He looked like he belonged to that SUV. I stammered, I'm lost. He didn't say a word, but started guiding me back with his hand still on my shoulder. I was freaking out internally, but tried to look calm. He smelled like some secret government agent. Sunglasses, suit, the whole package. I couldn't help but make a nervous joke about my last name being Anderson, and if his name was Smith, it would be like the Matrix. He didn't laugh, but his grip tightened, and I could tell he was serious. He asked, "How did you know my name?" I blurted out, "Your car, the license plate?" He eased up a bit and warned me to stay out of the woods for a few days. We didn't talk the rest of the way back, and when we reached the road, he let me go. Then he asked to see my camera, wanting to delete the photo of the SUV. I was hesitant and a little defensive, but he was polite enough that I let him. Oddly, he deleted one extra photo, just a shot of some trees I'd taken before getting lost. When I questioned it, he claimed it was a slip of the finger. I didn't press it. I tried to get him to tell me what was going on. Were they hunting for bodies? Aliens? He just said, "Aliens." With such deadpan seriousness, I almost believed him. After he left, I went back to the cabin, my mind spinning with questions. I spent the afternoon in the town library, searching for anything strange about the area. Nothing. The locals hadn't seen any black SUVs or men in black suits prowling the woods. I even found out the diner had the best meatloaf. Silver lining, I guess. That night, I was exhausted and fell asleep quickly. But then, in the dead of night, I woke up to noises downstairs. My heart was racing. I grabbed a flashlight and crept down the stairs, every creak making me want to bolt. In the kitchen, I saw pots and pans clattering. Something big was rummaging through the cupboards. When I shone my flashlight, a dark shape crashed down, knocking over chairs and leaving deep scratch marks on the floor. It darted out the back door, slamming it hard. I called the cops. They showed up an hour later, a bit annoyed but polite. The officer joked that raccoons have hands and probably let themselves in. We laughed, but the damage was real. The only thing missing was a punctured box of table salt. I still don't know why it wanted salt, but okay. The cops helped me fix the door temporarily and gave me a contact for a repair guy. I paid the guy with 2 six-packs, a fair trade. After all that, I couldn't resist following the tracks outside to the tree line. But I didn't want to get lost again, and the agent's warning echoed in my mind. I took a walk down the dirt road, the summer sun blazing overhead. I heard families splashing in the lake nearby and birds singing. Then, out of nowhere, 3 black SUVs came down the road. People in black suits jumped out and disappeared into the woods. I tried to follow, but they were gone before I could catch up. Then, from the trail, the agent appeared. He saw me and made a shooing motion. When he got close, he scowled and warned me again to stay out of the woods. I teased him a bit, but he just told me not to press my luck. He opened the back of an SUV and pulled out a heavy black metal box, asking if I could carry it. I tried, but it was way too heavy. He picked it up effortlessly, probably enjoying the moment. Before he left, he repeated his warning one last time. I felt like I was stuck in some spy thriller, but I still had no clues about what was really going on. The heat and the stress nearly knocked me out when I got back. I took a cool shower and accidentally napped through most of the afternoon. Seriously, how do these guys wear suits in this heat? So yeah, that's where things stand. There are definitely agents in the woods near the cabin, and whatever they're guarding or investigating is something huge. I'm torn between being terrified and fascinated. But one thing's for sure, I'm going to keep digging, even if it's just from a safe distance. I'll update you when I find out more. I've never really considered myself someone who believes in the paranormal. I don't judge people who do, and I'm definitely not saying strange things can't happen. I've just always been the kind of person who looks for a practical explanation first. Stress, coincidence, imagination, something like that. But there's one thing that has followed me for years, and no explanation has ever completely fit. I first heard the voice when I was 19. I had moved several states away from my family and rented a tiny apartment in an old building near the Canadian border. The place wasn't exactly charming. The pipes rattled, the windows leaked cold air, and the hallway always smelled faintly like wet carpet. Still, it was mine. It was the first time I had ever lived completely alone, so when I began hearing things, I assumed loneliness was getting to me. The first time it happened, I had overslept before an early shift. I woke up because a man's voice said, very clearly, "You're late, baby. Come on, you need to get up." It sounded close, almost as though someone were standing beside the bed. I opened my eyes, grabbed my phone, and realized my shift had started nearly 20 minutes earlier. I panicked, threw on whatever clothes I could find, and rushed out the door. I didn't really think about the voice until weeks later. I had just worked back-to-back shifts and came home completely exhausted. I lay down on the couch without even taking off my shoes and fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime during the night, that same voice started shouting, "Babe, wake up!" At first, I thought I was dreaming. Then it got louder. "Baby, you have to get out. Wake up now. Get outside." There was so much urgency in his voice that I didn't stop to question it. I jumped up, ran downstairs, and stumbled out into the freezing air wearing nothing but sweatpants and socks. The moment I reached the sidewalk, I became violently sick. My head was pounding. I felt dizzy and confused, and I started throwing up near the front steps. The building door had locked behind me, so I called emergency services. It was sometime after 1 a.m, and I was barely able to explain what was happening. The officer who arrived suspected carbon monoxide almost immediately. The fire department came soon afterward and evacuated the building. Several apartments had dangerously high readings. A few of my neighbors were taken to the hospital, but thankfully, everyone survived. For a long time, I convinced myself the voice had been caused by the carbon monoxide. Maybe my brain had sensed something was wrong and turned that feeling into a hallucination. That explanation made sense. At least, it did until I heard the voice again. By then, I had moved to another city and was living in a completely different building. One evening, about a year later, I was taking a bag of trash out to the alley. Just before I stepped through the gate, the voice said, "Drop it, babe. Go back inside." I froze for a second, but then I ignored it. A moment later, a man came sprinting around the corner with 2 police officers chasing him. He slammed straight into me, knocking me onto the pavement. The trash bag burst open everywhere. He barely looked back before getting up and running again. One of the officers raced past without stopping, which I can laugh about now, but at the time I just sat there staring at the mess around me. The voice had warned me again, and it had been right. Since then, I've heard it only occasionally. Sometimes several years pass without anything at all. It is always the same voice. A young man, though definitely an adult. Calm most of the time, but firm when something is wrong. He never uses my name. He always calls me babe or baby, and he never says anything unless it's a warning. He has told me to slow down before nearly being hit at an intersection. Once he told me to check on someone moments before they had a medical emergency. Another time, he woke me shortly before a small earthquake, several minutes before the alert appeared on my phone. The voice has never threatened me. It has never asked me to do anything harmful or strange. It doesn't carry on conversations, and it never answers questions. It simply appears, warns me, and disappears again. Part of me still believes there must be a psychological explanation. Maybe my brain notices tiny details that I'm not consciously aware of and turns them into a voice I can understand. But that theory doesn't explain everything. A few years ago, after a serious car accident, I had a full brain scan. Nothing unusual showed up apart from a concussion. And yes, the voice warned me before that accident too. I still don't know what it is. Maybe it's instinct. Maybe it's something my mind created. Maybe it's something stranger than either of those things. Whatever it has always been gentle with me. And when that voice tells me to move, wake up, or get somewhere safe, I listen now. Mostly, I don't tell people this story because I know exactly how it sounds. I work the overnight shift in an old office building downtown. There's a rumor that the place was built on the site of a former hospital morgue. I've never looked into whether that's true. Honestly, I think I'd rather not know. Old buildings always collect stories. The strange thing is, nearly everyone who works there has one. A woman from accounting once told me she saw a man standing at the far end of the third-floor corridor after everyone had gone home. She called out to him, thinking he was an employee, but he walked around the corner and simply vanished. Another coworker swears he heard someone climbing the main staircase after he had already locked every entrance. And one of the janitors refuses to enter the storage level alone. He won't explain why. He just waits until someone can go with him. I used to dismiss all of it, not because I thought they were lying. I just believed there was always a reasonable explanation. Old pipes knock, air vents groan, fluorescent lights flicker. When you spend enough time alone at night, your mind starts turning ordinary sounds into footsteps and shadows into people. Besides, no one spent more time alone in that building than I did. I figured that if something unusual was really there, I would have encountered it already. For nearly a year, I didn't. My shifts followed the same routine. At around 11, I would lock the front doors, walk through each office, check the restrooms, and look through the lobby windows at the parking lot. My car was usually the only one left outside. Then I would return to my desk and work while the building settled around me. The ceiling lights buzzed softly. The vents hummed. Pipes clicked behind the walls. Sometimes I would get chills for no obvious reason. Sometimes the conference room felt colder than the rest of the floor. But nothing ever happened that I couldn't explain. Then, a few weeks ago, something changed. It was close to Monday. I had just completed my final walkthrough. The doors were locked. The offices were empty. The restrooms were empty. There were no cars in the parking lot except mine. I know I was alone. I sat at my desk and opened a report I had been putting off all evening. That was when I heard the chime. Just one soft beep. There's a motion sensor at the entrance to the main stairwell. Whenever someone steps through the doorway, it makes a short electronic sound. I looked down the hallway and waited. Normally, the beep would be followed by footsteps. But there was nothing. I waited a few more seconds. Still nothing. At first, I was more irritated than frightened. I assumed the sensor was malfunctioning, so I got up to check it. The stairwell was empty. So was the hallway. I checked the front entrance. It was still locked. I even stepped outside and scanned the parking lot. No people. No moving cars. Nothing. I checked the restrooms again, although I already knew there was nobody inside. Then I returned to my office. The moment I sat down, the entire building became silent. Not peaceful silence. An unnatural kind of silence. The vents stopped humming. The lights stopped buzzing. Even the small creaks inside the walls disappeared. It felt as though someone had reached over and turned down the volume of the entire building. I lowered myself into my chair, and suddenly I knew there was someone behind me. I didn't suspect it. I didn't imagine it. I knew. Every part of my body was warning me that someone was standing directly behind my chair. They felt close enough to read the words on my monitor. Close enough that if I leaned back even slightly, I would touch them. I couldn't hear breathing. I couldn't see a shadow, but I could feel the presence there. My monitor was dark around the edges, and I could make out a faint reflection of the wall behind me. There was nothing in it. I wanted to turn around. I couldn't make myself do it. I was completely certain that if I looked, I would find a face waiting just inches from mine. So I kept staring at the screen. I pretended to work. I read the same line again and again without understanding a word. My hand rested on the mouse, but I didn't move it. After a while, my shoulders began to ache because every muscle in my body was clenched. Every few seconds, I held my breath and listened. I listened for breathing, for footsteps, for a voice, anything. But nothing happened. That was what frightened me most. The presence didn't feel angry. It didn't seem threatening. It felt curious, as though something had entered through the stairwell, followed me back to my office, and was now standing behind me simply to see how long I could pretend it wasn't there. Eventually, I forced myself to look at the clock in the corner of the screen. It was 12:21. More than half an hour had passed. The instant my eyes moved away from the center of the monitor, the building came back to life. The vents began humming. The lights buzzed overhead. Something clicked inside the wall beside me, and the presence disappeared. It didn't fade gradually. It felt as though someone had simply taken one step backward. I spun around. There was nobody there. The office was empty. The hallway was empty. The whole building was empty. I stayed until the end of my shift because I didn't know what else to do. The following morning, I asked the maintenance team whether the stairwell sensor had been malfunctioning. One of the technicians checked the activity record. "It only went off once last night," he said. I asked him what time. He told me it had activated at 11:49 p.m. That was the exact moment I had heard the chime. He shrugged and said it was probably an electrical fault. I tried to accept that explanation. About 2 weeks later, I finally told an older maintenance worker named Martin what had happened. He had worked in the building for more than 20 years. I expected him to smile or tell me I had been overtired. He didn't. He listened quietly until I finished. Then he looked toward the stairwell. "It stayed behind your chair, didn't it?" he said. I couldn't answer at first. I had never mentioned that part. I asked him how he knew. Martin remained silent for a long moment. Then he said, "You were fortunate." I asked what he meant. He looked directly at me. Most people turn around. Before I could ask anything else, someone called for him from another floor. He walked away. I have tried to speak with him about it 3 times since then. Every time, he acts as though the conversation never happened. Nothing unusual has occurred since that night. The sensor hasn't sounded again. The building hasn't gone silent. I haven't felt anyone standing behind me. Most nights, I can almost convince myself that exhaustion caused the whole thing. But I no longer sit with my back facing the doorway. Before every shift, I pull my chair several inches away from the wall. I tell myself I do it because the extra space is more comfortable. But recently, I noticed something. No matter where I move the chair, I always leave the same amount of room behind me. Just enough space for a person to stand there. And I still don't understand why. Some haunted houses become famous because one terrible thing happened inside them. But the old mansion in Mingxiong, Taiwan, feels different. What makes it unsettling isn't one death or one ghost. It's the way so many stories have gathered around the place over the years. They've layered themselves over the building until, eventually, the mansion almost stopped feeling like a real home. It became something people whispered about. The house was originally known as the Liu family residence in Mingxiong, Chiayi. It was built in the late 1920s by a wealthy landowner named Liu Rongyu, and for its time, it must have been extraordinary. It stood 3 stories high, with connected wings, wide balconies, decorative terraces, and a courtyard with a pond. Out in the countryside, surrounded by fields and low houses, it probably looked less like a family home and more like a palace that had somehow wandered away from the city. But local stories say the mansion wasn't built there simply to display wealth. According to legend, a feng shui master studied the land and declared that it sat across the throat of a sleeping dragon. A railway line had recently been built nearby, and some believed the iron tracks had sliced through the natural flow of energy beneath the ground. To repair the damage, the family was supposedly told to construct a tall building in that exact location, with a hill behind it and the river stretching out in front. So, from the very beginning, the mansion may have been more than a home. It was meant to hold the land together, a kind of enormous charm made from brick, timber, and stone. And whenever I hear that, I can't help wondering, if the house was built to keep something under control, what was it trying to contain? Sometime in the mid-1940s, the Liu family moved away. Their descendants later said there was nothing mysterious about it. The mansion was too far from the center of town, transportation was difficult, and daily life there had become inconvenient. That explanation sounds perfectly reasonable. It may even be completely true. But reasonable explanations rarely survive for long in an abandoned house. Once the family left, the mansion slowly began to collapse into silence. The lamps went dark. Dust gathered across the floors. The pond filled with leaves and rainwater. Vines climbed over the balconies, and thick roots pushed into the walls. At night, the empty windows seemed to stare across the fields. Then, a few years later, soldiers arrived. Around 1949, nationalist troops were stationed in the region, and some of them reportedly used the abandoned mansion as temporary sleeping quarters. Electricity in the countryside was unreliable, so after sunset, the building became almost completely black. One night, a young soldier claimed he saw a pale figure pass slowly in front of an upstairs window. He was so frightened that he refused to sleep. His commanding officer laughed at him and ordered wires and bulbs to be installed throughout the mansion. He believed that once the corridors were brightly lit, the ghost stories would disappear. But on the following night, someone saw the figure again. This time, an officer drew his pistol and fired into the darkness. The gunshot echoed through the entire building. Soldiers rushed toward the sound, expecting to find an intruder or perhaps nothing at all. Instead, they found one of their own men lying on the floor. According to the story, the supposed ghost had only been a soldier walking through the mansion late at night, possibly on his way outside. In the confusion, fear had turned an ordinary person into a shadow, and that shadow had become a target. Some visitors still claim there are bullet marks in the old walls. Whether those marks belong to that night, I honestly don't know. But from then on, the mansion was no longer merely abandoned. A real death, or at least the story of one, had entered the house. And once one tragedy moves in, others often follow. In the courtyard, there is an old well. One legend says a young servant named Meilan fell in love with someone the family considered unsuitable. Heartbroken and unable to escape her situation, she threw herself into the water. People say that if you stand beside the well after dark, you can sometimes hear splashing far below, even when the water is perfectly still. Others say that when you lean over the edge, you get the uneasy feeling that someone at the bottom is staring back. And then there is the sensation people describe near the well. A sudden coldness behind you. The smell of damp clothing. The feeling that someone with wet hair is standing just a few steps away. Another story speaks of a woman dressed in white. During the filming of a television program, several members of the crew reportedly noticed her standing behind one of the upper windows. She didn't wave. She didn't move. She simply watched them from inside the ruined house. By the time anyone went upstairs to investigate, the room was empty. There are stranger stories too. Some visitors claim they entered the mansion at night, fell asleep in one of its rooms, and woke the next morning outside near the courtyard wall. They had no memory of leaving. No memory of walking down the stairs. Nothing. Now, I should be fair. There is no strong evidence for most of these stories. Members of the Liu family have rejected several of the darker legends. The noises inside the mansion may come from wind passing through broken windows. The pale shapes may be moonlight moving across branches. And the woman in white? She may be nothing more than a reflection, a curtain, or the mind trying to create a face where there isn't one. But perhaps that is what makes the place so fascinating. A haunted house doesn't only contain the dead, it contains the fear of the living. Every student, tourist, soldier, film crew, and ghost hunter who enters the mansion brings something with them. A rumor, a memory, a nervous glance toward an empty staircase. Then they leave with a new story. Over time, those stories sink into the walls. Eventually, the old Liu residence stopped belonging only to the family who built it. It began to belong to everyone who had ever been afraid of it. And after nearly a century of rumors, tragedies, shadows, and whispered sightings, I think the real question is no longer whether the mansion is haunted. The real question is this: after a house has carried so much fear for so many years, is it possible for it to be ordinary ever again? I've always been interested in ghosts and anything paranormal. Ever since I was a kid, I've watched countless videos, read stories, and listened to people talk about strange experiences. But honestly, I never really believed Ouija boards worked. I'm 23 now, and for years I assumed most of the videos online were staged, exaggerated, or edited to make them more dramatic. They were entertaining, sure, but I never thought there was anything real behind them. Then one evening, my fiancé and I were sitting around trying to think of something to do, and I casually suggested making a Ouija board. She looked at me and said she had used one when she was a teenager, and that something had actually answered her. I laughed because I thought she was trying to scare me. We didn't own a proper board, so we printed one from the internet and taped it onto a piece of thick cardboard. Then we cut out a small planchette using a template. It looked cheap and homemade, which made the whole thing feel even less believable to me. My fiancée immediately said we weren't using it inside her grandparents' house. She was living with them at the time, and she didn't want to risk bringing anything strange into their home. I remember teasing her about it. I told her there was nothing to worry about because it was only cardboard and printer paper. Still, she refused. So we drove to the ruins of an old abbey just outside town. Parts of it were nearly 900 years old, and the surrounding area had been damaged during the war. We thought that, if anywhere had a story attached to it, that place probably did. We sat there for about half an hour, with our fingers resting on the planchette. Nothing happened. We asked questions. We waited quietly. We even moved to another part of the ruins. Still nothing. That was exactly what I had expected, but I'll admit, I felt slightly disappointed. Even though I didn't believe in any of it, part of me wanted something to happen. Eventually, we packed everything away and went for a drive. It was getting late, and we were following a narrow road through the countryside when I noticed a tiny stone church surrounded by an old graveyard. There were no houses nearby, and the whole place seemed completely isolated. I pointed toward it and said, "Let's try one more time." I parked beside the church wall, and we set the board up between us inside the car. For the first 10 minutes, nothing happened. Then, the planchette began to move. It wasn't fast. It didn't shoot across the board like you see in horror films. It moved slowly, almost hesitantly. My immediate reaction was to accuse my fiancée of pushing it. She swore she wasn't. I asked her again, and she became frustrated with me. She lifted her finger slightly to show that she was barely touching it. That was the moment I started to feel uncomfortable. We asked, "Is anyone here with us?" The planchette moved to yes. I remember staring at it, trying to work out how she could be moving it without me noticing. We asked for a name, but the planchette wandered between letters that didn't form a word. We tried again, and the same thing happened. Then I asked, "Are you a boy?" It moved to yes. My fiancé asked how old he was. The planchette moved to the number 1. Then it drifted away before returning to 1 again. I said, "Are you 11?" It moved to yes. I felt a knot forming in my stomach, but I was still trying to stay rational. Then I asked the question I probably shouldn't have asked. "How did you die?" The planchette began moving from letter to letter. F, I, R, E. Fire. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. We tried asking for his name again, but the letters still made no sense. Finally, I asked, "You don't want us to know your name, do you?" The planchette moved to yes. After that, it stopped completely. We waited another several minutes. We asked more questions. We took our hands off and started again. Nothing. I was shaken, but I was also desperate to prove there was a logical explanation. I got out of the car and walked through the graveyard with the light from my phone, looking at the headstones. I wanted to see whether an 11-year-old boy was buried there. My fiancée stayed near the car. She felt uncomfortable searching the graves at night, so she looked online instead. A few minutes later, she told me she had found a burial record for the church. There was an 11-year-old boy listed. Even then, I told myself it was just a coincidence. There must have been plenty of children buried in old graveyards. But when I climbed back into the car, I began to feel strange. I wasn't exactly frightened. I just felt distant, almost as though I was watching everything from somewhere outside myself. Then a thought entered my mind. I asked my fiancée to search the boy's name together with the name of the nearby village. She went quiet. Then she gasped and turned her phone toward me. She had found an archived newspaper report from 1951. According to the article, 2 young boys had been playing near an abandoned vehicle. One of them had been striking matches, and a burning match had fallen near the fuel tank. There was still petrol inside, and the car caught fire. Both boys were badly burned. They died in the hospital the next day. I didn't know what to say. My fiancé couldn't have planned it. I had chosen the road. I had noticed the church. I had suggested stopping. Until that evening, neither of us even knew the graveyard was there. We drove home in near silence. Every so often, one of us would start to say something, but neither of us could find the right words. Even now, I don't know exactly what happened that night. Maybe the planchette moved because of something psychological. Maybe we found the burial record because we were searching for a connection. Maybe it was all an extraordinary chain of coincidences. I'm not asking anyone else to believe it. I only know that before that night, I was completely convinced Ouija boards were nonsense. Afterward, I wasn't so sure. Whatever happened in that quiet country graveyard, it changed the way I think about the things we can't explain. And it's something I'll remember for the rest of my life. I still don't know how long we had been hanging there. There were 3 of us, suspended against the walls of a windowless room, our wrists bound above our heads. The only light came from a rusted lantern swinging from the ceiling. Every time it moved, our shadows stretched across the walls, like they were trying to escape without us. Then, the door opened. A tall, bald man stepped inside. One of his eyes was badly scarred, and dark stains marked the collar of his heavy coat. His boots struck the floor slowly and deliberately. He wasn't rushing. That was what frightened me most. Behind him, he pulled a narrow metal cart covered with blades, hooks, clamps, and tools I couldn't even recognize. Our mouths had been taped shut, so none of us could speak. We could only watch as he studied the 3 of us and quietly chose the man hanging farthest from me. He dragged him to the opposite side of the room. What happened next is something I still struggle to describe. The man used his tools with terrifying patience, breaking the prisoner piece by piece. He tore out teeth, wounded his face, and pressed heated metal against his skin. The victim barely reacted at first, almost as though his body had already given up. Eventually, blood filled his mouth, and his breathing became a wet, desperate struggle. The torturer continued. He removed the man's clothing and inflicted injuries so cruel that I had to close my eyes. But even with my eyes shut, I could still hear everything. The scrape of metal, the hiss of heat against skin, the shallow breathing of the person beside me. I remember thinking, when he finishes with that man, he'll come for us. Fear does strange things to the mind. After a while, I stopped feeling the ropes cutting into my wrists. I stopped noticing the cold floor beneath my feet. My whole world became the door, the restraints, and the possibility of escape. Then, somehow, one of the bindings loosened. The person beside me noticed it too. We didn't speak. We just moved. The moment we were free, we ran toward the door. To our shock, it wasn't locked. It opened easily, almost as though someone had left it that way on purpose. For one beautiful second, I believed we had escaped. Then, the engine of a chainsaw roared behind us. We ran through the hallway as fast as our exhausted bodies could carry us. The man was coming after us, the blade screaming through the darkness. The other prisoner looked at me and understood what had to happen before I did. He turned back. He threw himself into the torturer's path, buying me the few seconds I needed to reach the front door. I heard shouting behind me, followed by the violent growl of the saw, but I didn't stop. I burst onto an empty road and waved down the first vehicle I saw. The driver took me several streets away, and I stumbled into what looked like a small repair shop. It was actually an abandoned storage building. I hid there for a while, shaking so badly I could barely stand. When I finally stepped outside, I noticed a woman across the road. She was dressed too elegantly for the neighborhood, and she kept watching me while speaking quietly into her phone. The moment our eyes met, I ran. That was when I felt something vibrating in my jacket. A phone. It wasn't mine. Someone had slipped it into my pocket. The screen displayed 2 words, "Home calling." I answered. A calm voice said, "We're outside your family's house. Come back alone." Then, the line went dead. Every sensible part of me knew it was a trap. But what choice did I have? I couldn't leave my family in danger. So, I returned. When I reached the house, a burned-out sedan was parked near the gate. Its windows were blackened, and the metal looked as though it had melted in places. The front door stood open. I stepped inside. Before I could call out, someone came from behind and pressed a mask over my face. A chemical smell filled my lungs. My knees gave way, and the room disappeared. When I woke up, I was in another house. This room was cleaner, almost ordinary. A lamp stood in the corner. A table sat in the center. Across from me was another captive, a nervous man with bruises around his wrists. Then, a bearded man entered. He wore a plain shirt and polished shoes. He smiled as though we were guests arriving for dinner. He placed a deck of cards on the table. "The rules are simple," he said. "Win and you leave. Lose and one of you dies." My stomach dropped. I barely knew how to play. The man across from me seemed experienced. He watched my eyes, my hands, even the way I breathed. Every card I placed felt like a confession. With every round, my heart struck harder against my ribs. Somehow, we reached the final hand, and somehow, we won. For the first time since the nightmare began, hope returned. I laughed. I actually laughed because I believed it was over. The bearded man reached into his pocket and showed us a small brass key. Then he swallowed it. Just like that, our freedom vanished. A moment later, something slammed against the door from the other side. Once. Twice. The hinges began to bend. I couldn't breathe. The room spun, the voices around me faded, and darkness closed over me again. I woke to the sound of the chainsaw. The bald man had found me. I was strapped to a steel table, unable to move. He stood over me with that same calm expression. I begged him to stop, but he didn't even seem to hear me. The machine roared. When I opened my eyes again, both of my legs were gone below the knees. The wounds had been burned closed and wrapped in thick white bandages. He carried me into another chamber. Dozens of people were already there, all injured in the same way. Red-hot stones lined the edges of the room, filling the air with unbearable heat. Yet, no one screamed. Instead, they began to sing. Some of them swayed. Others dragged themselves across the heated floor as though performing in some terrible celebration. Their faces were empty, almost peaceful, while the heat blistered their skin. Then, the door opened. Every person in the room fell silent. Pure fear appeared on their faces. The bald man entered, carrying a shovel of burning coals. He forced the coals against their bodies, one after another. Some tried to crawl away. Others grabbed the burning pieces with their bare hands, choosing the pain they understood over whatever waited beyond the door. By the time the room was finally breached, almost everyone had died. Rescue workers entered wearing protective equipment. They sprayed the walls with water and dragged the final survivor toward the exit. I watched that man crawl across the floor, weak and terrified, using his hands because his legs could no longer carry him. At the far end of the room, the bald man stood perfectly still. No one seemed to notice him. He watched the survivor crawl toward freedom, then slowly turned his face toward me. His scarred eye widened, and he smiled. That was when I understood. The house had never been trying to keep us inside. It wanted to see what we would become when it finally allowed us to leave. You know, there are mornings when you wake up feeling a bit disoriented, like the world outside your window is unfamiliar, yet oddly inviting. That's exactly how I felt that morning. I sat up slowly, my mind still fuzzy with sleep, trying to pin down the time. The room was bathed in this soft, warm, orange glow, sunlight sneaking in through the curtains. It was early, but late enough that my usual sense of urgency was replaced by something more calm. I pulled back the curtains, and there it was. The trees outside swaying gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. The cabin life, I thought, wasn't so bad after all. Well, except for that bizarre episode with some strange animal that had broken in the night before. That was unsettling, sure, but nothing I couldn't handle. I glanced at the clock and realized it was way too late in the day to trek down to the main path and start poking around for clues about the animal. Instead, I decided to do something I'd been itching to do since I arrived. I grabbed a couple of beers from the little fridge and headed down the narrow trail that led to the lake. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the crunch of dry leaves under my feet was oddly comforting. I had this idea in my head. If I could find the fishing poles tucked away somewhere in the cabin, maybe I'd spend a few days just drinking and fishing, letting the world slow down around me. But first, I needed to unravel the mystery of who this Agent 202 was and what organization he worked for. There was something about him that didn't sit right, and yet, I couldn't look away. When I reached the end of the short trail, the scene before me stopped me cold. It was like some strange coincidence straight out of a novel. This man really was everywhere in these woods. There he was, standing ankle-deep in the lake, his polished black shoes neatly placed on the shore. His suit pants were rolled up, but despite his efforts, the water had crept in, dampening the fabric. He was bent over, filling 2 watering cans with water from the lake, completely absorbed in his task. Because he was so focused, he didn't see me approach until I was almost right beside him. When he finally looked up, he gave this little roll of his eyes behind his dark sunglasses, like I was an annoyance. "Don't look at me like that," he said, voice low but firm. "I'm staying at my grandfather's cabin. You're the one invading my lakefront." He started walking toward me, his black hair slightly tousled from whatever work he'd been doing. I glanced over and noticed a brand new truck parked as close to the dock as possible without risking getting stuck on the steep slope leading down to the lake. In the truck bed sat a half-filled water tank. I couldn't help but wonder, was he really trying to fill that massive tank with just those 2 little watering cans? Before I could ask, he passed me, carrying his full pails toward the truck. "The pump's broken, and we ran out of water," he explained without looking back. "I'm not needed until later tonight, so this is just busy work." I had nothing better to do, honestly, so I shoved my beers halfway into the sand to keep them cool and silently stood in front of him, holding out my hand to take one of the watering cans. He raised an eyebrow, but handed one over. I slipped off my sandals and stepped into the cool lake water. We fell into a quiet rhythm, me refilling the cans while he emptied them into the tank. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky with shades of pink and purple, but there was still enough light to see by. "My back is killing me," I finally admitted, breaking the silence and prompting us to take a break. I hadn't done much, but standing there in the water made me feel like I'd earned my beer. I climbed out, feet sinking into the warm sand, now regretting the wet footprints I was leaving behind. The beer was cool to the touch, almost a small luxury. I offered one to the agent, still bent over, filling the pails. He looked at me, then at the lake, considering. When I shook the bottle a little, trying to entice him, he gave a reluctant nod and walked over. Sitting beside me, he didn't seem to care at all about his suit getting covered in sand. He grimaced at the first sip, like maybe he wasn't used to drinking beer. We sat there quietly, just watching the peaceful water and the dense woods beyond. The tranquility felt almost sacred. He took off his sunglasses, the fading light making it impossible to see through them, and I found myself glancing at his face, trying not to seem too obvious. I hadn't seen his full face before, and when our eyes met, it caught me off guard. His eyes were this strange, icy blue, not the bright kind you usually see, but cold and empty, like the eyes of a ghost. I quickly looked away, a flicker of fear crawling up my spine. Maybe his eyes looked that way because of some condition, I told myself. He seemed to get around just fine. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly, pulling me out of my thoughts. We'd never properly introduced ourselves when we first crossed paths. "Adam," I replied. I thought I caught a flicker of a smile on his lips. "Adam Anderson?" "My parents named me after my grandfather," I said with a small laugh. "Not very original. What about you?" I expected a name, something simple, but he didn't look at me. His dead eyes stayed fixed on the lake as he took a slow sip of his beer, mulling over the question. The hesitation made me nervous. Maybe he really didn't have a name beyond Agent 202. That felt like some deep government-level stuff, like he was raised without a name just to do one job. A shiver ran down my spine, warning me I probably shouldn't know any of this. Suddenly, from across the lake, lights flashed in the woods, bright, searching beams cutting through the darkness, as if someone was testing spotlights hidden among the trees. "Is something bad going to happen?" I asked quietly. "No," he said, voice low and serious. "Sacrifices are going to be made to keep the peace." His cold gaze pinned me in place, and I felt sweat bead at the base of my neck. That single sentence carried so much weight, so much meaning I couldn't even begin to unpack it. I wanted to ask more, but I knew he wouldn't say another word. I already knew too much. A crackling static sound broke the tension, drawing his attention toward the truck. He moved quickly, tension coiling in his body. Reaching inside the open window, he pulled out a radio receiver and answered. 202 here, he said. A language I didn't recognize crackled through the speaker, but he understood every word. His face darkened with a scowl. Damn it. Of course he arrived early. Hans is such an ass. All right, I'll be there. Keep him busy. He growled under his breath, slamming the radio back into the truck before circling around to climb inside. I stood up, gathering our half-finished beers and making sure not to litter the pristine lakefront. Adam, he called out. His voice made me pause, leaning slightly toward the truck. I keep saying this, but stay out of the woods. His strange eyes bore into mine until I couldn't hold his gaze any longer. I looked away but nodded, letting him know I understood. And as the truck rumbled to life and disappeared down the dirt road, I sat back down on the sand, the weight of that night settling over me like the coming darkness. The woods were no longer just a peaceful backdrop. They held secrets, shadows, and perhaps danger lurking just beyond the light. You know, sometimes we just wish we could understand what's really going on around us. Like, all I ever wanted was to know what was happening out there in those woods, beyond the cabin. That's all. But when I asked, The answer I got was so solemn, like a quiet warning. "It's human nature to be curious," the man said, his voice steady but heavy with caution. "But what is happening is not meant for you to know. So please." He didn't have to say it twice. At that moment, I realized whatever was going on was way beyond my reach, beyond what I could grasp. He was looking out for me, trying to keep me safe by steering me away from the truth. And honestly, I was ready to leave it alone. I watched as he pulled the old truck away, the gravel crunching under the tires, and felt this little sting of bitterness. Would I ever truly know what he was warning me about? Probably not. Looking over, I saw more flickering lights dancing through the thick trees, their glow like fireflies caught in the dark. Somewhere, faint music floated over the lake, drifting lazily with the evening breeze. The air was warm but heavy, and the bugs, oh, those relentless bugs, were already turning my bare arms into a feast. I shook them off and headed back to the cabin, my mind buzzing with more questions than answers. The next day, boredom gnawed at me as I paced around the cabin. Morning stretched on endlessly, and I caught sight of more cars rumbling down the dirt road, their tires stirring up little clouds of dust that settled on the leaves. I was going stir-crazy, trapped in this quiet little world. I felt that restless urge building inside me, that desperate pull to just bolt into those woods and find out what was really going on. But instead, I chose to go into town. Better to keep busy than to wander blindly into trouble. Not sure how long I'd be around, I decided to get a library card. Books and movies seemed like a good way to keep my mind occupied, at least for a while. I was scanning through the rather small movie section when a voice called my name, gentle but surprised. "Adam, is that you?" I turned to see a man, about my grandfather's age, standing there. His face looked puzzled for a moment, then it broke into a warm smile. "You must be his grandson." "Christ, you look just like him when he was your age." I thought I was losing my marbles. I smiled back, feeling a bit of warmth from the familiarity. I dropped the movie search and walked over to him, introducing myself even though it felt like we already knew each other. I'd always known I was named after my grandfather, but I never actually heard anyone call him Adam before. He went by his middle name, John. That's what everyone knew him as. We shook hands, and I followed the man to a cozy sitting area. "My grandfather broke his hip, so I'm cabin sitting," I explained, trying to sound casual. "I get pretty bored up there." He nodded knowingly. "It does get boring there. Nothing much happens in this town at all." I suppose that's why some people like living here so much. I hesitated, then decided to bring up the strange men I'd seen lurking in the woods. "I've been noticing men in suits around. Is there some kind of FBI training camp nearby or something?" His face darkened for a fleeting moment, and something like worry flickered in his eyes. I wondered if I'd stepped into some kind of trap with my question. He shook his head slowly, as if clearing away some complicated thoughts before speaking. "You and your grandfather are alike," he said quietly. "Years ago, he talked about the same thing, men in the woods near his cabin." "And?" I leaned forward, my heart pounding, eager for answers. Why had my grandfather never mentioned any of this? What was he hiding? "He did the smart thing," the man replied. "He settled down with your grandmother and stopped digging into it." I let out a long sigh, sinking back into the oversized armchair. Disappointment settled over me like a heavy blanket. He chuckled softly at my reaction and continued. "There was another reason why he stopped talking about it and focused on your grandmother. Adam, your grandfather was the kind of man who wore suits and kept everything buttoned up. He came here from somewhere else, and folks around town thought he was just some government guy doing a land survey or something. What made him settle down here?" I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. If he was the office type and not really an outdoor guy, was it love at first sight when he met my grandmother? Love at first sight? "Maybe," he said, a soft smile touching his lips. "But not with your grandmother at first. See, he kept asking the locals about those men in suits appearing in the woods. He chased leads, and at first, we thought he'd lost his mind. Then a stranger came into town a few times, a man in a suit. But the strange thing was, he'd buy all the live fishing bait and a massive amount of meals to go at the diner. We all assumed your grandfather was chasing answers. But then some campers caught him and a man in a suit in, well, a compromising position in the woods. He gave me a pointed look over his glasses, and I instantly understood. My face flushed with embarrassment, and I realized why my grandfather never wanted to talk about those men. My family probably didn't even know. I felt like I was intruding on something private, something too personal. If he was like that, I stammered, why would he marry my grandmother? Because he loved her too, the man said gently. Anyone could see that. I'm sure he was happy with her. But his eyes, they always seemed to be drawn toward the woods, like something inside him was still searching. It was painful to see. I'm afraid you might be headed down the same path. He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Ignore whatever is going on out there. It nearly destroyed your grandfather. The few locals who know about it pretend not to. You promise me you'll stay out of it, right? I've seen one of those men in suits, only once. But anyone with eyes like that, they aren't natural. He fell silent, lost in a distant memory that haunted him still. I nodded, feeling the weight of his warning. All these cautions were meant to keep me safe, to keep me away from the woods. But the pull was still strong. I wanted to ask more, to dig deeper. I knew the locals pretended nothing was happening, so getting answers might be impossible. Still, maybe just starting to ask questions wouldn't hurt. What else was there to do? His eyes searched mine, unconvinced I'd listen. He'd done his part by warning me, but he couldn't stop me if I chose to keep pushing. I told myself I'd let it go, but every little piece of information, every whispered hint, kept pulling me back in. The woods were calling, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could resist. Hey, I want to tell you about something that happened to me. Not just any story, but one that really stuck with me in a way I can't shake off. So, I'm a college student. Honestly, the school and my major don't really matter here. But what does is that I've always been a Windows person. My school, though? They use Macs for everything. Projects, assignments, you name it. And transferring files between Windows and Macs? Total nightmare. So I'd usually stay late at school to finish up any work due, so I didn't have to deal with that hassle at home. I took the bus home every single evening, usually pretty late at night. My college wasn't far from where I live, but I was always wiped out from cramming and deadlines. Since the bus passes were included in our tuition, it made sense to use them as much as possible, even if it meant a little longer ride home. There was this one night, I was almost nodding off on the bus. The driver had this annoying habit of slamming the brakes suddenly, which was pretty much the only thing keeping me awake. My head jerked forward when we stopped abruptly. At first, I wasn't sure where we were. The bus had stopped right in front of a park. The driver often took a quick 5-minute break there since I was usually the last passenger left. I knew if we didn't start moving soon, I'd drift off again. But then, something caught my eye through the window that made me snap wide awake. A man was walking beneath one of the streetlights, heading into the park. For just a split second, I caught a glimpse of his face, but I couldn't quite remember what it looked like afterward. It was weird. My body went into full fight-or-flight mode just from that brief look. My muscles tensed, and I sat staring, hoping he'd look back at me. I burned the image into my mind because even the slightest hint of his face screamed danger to me. He looked normal enough. Tall, thin, wearing a burgundy suit. Okay, maybe that color wasn't exactly typical, but I'd seen stranger outfits on some of my classmates. And there were bars nearby, so maybe he was just dressed up for a date or something. I could explain his outfit, but I couldn't explain why my body reacted so intensely just by looking at him. The bus started moving again, and I was left wondering what that was all about. Over the next day, while working on my project, I kept thinking about that man. I wanted to remember his face, but also wanted to forget it. I realized I wouldn't be able to focus until I figured it out. Usually, the path through the park was a shortcut, but I always stayed on the bus because walking just felt like too much effort. The next night, I got off right at the park entrance. The driver didn't even seem to notice. I knew it was a foolish idea to think that odd man would be back again. Plus, the park had a bad reputation lately. There had been muggings, and all my female friends refused to walk through it at night. Dangerous for sure, but I needed to know who that man was. I walked quickly, keeping my phone in my hand, ready to call for help if needed. When I saw someone else on the path, I immediately became cautious. As he spotted me and started walking toward me, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I almost called the cops, but then I noticed his jacket. It said security. "Hey, want me to walk with you?" he asked, stopping a few feet away to give me space, just in case I was still nervous. "They have security patrols in the park now?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. He chuckled softly. "Yeah, the city hired my company for a few weeks. There have been attacks, and there aren't enough cops to cover everything. So, we're here to scare off troublemakers and help anyone who needs it." That actually made sense. I'd heard some cops retired recently, leaving gaps in patrols. I hadn't realized how it was affecting the whole city. "I'm Garrett," he said. "You don't have to walk with me if you don't want, but I can take down anyone who tries to hurt you, though I can't arrest them." He seemed nice enough, so I accepted. I couldn't bring myself to ask about the strange man right away, so I let him talk about his job while we walked through the park together. By the time we reached the other side, the topic never came up. I thanked him and asked if he'd be on the same shift tomorrow. He said yes. At least now, I'd have someone watching over me on this weird little quest of mine. Over the next week, I took that path through the park with Garrett by my side. He kept telling me to stay on the bus for my own safety, but I think he appreciated having someone to talk to. It was a pretty dull job. I didn't see him over the weekend since I had no classes, but when we met again on Monday, I noticed something was off. Garrett was a tall, strong guy. He said he was in the military but had to retire early due to a leg injury. That's why his job now was security. But that day, he had a busted lip and a black eye. "Garrett, are you okay?" I asked, concern sinking in. "Yeah, it's nothing," he said, brushing it off. "Some kids got rowdy over the weekend. I had to break it up. They scattered, but I don't trust them. It's better if you stay out of the park for a few days, all right?" I nodded, feeling upset that he'd been hurt. It must have been a large group to take him down like that. My quest to find that stranger suddenly felt like it wasn't worth putting myself or Garrett in danger. Maybe I'd imagined the man in the suit after all. We walked and talked, Garrett happy to have someone to listen after being alone for a couple of days. "You'll stay away for a bit, right?" he asked when we reached the park's exit. "Yeah, a few days," I promised. "But you better be here when I come back." He smiled and we parted ways. I stuck to my word and stayed on the bus for 2 days. Then, on the third day, I was sitting on the idling bus, waiting for it to start moving, when I saw something strange at the park entrance. A group of high school kids were cheering and walking into the trail. Nothing unusual, except some of them were carrying baseball bats. It took me a moment to realize they weren't just coming from practice. By the time I pieced it together, the bus had already started moving again. I rushed to the front, pleading with the driver to stop. He looked irritated until I explained what I'd seen. He called the cops for me. The bus doors opened when it stopped, and before anyone could stop me, I ran toward the park. Not the smartest move. but I felt like I could find Garrett before those kids did. I wasn't about to leave behind my first real friend. My whole life I'd kept my head down, barely speaking. Now I had someone who liked me for me, and I wasn't about to let anything happen to him. I ran through the dark park, my chest burning from even this light jog. I could hear the kids cheering each other on, and I prayed I wasn't too late. Suddenly, I almost collided with one of them. They stood in a circle, surrounding Garrett. I could tell he'd landed a few punches, but there were too many of them. They overpowered him. Then I heard the sickening crack of a bat hitting something. My stomach turned. I didn't think it had taken me that long, but I was too late. A furious rage boiled inside me, hotter than anything I'd ever felt. I stepped back, away from the group, trying not to be seen. "Hey, you assholes! The cops are coming, so you better get the hell out of here," I shouted, trying to sound intimidating. I'm small, a college student, and every one of those kids was bigger and stronger. Some laughed at my poor attempt to scare them off. "Oh yeah? Then we better finish this real quick," one of them sneered, raising his bat to strike Garrett, who was hidden in the middle. I froze, mouth open, unable to scream or help. Then, by some miracle, everything stopped. The kids all turned toward me, confusion and fear spreading across their faces. Then, behind me, something appeared. "Who the hell is—" one of the teens began, but his voice broke into a strangled noise. I didn't turn around right away. I watched their faces twist from confusion to pure terror. Their skin went pale. Some gagged, others just stared wide-eyed. Weapons dropped to the ground as their minds seemed to unravel. A few stood frozen, blood trickling from their noses before collapsing to the ground. Garrett was curled up, shielding his head. I didn't know how badly he was hurt. I wanted to run to him, but first, I had to face what was behind me. I turned slowly to see the man in the burgundy suit standing just a step away, under the park light. If he had eyes, he'd be looking down on me. But he didn't have a face. Where his face should have been was just a void, a deep, black nothingness. At first, it was a simple black hole, but the longer I looked, shapes twisted and shifted inside it. Shapes no human language could describe. My head pounded, but I couldn't look away. I've never been so terrified in my life. Somehow, my heart kept beating as the world around me seemed to warp and shift, like everything was shaking but also still at the same time. From the void, the swirling colors and shapes flowed toward me endlessly. I vaguely noticed my own nose bleeding and my fingers twitching from the horror I was witnessing. An unearthly vision that should not exist. Time lost all meaning as I stared into that void, and then, just for a moment, I glimpsed the creature's true face. Something so brief, so terrifying, I felt my heart race and snapped out of the trance. My head throbbed, my nose still bleeding, but other than that, I was okay compared to the teens behind me. The man stood with his hands in his pockets. When I wiped my nose on my sleeve, he reached out his hand. Without thinking, I took it. The swirling void and colors still danced within that faceless space, making me dizzy, but I felt something stronger than fear. A flutter in my stomach, a strange lightness. "Are you single?" I blurted out. I wanted to scream. Everything around us stopped. The man looked stiff, somehow embarrassed, even without a face. I couldn't believe I'd just asked out a nightmare. What was wrong with me? Up until then, I'd never felt romantic love. My mom always said I just hadn't met the right person. I'd accepted living alone, being content with my own company until that moment. Now, I wanted Garrett to be okay, to be my friend. But I also wanted to date this monster. The man tilted his head toward the fallen teens, then back at me. "Seriously?" His voice was like broken fragments, clips of other voices stitched together. I nodded, my face burning. Who knew you could be scared to death and fall in love all at once? I mean, I know it's sudden. It's okay if you're not interested. I'm fine with just being friends, hanging out, getting to know each other. I'll get my friend to the hospital now. How about you think it over, and I'll see you tomorrow night. I wanted to disappear for so many reasons. I let go of the faceless man's hand and rushed over to Garrett, who was starting to wake up. I told him to stay still while I called for help. When I looked back up, the man was gone. Garrett needed to stay in the hospital for a while, but he was alive. He kept thanking me for saving him, even though I felt like I hadn't done much. He was also mad at me for rushing in, and I'd never hear the end of how proud and disappointed he was. The cops took the teens away, blaming their mental freakout on some bad batch of drugs. I don't know if that was a cover-up or just their explanation to close the case. I doubt I'll ever know the truth. I kept my promise and went back to the park to meet the faceless man who saved us. After waiting for hours, just as I was about to give up, he showed up. Looking into the void again made me dizzy. I wondered why I could stand to look at his face when others couldn't. "Hangod?" he asked in that strange voice as he stopped in front of me. My stomach fluttered again. I was glad he wanted to get to know each other and wasn't upset about my outburst the other night. I realized then why I could look into his face. Because I loved him more than I was afraid of him. That scared me. I knew if my feelings changed, I might end up like those terrified teens. But the faceless man didn't seem to have any malice. He was just a little dangerous simply by existing. And strangely, I was okay with that. He didn't talk much after that, so I started showing him videos on my phone. He seemed to enjoy them, though it was hard to tell. For now, I'm happy with how things are, just hanging out with the faceless man in the park, waiting for the moment I'll ask if he wants to take it further. Hey, I want to tell you about this strange and kind of unnerving experience I had with my neighbor, Dimitris, or Dimitri as he goes by. It all started one evening when he knocked on my door out of the blue. I was in my pajamas, just winding down after a long day, and he asked, "Is everything all right?" Now, I was puzzled, honestly. What could possibly be wrong on his end that he'd come all the way over? Maybe something was wrong in his apartment, or maybe he couldn't reach our landlord. I had no idea. Then, out of nowhere, Dimitri said, "Give me your work time." It caught me totally off guard. For a moment, I just stared at him, trying to figure out what he meant. Then it hit me. He wanted to know my work schedule. You see, I don't have set shifts. I work whatever hours they need me for that week. It's pretty flexible, but not predictable. It's on my phone, I told him, feeling a little awkward. "Do you want me to get your number? I can text you when I'll be at work." He nodded silently, and I went inside to grab my phone. When he pulled out his, it looked like one of those cheap burner phones. Kind of sketchy, honestly. We exchanged numbers, and I quickly sent him a text with my schedule. He scanned it, nodding slowly, and I suddenly felt this weird sense of regret. It was like he was planning something with that information. Maybe something not quite right. Or maybe I was just overthinking it. Before he left, he said something that stuck with me. "I work at home. Very loud. Only when you are not home." His explanation was so vague, it made me wonder more than ever. Whatever his job was, he didn't want to disturb me, but also didn't want me to hear it. That made me suspicious. Was he involved in some kind of adult work? Or worse, something illegal? He had that dangerous vibe, kind of like a mobster, and I leaned toward the latter. The first week passed quietly. Not a sound from his apartment, just the occasional glimpse of him leaving or returning. He always carried this big bag slung over one shoulder and wore black leather gloves. I never saw a motorcycle in the parking lot, which made me think maybe he didn't ride one. When our paths crossed, he'd just give me a curt nod. No small talk, Nothing. Just a neighborly acknowledgement. I figured that was as close as we'd get. Yet even the addicts who hung around the building's entrance gave him space, like they knew better than to mess with him. Then came the second time we spoke, under the most bizarre circumstances. Dmitri actually broke into my apartment. But before you freak out, there was a reason, and honestly, I'm still not sure if I'm just clumsy or cursed with bad luck. So I'd put a bottle of aspirin on top of the fridge because I was starting to get a headache. When I went to grab it, I accidentally knocked it off the fridge. It rolled way back out of reach. Instead of grabbing a step stool, I decided, hey, I'll just climb up on the kitchen counter. Bad idea. One arm was braced against the cabinet for balance, the other reaching for the bottle. Then I heard it, a soft creak, like a warning I should have heeded. Suddenly, the whole cupboard came crashing off the wall. It wasn't nailed in properly, and it just gave way under my weight. It clattered down, smashing plates and cups, and the edge hit me right on the forehead. Blood started pouring, and I couldn't catch my breath because the cupboard landed on my chest as I fell backward onto the floor. The noise was deafening. Surely the neighbors heard it. But I was too dizzy and in pain to care about apologies right then. I lay there, head pounding, feeling sick and woozy. My phone was out of reach on the counter. I just hoped the cut wasn't too bad, because a trip to the hospital was out of the question. Then I heard my name. Richie? I looked up through the fog of pain, and there was Dmitri, standing in my kitchen doorway, looking down at me. But wait, how did he get in? I locked the door. I started to explain, but the pain stopped me. It was obvious what had happened. Without a word, he bent down, pushed the cupboard off me, stepping carefully over the broken glass. He lifted me up, careful not to hurt me more, and helped me sit down. Then, grabbing a dish towel, he cleaned the blood off my forehead and face. I was too out of it to question him or stop him. I call doctor, he said simply, pulling another phone from his pocket. This one looked different, less sketchy. I opened my mouth to protest, but his steely gray eyes told me to be quiet. So I sat there, holding the damp towel to my head, as Dmitri spoke quietly on the phone. 10 minutes, he announced after hanging up. How did you get in? I finally asked, still baffled. Lockpick, he said casually, like it was no big deal. Of course, he looked like the type who could pick locks. For the next 10 minutes, he helped me stay calm and still while cleaning up my mess. The blood was everywhere. I swear it looked like a crime scene in my kitchen, and I doubted I'd ever get the stains out of my cheap tile. Then the doctor arrived. Dmitri let him in smoothly. The man was, well, he looked like he stepped out of a different era. Round, gold-rimmed glasses, a vest over a button-up shirt, and perfectly slicked back black hair, like from the 1950s. He pulled out a pen light from his bag, shining it into my eyes and making me follow it. No brain damage, that's good, he said, his voice stern but with a hint of kindness. Just a lot of blood from a minor cut. Dmitri could have sealed this up himself, but I suppose he wanted to be sure your brain wasn't scrambled. He introduced himself as Dr. Philo and set about cleaning and stitching my forehead, 3 stitches in total. It hurt, of course, but I kept talking to distract myself. He's an all right guy, even if he looks pretty scary, I said, nodding towards Dmitri, who was quietly cleaning up the broken dishes. The doctor chuckled. I think he just doesn't want to move again. If you look past the kinds of people living here, this place is actually pretty decent. Cheap rent and close to everything. When the doctor finished, he packed up his tools and then, get this, he pulled out a thermos and a box of cookies. I recognized the bakery's name on the box, too fancy for me to ever afford. He poured a small cup of tea that smelled like flowers, and the color was this delicate pink. I'd never seen anything like it. Drink a little, Eat something, he urged gently. I have a pill to help with the pain, but you need to have something in your stomach first. I wanted to refuse, insisting I was fine, but his gaze was so firm it shut me up. I felt a little embarrassed. Here were these two strangers in my apartment because I was too clumsy to grab aspirin properly. I sipped the tea, which was sweet but not overpowering, and nibbled on a cookie that was easily the best I'd ever tasted. I wanted to ask about the tea brand, but feared it'd be just another thing out of my budget. After I finished a few cookies, the doctor gave me the pill. I should have been more wary, but I trusted them without hesitation. You'll be asleep for a few hours, Dr. Philo said. If you're working tomorrow, cancel your shift to rest. I'll write you a note if you need one. I opened my mouth to argue, but that was the last thing I remembered that night. The next morning, I woke up confused. My head felt heavy but not painful, and somehow I was in bed wearing a clean shirt. I looked around, trying to remember how I got there, but nothing came to mind beyond talking to the doctor. I went to the kitchen to check the damage, and there was none. Not a speck of blood. Brand new cupboards were installed, and they were solid this time. I shook them to be sure. Most of my plates and cups were still missing, but everything looked clean and orderly. I called my boss, told them I wouldn't be in that day, and they said someone had already arranged the day off for me. That was odd. My workplace was strict about calling in yourself, even if you were in a coma. I wondered what kind of strings Dimitri had pulled. Curious and grateful, I went next door to thank him in person. The door opened, and he looked down at me with that same cold, unreadable expression. Thank you for helping out. Did you ask the landlord to replace my cupboards? I asked softly. No, I did. Woodworking is a hobby, he said simply. Wait, he rebuilt my cupboards overnight? For a stranger? I peeked inside his apartment. It looked almost identical to mine, except his hallway floor was covered in plastic sheets. He was painting. Near the doorway, I noticed some dried brown stains on the baseboard he hadn't covered yet. I was about to ask about his renovation plans when he reached out and lightly touched the stitches on my forehead. This is going to scar, he said quietly. Oh, I replied, awkward and speechless. That's when it hit me. Maybe this man, who seemed so threatening, was actually just a kind person. Maybe even interested in me. My face flushed and I froze, trying to push the thought away. I told myself he was just a nice guy, nothing more. I'll make you dinner, as a thank you, I stammered, mentally scolding myself for sounding so awkward. He didn't respond immediately, just kept that stone-cold expression. Do you like dogs? He asked suddenly. That question threw me off completely. Yes, I replied hesitantly. I'll make you a dog. Go rest. I need to do work. And just like that, he turned and went back inside, closing the door behind him. I wasn't sure what he meant. Did he mean a wooden dog, since woodworking was his hobby? Or something else? I went back to my apartment, mind buzzing with all these thoughts. I spent the evening cooking, trying not to obsess over the thing that maybe my neighbor liked me. It was new territory. I'd never been interested in guys, or girls for that matter. I'd always assumed those feelings would come with the right person. But here I was, making dinner for Dimitri, the mysterious, dangerous-looking neighbor who just might be a little more than that. And so, that's where I am now. Curious, a bit nervous, and definitely grateful for the quiet care of a man who seemed like he belonged in the shadows, but turned out to be a surprising light in my life. Hey, I want to tell you about some things that happened to me. Things that changed how I see the world. And maybe you'll listen closely, because some of it is pretty strange. It starts with my neighbor Dimitri. Well, that's not his real name, but close enough. And then there's this story from my childhood about a terrible night at a lake cabin. So, bear with me, and I'll take you through it all. Let's start with Dimitri. When I first met him, he was kind of a mystery, quiet, a bit cold, but there was something oddly comforting in his presence. I remember one evening, I brought over some dinner. I said to him, "They're just plastic. You can keep them if you want." Shaking my head because, honestly, I had more plastic Tupperware than real dishes by then. He just nodded and said, "I washed them. Here is dog for you." Then he placed the containers carefully on the little table just inside his door and picked up a small wooden figure. I held out my hand to take it. It was a goofy-looking pug carved from wood, with wrinkles so detailed it made me smile. I thanked him again, realizing every time we met, I always had something to thank him for. Dimitri, however, in his cold way, shooed me away. "Go rest. I work." And then the door was shut in my face, but I didn't mind at all. Over the next few weeks, I made a habit of bringing dinner over to him. Sometimes he'd add a new wooden dog to my growing collection. Our conversations were brief. I never learned much about him except that he was painfully slow at painting. Every time he opened his door, I saw his floor still covered with plastic sheets. It was like a strange little world he lived in. My work schedule finally stabilized, which was a big relief. I wasn't just coming in when needed. I had a steady routine. That meant I could budget better, save money, and maybe move to a better neighborhood or closer to work someday. But for now, I wasn't ready to move. I just kept saving. Feeding 2 people wasn't too hard either. Buying in bulk was cheaper, so it all worked out. Life felt like it was finally turning around after years of struggling. I had a friend, even if he was a little strange and kept to himself. Then, out of nowhere, my job gave me a surprise day off. A pipe burst at the restaurant and they'd shut down for the weekend to fix it. I never got Fridays off, so I was a bit lost on what to do. Dimitri wasn't expecting me, no dinner that night, but I had enough rice to make curry for 2, so I decided to drop some off anyway. As I was putting the curry into containers, I heard Dimitri's voice outside. He was just getting home. I thought I heard another voice, maybe someone else with him. Then, a sudden, loud thud from his apartment made me jump. My heart pounded as I tried to listen, straining to understand what had made that sound. Then, faint but chilling, I thought I heard a scream. My hands shook as I grabbed the containers and rushed over, not even closing my door behind me. Outside his apartment, I slipped on something wet, and my stomach dropped. It looked like blood. My heart raced, panic flooding through me as I noticed his door wasn't fully closed. Dimitri seemed tough, but all these signs were wrong. Without thinking, I stepped inside, still clutching the hot containers. My feet slipped again on the plastic sheets covering the floors. Then I froze. What I saw made my mind refuse to process it for a moment. It was Dimitri. I recognized his frame, but his face, oh God, his face, was split open horizontally, like a grotesque mask ripped from ear to ear. Thousands of needle-like teeth shimmered along the slit of that monstrous mouth in the dim light. His eyes, twisted and warped, locked onto mine. The terrifying mouth snapped shut just seconds after our eyes met, his face returning to normal, except his mouth hung slightly open, as if lost for words. Another man was kneeling on the floor. Dimitri had him by the short hair, pulling his head back to expose his neck to a large, serrated hunting knife pressed against his throat. There was a third man lying face down, blood pooling fresh on the plastic-covered floor. The silence was suffocating. "You do not work tonight?" Dimitri's voice cut through, cold and steady. The man with the knife at his throat didn't answer, his eyes wide and pleading. I couldn't look at him for long. The smell of fresh blood was sickening, and the heat from the curry containers was starting to burn my hands. but I couldn't move. Seeing my silence, Dmitri nodded toward the containers. "What do you have?" he asked slowly. "Curry. Enough for two," I managed. I always brought enough for 2 meals, assuming he ate more than me. But my mind was screaming at me to run, to get out. I realized then that my kind neighbor was a killer and was about to kill again if I hadn't come. I dreaded that I might be next. All the little hints I'd ignored crashed down on me. The sketchy doctor visits, the plastic sheets, the strange smells, the way he moved so often. I had been so lonely that I'd ignored all the red flags. I barely stifled a sound when Dmitri released the man and pushed him aside. He stepped toward me, tall and looming. The knife was still in his hand, but pointed down. I flinched as he raised a hand and gently ran his thumb over the stitches on my face. "Did not scar badly." He bent down so our faces were close. I felt my muscles freeze as I stared into his steel gray eyes, eyes that belonged to a killer, weighing me, deciding my fate. My hands shook, nearly dropping the food. Dmitri placed his hand over mine, steadying the containers. I felt faint, convinced I was about to die. "Still friends?" he asked in a low voice with a hint of worry. Friends? He wanted to know if I'd still pretend everything was normal. I risked a glance at the man who'd been threatened. His face was pale, hands trembling. I nodded. I stayed silent. He took the curry, stood up, and said, "You, table. We eat dinner. Richie, best to go back home." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and left without looking back, closing the door behind me. My socks were stained with blood. I took them off and threw them in the trash without a second thought. My phone sat on the counter, and I debated what to do. Should I call the police? I had witnessed a murder. My neighbor had killed someone and would likely do it again. But the image of that split-open face, those monstrous teeth, could anyone believe that? The logical part of me wanted to call, but the fear and disbelief held me back. I paced for hours, the curry I'd saved growing cold on the stove. Each time I tried to call, I stopped myself. Then, a knock on my door. My heart jumped. It could only be Dmitri or the man he nearly killed. I opened cautiously. To my shock, it was the man from that night, bruised but alive. "We wanted to thank you for the dinner. My friend will be leaving," he said quietly, nodding at me. "Still friends?" Dmitri asked again, standing just behind him. "Still friends," I said, nodding. That was enough. Dmitri grabbed the man's arm and dragged him down the hallway. Whether he was setting him free or planning something else, I never knew. I never called the police. A part of me felt guilty, but I doubted they'd believe my story or that it would make any difference. I saw Dmitri a few times after that, his face more strained, knowing I wasn't going to betray him. Instead of moving away or telling him to leave, I did something surprising. I brought dinner again. He looked shocked to see me smiling with food in my hands. Gathering my courage, I asked, "Do you want to eat together?" He nodded, unsure. My neighbor is a killer, and maybe not even fully human. But strangely, I don't mind. I've been lonely for years, and sharing a meal, talking about my day, is something I need. Murderer or not, human or not, at least he sits and listens. Now, about that lake story from my childhood. When I was about 10, my family pooled money to rent a cabin by a lake. All my aunts, uncles, and cousins stayed there. It was crowded, but I loved it. We had 2 amazing weeks running into the lake whenever we wanted, fishing, but my favorite thing was collecting freshwater mussels. The locals hated these mussels because they were invasive and damaged the lake's ecosystem. They encouraged us kids to scoop them up and toss them into a plastic kiddie pool with cracks no one had thrown away yet. Each morning, the pool would be nearly empty, as if someone had been taking them away. We were just kids, running wild, eating junk food, sleeping as soon as the sun went down. I wished I could live like that forever. No homework, no worries. But all good things end. The night before we left, my cousins thought it'd be fun for me to watch a horror movie. My first one beyond PG-13. It was a cheesy slasher film about a killer in the woods. The cabin was surrounded by forest, so I was terrified all day, fearing the film's masked maniac was lurking out there. My mom was angry, but secretly glad. We'd heard about missing pets and a little girl who vanished across the lake earlier that week. She hoped we'd be too scared to wander at night. That night, sharing a room with my cousin who was fast asleep, I couldn't sleep. The fear and the thought of leaving the cabin kept me awake. It was muggy, so I kicked off the thin sheets and cracked the window for fresh air, even though the screen was missing and bugs could get in. Looking out, the trees looked dark and menacing, with distant thunder signaling an approaching storm. A breeze brought a horrid smell, a rotting fish stench, like 100 fish had died. I nearly gagged. My cousin didn't wake, thankfully. Then I heard it, a soft crunching noise, like a dog chewing on a bone. My skin prickled. I leaned out the window and saw a dark figure hunched over our kiddie pool, grabbing mussels and shoving them into its mouth. It was wet, roughly human-shaped, but impossible to see clearly. When it noticed me, its head turned, and I locked eyes with it. Its eyes glowed yellow in empty sockets, and when it opened its mouth, rows of sharp teeth gleamed as it crunched mussels noisily. I froze, terrified. Monsters weren't real, not to me, but here was so staring back. It started climbing the side of the cabin, its webbed, clawed hands slapping wetly against the wood as it pulled itself up toward the window. The smell grew worse, my heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. My vision blurred as I tried to move but couldn't, trapped by fear. It made a low, excited sound, a breathy "rrrr" as it climbed closer, its face flat and black, no nose, just those terrible eyes and teeth. Its clawed hand reached the windowsill beside mine, and I could feel the fishy stench overpowering everything. Then, a sudden thunderclap shook the cabin, snapping me out of the trance. I screamed, slammed the window shut, and saw no claws on the sill. I ran screaming down the hall, banging on doors, begging for someone to save me. Everyone woke up, but no one believed me. My cousin was angry at being disturbed. They blamed the storm for scaring me awake or giving me nightmares. I stayed in the living room with my aunt and uncle, who blocked the doors with chairs. At least they humored me that much. But none of us thought about the windows on the first floor. I stayed awake, listening to the storm's roar, but between the thunder, I swear I heard that same low, excited breath. The "rrrr" haunting me still. So, yeah, that's my story. From a neighbor who's not quite human and dangerous, to a childhood nightmare that made me fear storms forever. I just wanted to share it with you, in case you ever hear that strange noise, or see a shadow where it shouldn't be. Stay safe out there. Hey, I want to share with you a couple of experiences that have stuck with me over the years. They're a bit spooky, I won't lie, but I promise to tell them just like they happened, with all the little details that made my heart race and my mind wonder. So grab a comfy seat, because these stories are a journey into the strange and unexplained. Let's start with the first one, my own paranormal experience. When I was about 16, I lived in this quiet neighborhood that felt pretty safe. We had 5 houses close together, 3 in a row and 2 across from them. Behind those 2 houses was this abandoned lot. It had 2 small, burned-down buildings that looked like they'd been there forever, even before we moved in. No one lived there, and it was surrounded by this old wooden fence with gaps near the bottom. Funny thing is, none of the neighborhood dogs liked to cross over to the other side. And if they did, especially at night, you could hear them barking as if they were calling for help. When they came back, they were never quite the same, like something had changed them. Now, when I was around 10, my mom's friend lived in one of those houses across the street. She had kids about the same age as my siblings and me, and we all got along really well. One night, the four of us, my younger brother, who was about 8 then, my younger sister, who was 6, my mom's friend's daughter, who was 9, and me, we were alone because our parents had gone out to a bar. They left us with my older sister and the oldest daughter of my mom's friend, both around 16. We were all outside on a trampoline, tossing a ball back and forth. Then, someone threw the ball a bit too hard, and it bounced right over the fence into that abandoned lot. It was dark, so none of us wanted to go get it. But as kids, we got a little brave, or maybe curious, and started daring each other to call out, "Is anyone there? Can we have our ball back?" It was quiet for a while. Then we decided to just go back inside. As we stepped onto the staircase leading to my house, we heard this faint noise. The front light wasn't very bright, so we couldn't see much. Then, out of the shadows, the ball rolled back onto the steps. Our ball, the exact one we lost. None of us knew how it got there, and honestly, we didn't want to find out. We just ran inside and kept quiet, thinking everyone would laugh at us. Years passed, and none of us spoke about it until I was about 12. My cousin moved into one of those houses. My mom's friend had moved away, and we told him and some of my brother's friends about that creepy, abandoned lot. We talked about the shadowy figures we sometimes saw running around, but no one ever dared to step inside. Around that time, new neighbors moved in, and they had a kid my age who became our friend. One day, we all decided to explore the abandoned side. It was the first time any of us had been there, so we had no clue what to expect. My cousin, my brother, his friends, their brother, our neighbor friend, and I went over. My cousin and I were the only girls. The rest were boys, and they went in first. There was this half-ruined cement building. One side crumbled and broken, the other side just old and worn. Inside and around it, there were so many toys scattered, some in bags, some just left lying there. Behind the building was a patch of dead grass, and oddly, bits of toilet paper were tangled all over the withered plants. In front of that was a small yellow cement house with 2 rooms. One window was broken, but the other 2 were intact. Everyone except me went deeper inside to explore, while I stayed near the entrance to our neighborhood, just walking around, trying not to get too close. Then, out of nowhere, I spotted something on the ground. I knelt down and picked it up. It was a picture, old and folded, with crease marks. It showed a family, a beautiful woman, a little girl, and a man, all smiling. In the background, you could see the very place we were standing, but not wrecked, just as it must have looked long ago. I called the others over and showed them the photo. We stared in silence for a while until we noticed a shadowy figure behind the woman in the picture, like a man's silhouette or a dark shape. The moment I saw it, my fingers slipped and I dropped the photo. I honestly don't remember exactly why, but I think it felt like it burned me. It's a strange memory, but something inside me says that maybe, just maybe, that's how the place got destroyed. Like the photo was a glimpse into a story we weren't meant to see. Then, suddenly, we heard the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. Everyone ran toward the yellow house. My brother and one of his friends shouted in fear. When we got there, one of the 2 unbroken windows was smashed. On the floor, written in what looked like blood, were the words, "Get out of here." That was it for us. We bolted back to my house, not daring to look back. Since then, we never went back into that abandoned lot. But even now, Years later, we still hear strange noises and see shadows moving in the night. One night, my older brother and I were outside waiting for his girlfriend. The house was empty except for us, because everyone else was at my aunt's. Suddenly, we heard a scream that sounded just like my younger brother's voice. But he was in Mexico at the time. Ever since we went into that place, everything felt different. It's been 4 years now, and I still think about that picture and the shadow behind the woman. I know it sounds unbelievable, and sometimes when we talk about it, even we question if it was real. But I swear, we were there. Now, on to the second story. This one is about a figure we call the Hat Man. It's been happening in my family's house from around 2005 to 2015, with some strange sightings even later during the pandemic. The house has this layout where, if you sleep in room A, you can see the stairs and the door to room C. One evening, my mom saw a man-shaped figure standing there, just looking at her before slowly walking downstairs. At first, she thought it might be a boy. Maybe my sister or I sneaked out, so she checked our rooms. I was in room B and my sister was in room C, both asleep. No one was there. Then there was this one time when I was home alone during the day. Our dog suddenly started barking furiously at room C. I went to check but saw nothing. It was eerie because it was broad daylight. Over the years, my brother moved into room C with his wife and baby after my sister moved out. One day, while chatting downstairs, they heard a baby monitor click on. The sound of one of those toys that lights up and moves. They rushed upstairs to find the baby still sleeping soundly, and the toy wasn't even near the crib. Our family has been in that house with different partners and kids moving in and out, but the odd presence remained. The house is pretty open. The first floor has very few walls, so from the TV room, you can see the start of the stairs and part of the kitchen. One day, I was in the TV room watching TV when I saw someone come down the stairs and walk into the kitchen. I waited to see the kitchen lights turn on or someone appear, but no one was there. That was the first time I saw the figure myself. Around that time, my boyfriend was helping me cook while I was picking a show to watch. He suddenly said, "I saw you." I was confused because I wasn't in the kitchen. When I asked him what he meant, he explained he saw someone walking right behind him on the exact path I saw the figure take, down the stairs and into the kitchen. Later, a cousin of my sister-in-law came to visit and absolutely refused to sleep in the house. She said she felt something there, something unsettling. Then, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020-2021, when my dad was very sick and on oxygen, only my parents, my daughter, and I were living there. My mom and dad slept in the TV room, and one night, both of them saw the same shadowy figure walking the same path I had seen years before. This presence, whether you call it a ghost, spirit, or something else, has never hurt us. It doesn't follow any pattern, but it always appears the same way, a shadowy figure, like the legendary Hat Man. So, those are my stories. Strange things that make you question what's real and what's not. But I know what I've seen, and sometimes, the quiet moments in the dark feel charged with something just beyond our understanding. Thanks for listening to me share these whispers from the shadows. When I was very young, maybe 5 or 6 years old, I used to have these incredibly vivid dreams about a place somewhere beyond Earth. It was beautiful. Everything seemed to glow with a soft white light, and there were buildings that reminded me of ancient temples, surrounded by wide green fields. The whole place felt like one enormous island, floating silently in space, somewhere impossibly far from our galaxy. In those dreams, I wasn't a child. I remembered being much older, someone knowledgeable but also a little untamed. I had many friends there, some human and some who were not. I even had a family. Yet, for a reason I could never understand, I had been sent here to live as a human being. I was especially drawn to the night sky. Whenever the moon was full, I would stare at it and tell my mother that she was speaking to me. I always called the moon she, and I would say how beautiful she was. I don't remember what I believed the moon was telling me. My parents became worried, though, and asked a few Hindu priests to perform prayers for me. Around that same time, I often felt that someone was watching me whenever I was alone. Sometimes I would cry during the night, or panic if my parents left me by myself. Those feelings gradually disappeared as I grew older, but a part of me still wonders whether I was somehow more sensitive to things I couldn't understand back then. Years later, shortly before my paternal grandfather died, several strange things happened in our home. My grandmother had already passed away, and my grandfather began telling my parents that she was visiting him while he slept. According to him, she kept disturbing his rest and asking him to come home. None of us knew what she meant by home. One afternoon, my grandfather was resting in a chair when my mother heard footsteps outside. Along with them came the delicate jingling of ankle bangles, the kind traditionally worn by many women in India. My mother went to the entrance, expecting to find someone there, but the gate was empty. A few days later, I came home from school and lay down on my bed. While I was resting, I heard those same footsteps. They seemed to be moving slowly toward my room, accompanied by the soft ringing of bangles. I became frightened and called for my mother. When she entered the room, she heard them too. The footsteps suddenly became faster, almost as though someone were running through the house, and then they stopped completely. About a week later, my grandfather suffered a heart attack. He fell into a coma and was taken to the hospital. He died several days afterward. The night before his death, many relatives and neighbors were staying at our house. Nearly everyone heard footsteps and the sound of bangles moving across the rooftop. Some people said it sounded as though a woman were dancing above us. After my grandfather died, the sounds never returned. Another incident happened when I was a teenager. One evening, I was walking home from an English tutoring class. My route took me through a narrow alley filled with unfinished buildings. There were no proper lights, and most of the structures were dark and empty. As I passed one of them, I heard a woman crying. Something about the sound made me stop. It wasn't ordinary crying. It seemed distant at first, but painfully clear, and it was coming from the unfinished building on my left. Without really deciding to, I began walking toward it. Then 4 dogs that had been sleeping nearby suddenly stood up. All of them began growling and barking directly at me. Their eyes reflected the darkness in a strange way, and I had never seen dogs react with such intensity. There were a few cats nearby too. They arched their backs and hissed toward the building. Meanwhile, the woman's crying became louder. That broke whatever strange pull I had felt. I turned around and ran. I could still hear the crying behind me, mixed with the barking dogs, until I finally reached the main road. Later, a friend told me that a young woman had reportedly been killed near that building several years earlier. I never found out whether that story was true, but I avoided that alley after dark from then on. The most difficult period came after my father died. He passed away in his mid-50s following a severe case of pneumonia. Before his death, the doctors noticed symptoms they couldn't fully explain. His condition deteriorated rapidly, almost as though his body were collapsing from the inside. They believed it was simply the infection becoming worse, but our family was left with many unanswered questions. Not long afterward, a Muslim man who claimed to work with jinn visited my maternal grandparents. My grandfather had known him for many years and trusted him, because he had helped the family before. This time, the man said he had come because my mother and I were in danger. He believed that several people had used black magic against my father, and that its effects had remained in our house after his death. He claimed that whatever was left behind had begun affecting my mother and me. At the time, I was experiencing sudden problems with my heart that doctors couldn't diagnose. My mother was suffering from constant headaches, even though every medical examination appeared normal. The man said he would perform a ritual and summon jinn to remove whatever was harming us. My mother and I were each given a glass filled with water. We were told to turn the glasses upside down while holding our palms tightly over the openings so that the water wouldn't spill. Then the man began chanting. As he continued, I heard heavy stomping sounds nearby. It sounded as though something enormous were walking through the room, although I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, I felt something enter my back and pass through my chest. The sensation lasted only a moment before disappearing. The man told us to turn the glasses upright. When I looked inside mine, there was a thick layer of black ash floating in the water. I still have no explanation for how it appeared. Afterward, though, the strange sensations in my chest began to fade, and I started feeling like myself again. That night, I woke and saw what looked like a woman standing near my bedroom door. I assumed I was dreaming, but the room felt different, almost as though something were drifting through the air. Then a heavy pressure came down on my body. I couldn't move at first. I couldn't sit up or call for help. Somehow, I managed to raise one hand and grab what felt like a neck. But it wasn't solid. It wasn't liquid or smoke either. It felt like something that existed somewhere between those things. I realized I was lying on my side. Slowly, the pressure lifted, and whatever I had grabbed disappeared. I screamed, and the sound woke everyone in the house. My mother and grandparents rushed into my room, but by then, there was nothing there. About a year after my father's death, something similar happened to my mother. This time, I was nearby. I saw a faint, transparent shape close to her. I couldn't understand what I was looking at, but I reacted instinctively and punched toward it. It felt as though my fist were moving through extremely thick, heavy air. A moment later, the presence seemed to vanish. I closed the windows in my mother's room and stayed with her until she felt safe again. Even today, I don't claim to understand what any of these experiences were. Some may have natural explanations. Others may have been shaped by fear, grief, dreams, or things happening inside the mind. But I know what I remember. And sometimes, when I look up at a bright full moon, I still think about that glowing place from my childhood dreams and wonder whether some part of me once called it home.